essays. Okay. Looking them. Oh, Keith, you have all book stuff. I shouldn't be asking you that right now.
Yo, good.
Okay. So.
Griswold says goodbye.
Hello. Hi, Griswold. Okay. I don't know if Chaz is there. Did you want to start or no?
Yeah, we should start.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ready to go?
Here. Yep.
Okay.
God, give me the strength to accept the things
I cannot change. The courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
All right.
Here we go. Guys. I love that. All right. And 3, 2, what are we doing? Here we go. Oh my God. Okay. We're live. Keith.
Welcome to Keith and the Girl. I'm Keith Malley.
I'm Chemda.
It's a 24-hour marathon, 24 hours nonstop. Your favorite guests, easily over. I mean, I'm looking at 20 pages of guests right here. It's fucking nuts. It's going to be a good time. I'm very excited. Starting us off, joining us right away, the great Christian Finnegan. Hello, Christian.
Oh, hello. What an honor to be here for the ultimate 24-hour marathon.
You super did your hair for this, right?
I did. I super did it. I didn't just do my hair. I super did it.
Yeah. We're all showing off. Keith has no hair. Our other guest, which I'm sure Keith will introduce in just a second. Here, let me take off my glasses. Oh, you guys just look regular.
So yeah, I got a haircut. Keith was so excited for it. He went bald years ago just in anticipation for the marathon.
We just started.
I know.
What the fuck is happening here?
I know.
Chris Turner, it's everybody's favorite new guest, one best guest of the year. How you doing, Chris?
Hello, very well, thank you. Yeah, I'm using my headphones as a kind of headband because my hair is growing out. It's cold in New York. I'm not shaving off the sides.
Keith, I am so sorry that I started this with hair talk. I will see myself out on March 7th.
Chemda has alopecia.
I do.
All right. You want to play? Let's play. It's gonna be a big day.
Every hour we will name a disease that I have. Let's go.
Well, I'm excited. 24 hours, of course, that's a long time, but as a talk athlete, I know how to get it done. I got extra headphones right here. I got an extra microphone because I don't lock my door because I don't want the terrorists to win. And so sometimes strangers from the street walk into my house thinking it's the building's office. That might have something going. Let's see. I have backup headphones if the regular headphones get too heavy. I'm not sure how to pair those, so that should be an adventure. I have my eye drops.
Okay.
I have 20 packs of 3-hour energy.
You really have 20 of them?
No, I exaggerate sometimes. Come to get to know me.
Okay, no, I'm just worried that people should. I'm just giving them reason to stay tuned because you will have a heart attack by the end of this 24 hours.
It does not do good on my stomach, so I have a giant family-sized thing of Tums antacid. That should be good. When the headphones push into my glasses, that push into my brain. I got some Advil. That'll work out just fine. A lot of yapping.
A minute ago, did you say if the headphones get too heavy?
Yeah, these are big headphones. Yeah, I don't know how long you wear big headphones for, Christian, but maybe it's not 24 hours in a row.
Well, they don't get heavy. I mean, you get tired. The headphones stay the same weight.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not the plate that gets hot in the microwave. It's the food that gets hot. Well, I don't know. It's
heavy is the head that wears the headphones.
I got my lube. I don't know what kind of party this is going to turn into.
Gads.
Yeah, I got everything. You got to be set.
Do you have one of those containers that truckers piss into?
Well, funny you should say.
so it'll stay warm. It's insulated.
It's hard to get these new thermoses, but if you go early.
We've some people listening live and they're also chatting. I'm going to read here and again about what they're chatting about. And Chris, who bought a super chat, okay, so it gets my attention a little more. It's bigger. Okay. It's got colors, all this stuff. Says, happy Matathon Day and 2 green hearts. Now, I don't know. Maybe in Chris's world in Texas, it's Matathon Day.
You don't have to read everything, right? So anyway, I got my Gatorade. I'm the Michael Jordan of yapping, and we're all fucking set.
Man, 24 hours of this gold? How?
Here's all my backup underwear.
Backup
about.
Wow, you're really planning on enjoying this marathon.
There's a lot going on. I got newspapers. Let's see. What do we want to talk about? Let's see.
I like the idea that like you would change underwear, but
Yeah.
that you have to have it within arm's reach because you will remain on mic while you change your underwear.
You don't know what's gonna happen. What if coincidentally I have to change my underwear? Kangas has to do something else over there. Then
during COVID, when I did like virtual shows, right? You do a show for a company on Zoom. I'm not going to name the company. I had horrendous food poisoning, and I had to do this gig because I was like, I'm getting paid for it, and it was half an hour. I thought I can not shit myself for half an hour while rapping. 15 minutes in, I'm just constantly like, I'm going to shit myself. I'm actually going to shit myself. And I think, well, it's Zoom. They can't tell. It's only this bit, right? So can I rap while keeping like this, like not shitting myself face, but down there shitting myself? And then luckily didn't happen. But
okay. Did you have a bowl or a towel ready? Like, who knows?
No, I wasn't even that prepared. I was so confident I could do it without it. I thought if I had a receptacle, I would fall into that trap of just doing it.
Right.
But I acknowledge that I would be able to do it, and I'd be fine with that.
Because you're a professional. We were going to have, I mentioned this the other day, we were going to have Chaz Kangas on, and, you know, we'll just say, oh, it's fun. You'll do some improv raps. Chaz, who we knew for years, will do some improv raps, but secretly we know that means it's going to be a fun rap battle. I tried to work with him. He doesn't have the interface that he needs so that he can hear and play his own beats. He really let America down, and now I think he got so confused he's not even here.
I mean, he would say he's keeping it real, right? And that's the real voice of the streets, is not having the interface. Whereas people like me who are professional and build a soundproof booth in their apartment,
maybe we should have just
compensating.
Said, yeah, we should have just said, yeah, we can hear the beat. Keep going.
I've done that before. I did a virtual gig. I forgot my beat wasn't playing through the streaming. So they were like, it was really fun, but it would have been cool to have some music in that half an hour show.
You should have said, it's harder this way, idiot.
I mean, there's nothing. It's in my headphones. It sounds great when I'm rapping. And my wife would be like, yeah, you sounded weird. Because all she hears is just muffled screaming.
I'm right here at Keith and the girl. I'll give it a whirl.
Oh no! Was that a rap? You said,
no.
Did you say give it a whirl? So
give it a whirl.
Give it a whirl.
Because those words rhyme, you see.
I kind of thought she'd start off with guests that give positivity, and that should get us in the right mood for 24 hours.
I don't know why. I'm sorry.
I'm seeing here, so the front of the newspaper right away, of course, Carl Weathers passed away. Apollo from Creed, of course. The Master of Disaster, the Count of Monte Fisto, the King of Sting. And then he was in the Ultimate Man movie. What was that? Predator. Yeah. Predator. They got him pushing too many pencils. Remember that? When men see each other, and they haven't seen each other in a long time, they give that manly handshake, which is like you're going to arm wrestle somebody, but in the air. You know, and that's how that movie got started. And then he played, he played himself in Arrested Development, but he was like a down on his luck leech, and always just milking off everybody. But
he was also on Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore with the missing hand, then he goes to heaven in Happy Gilmore and has both his hands back, and yet it makes you sad. It's beautiful. Anyway,
you know, speaking of Fisto, just there's a place in Astoria called the Museum of Nostalgia. Have you been there?
No.
It's basically like a toy store. It's like vintage toys and stuff, but they also sell stuff. And my little brother was super into He-Man, and so they have these He-Man figures, and this is a character named Fisto, which
okay,
and if you pull like his hand, his arm, like he
just punches you.
Punches you right in the lower abdomen testicle region. It seems.
I don't like that the fist looks brown. That's a little.
Yeah, it's a little. You know, hey, no kink shaming here.
We don't know yet how Carl Weathers died, but it says he died peacefully in his sleep. I always feel like that's something friends of the dead person say to like fuck their enemies. Like he couldn't have been happier dying. So you know, he was so fucking peaceful.
You know the Bob Monkhouse joke about, I want to die peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, not screaming in terror like his passengers.
I've heard so many versions of that joke. Is he the original?
I think Bob Monkhouse is, yeah.
Oh,
As like
yeah.
one of the oldest, I mean, deadest comedians now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had all his jokes in handwritten binders, and he left them in a taxi, and had like a £50,000 reward. This was so long ago, and they got returned because he was like, that was his entire, all the jokes he'd ever written or had written for him.
And how meta, he left him in a taxi.
There you go.
You know,
There's a British one-liner comedian, Tim Key. Is that his name?
Tim Key does poetry, but like funny poetry.
Okay, there's one guy I saw when I was in Melbourne years ago, and it was a British comic, but it was just a bunch of one-liners. But he had one that I still think of where he said, "Let me make a mental note of that."
Yeah, Tim Vine, you're thinking of.
Tim Vine, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's amazing.
But yeah,
Are we playing some weird British game now that I'm not aware of? What's
naming British comedians called Tim?
Yeah.
And Christian will do more act outs. Okay, joining us now. It worked out after all. Chaz Kangas. Hello, Chaz.
Ahoy, hoy. Happy to be here. Happy marathon.
Now, I explained how the rapping won't be able to work with you today, and that's sad. But explain to everybody listening right now how good you are, however.
Keith says I'm great.
That's right. And you have to take his word for it.
Yep. And if you can't trust Keith, who can you trust? Nobody. And yeah,
not if you're his dad.
Oh,
that's right. Not if you're my dad.
Yeah. Allegedly, but also actually. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Chaz. We understand that you can't work with music, but we would like you to just speak in rhyme, just in general, then, and then we can feel better.
Well, Chemda beatboxes, so this
works out.
Ba-boom, boom, 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 chicky bow, bow, chicky boom, papa pop, pee pee poo.
Oh, we got a funky bunch 2K24 happening here.
Funky bunch 2K, ba 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 da da ba ba ba.
Just this for 24 hours.
with the little Manhattan transfer thrown in there.
Look how worried Keith looks.
Yeah, this is scary shit already. Chaz, lower your mic a little bit or put it in the next room. Thank you. Let me make this exciting announcement. The Dad Emails book. It's out right now. People have copies. Look how sexy this fucking thing is. It's the back and forth emails between myself pretending I'm my ex-wife and my dad hitting on who he thinks is my ex-wife. And I can't be more thrilled. People are digging it already. What I like about it, too, is that friends of people who know the story are looking at the book because it's right there, and they're getting into it. That's the real excitement. KeithandTheGirl.com/dadbook. Make sure you leave a review also. That's a big deal. You know that. Chris says, I just got my book. I'm in the car with a friend who isn't familiar with the book. Handed him. He laughed audibly within 30 seconds. He just said, quote, wait, is this true? And there's our first gasp.
What? Please. That's the kind of stuff that is a great review on Amazon. Yeah. And like, I think I and everybody in this room hate saying things like that. Like, don't tell us, tell Amazon. But that is how we get more gasps from other people. So if you do have the book, if you know the book, if the book on Amazon, rate and review. That's the best review.
Book. It sounded like you're about to beatbox again.
Yeah, she can do it.
It's just in me. Book.
When did you wake up, Chemda?
7
a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh my
Eastern
God.
time?
Yes.
All right. I did the flip to a random page and vomit challenge with Keith's book. Literally, first random page I opened to is the jingling libido page. He told me, but he thinks he's talking to my ex-wife, that you are a vibrant young woman and you make this old man's libido jingle. That is not even 1/3 into this book, by the way. He said, let's see.
I like the barf test that you're giving to people. Any page will make you puke.
Yeah. I opened to this jingling libido page and the page number, no less. Very nice. I mean, very not nice on Father Malley's part.
I know what the page that means.
Very nice. Father Malley's part, but we got the book out of it. So what can I say? Just giddy with excitement over this thing. It's in my hands and it's in Father Malley's hands. Well, now it's probably in a neighbor's ravine for those in the know. Get your books, people. I not only sent this book to my dad, I made him sign for it. I did get the signature receipt. Oh, I'm so excited. It's so exciting.
What do you look? I'm looking at. Oh my goodness! First of all, I'm surrounded by white guys. I don't know how we booked it this way. It just worked out. But you guys
Sounds like your dream journal.
you guys are looking at what looks like could be your brother. What comes into mind when Keith goes, and I made my father sign for it? Because
Well, it's
yeah.
nice to see somebody who not just burns the bridge, but then gathers up all the ashes from the bridge and then throws them in the river, and then takes a shit on to the ashes that are in the river. Like,
Do you
you
think
really,
should I rate my dad and go after he has this book, which he does, of course? What do you say, Dad? Water under the bridge?
yeah, it's
You know what?
called
Let's
even.
move past this. Let's grow up. I'm about to be 50. Can we grow up, Dad?
Cats in the cradle, Dad.
Yeah.
Holy
Lit-
shit, Marsh is saying, let me see if I'm reading this right. I almost crashed my car the first time I heard, quote, jingling libido. Oof.
That's my goal. That's my
Oof.
goal. I work with insurance companies, you see, and blah blah blah. I
Well,
got
as
copy.
a,
Yeah.
Oh, I
Chaz.
was gonna say, like, well, my initial thought, like hearing about making him sign for it, is it's kind of full circle because isn't essentially he responsible for the early tanking of the RoboPope franchise? It's a deep cut for a long time. KATGs.
Right. I am. You know what I'm afraid he's going to do actually is cross out the word dad in the dad emails, write the Keith emails, and claim it as his book.
Oof.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
No one give him that idea. I got copy number 7 today, says Lilp. When I saw it was available on Kindle, I couldn't wait to get the physical copy. I really like the design of the book. It is such a good design, quite frankly. I didn't do it, so I can say that. It seems that Keith really didn't want to do like most comedians do and just do a straight transcript of the emails with some commentary. The amount of time that had to be spent on transcribing the shows had to be in the hundreds of hours. The text is easy on the eyes. And what I've read, I'm still surprised, even though I listened through the whole saga. There is something about having it in print that makes it extra. There is no knowing what Father Malley won't say. Oh, there is not knowing what Father Malley will say about this book. I doubt he will go directly to Keith. I don't think so either. I think he knows anything now is fodder. I think he will probably send a cryptic email to the siblings. I do believe that. He'll try to be like, he made fun of you and your mother. I see that coming, which of course didn't happen. He seems so clueless. I doubt he could find the show guests to bug him. I picture him turning to like the second page, finding the contributors, including the great Christian Finnegan, and reach out and go, there's more to the story that you don't know. Call me dad and I'll fill you in, you know.
Christian, are you now going to be introduced as like this will be one of your credits? Like from the dad emails.
I'm just so excited to get my portion of the advance. I'm really looking forward to that.
This is the advance.
You go through my dad. Yeah. I'm thinking about writing my dad an email and being like, it's legally it's 7 days later, and I have to tell you that there was a camera in the box. I did. One of my siblings picked it up today. So if you supported the Kickstarter, I sent you a personal code so that you can get the book for free before even people on Amazon could get it. But we had to do something tricky. Like here's for $1,000, anybody can buy it. Of course they won't. And with your code, you get it for free. So I sent this to one of my siblings that I wasn't sure how they would feel about the book. And they wrote back, I wouldn't even read this smut, but I can't pass up $1,000 savings. I had friends over last night and told them about it, and they ordered a copy from Amazon. She was disappointed there wasn't a review on Goodreads, so she said that she would add one once she's done with it. Strangers getting into it. Like, you don't need behind the scenes to get to understand this book.
No,
it's all
you don't.
there, and it's all so fucking. Where's my lube? This is so exciting.
Okay, bye.
So exciting.
People don't know that War and Peace started as a podcast that was then turned into a book.
That's right. That's right. Yay. Do me a favor, Chris Turner, if you don't mind.
Hello. Yes.
So far, we talked about Carl Weathers, who died in peace, of course. We talked about setting up for the marathon and all the ins and outs that go into it. We briefly mentioned Chaz, who was going to be the great American hero. And my dad getting the book, and the new book is now available on Amazon. Could you somehow, is it possible to tie all those together into one magnificent rant that will make everybody finish in their pants?
a magnificent rant that will make people finish in their pants. Well, the rant will rhyme. The beat, it won't be as slick or as authentic as Chemda's incredible beatboxing.
Beat bop.
Beat bop, yep.
Beat bop.
But it's gonna be.
Beat bop.
I love it, jumping on every time the beat drops. Chemda moving left to right, shouting out the beat bop. That's the beatbox. I agree. Keith Malley sat there, easy to see. He's got 3 pairs of underpants and they're spare in case you loosen your sphincter down there. That's the most prepared dude. Many 5-hour energy plus the lube. Keep it in the tube, not into the palm. Got the newspaper first page. My alarm was raised. I'm like, oh no, is he still with us? I say Carl Weathers, not Bill Withers. Similar name, similar guys, but one was there in the Predator franchise. When he Happy Gilmore, understand, went to heaven, ascend from land, and he got back his hand. Here's a thing, fact actually from me in heaven. Your age is always 33, like Jesus. It pleases, tease us with the pre-order of the daddy emails out of order. I was reading it, I almost crashed my car when I heard the libido jingling. It was such a little yuck, yuck, yuck. Chemda beatboxing like buck, buck, buck like a chicken, kicking it off, you know, prepared. 23 hours, 40 minutes left to go. We had to slant ram a bit, understand us. Here we go. Chaz Kangas arriving. Appear the mic gain too loud. No beats on the freestyle, you crowd. But there we go. We can finish like that. Finish in your pants with the freestyle rap.
Woo!
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Beat bop.
Woo!
Beat bop.
Now,
Oh my
Chaz is
God.
more a judge today. Chaz, well, what do we think about the new guy?
10 out of 10. If
10 out of
not,
10.
11 out of 10.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Chaz, for the spinal tap. I appreciate that.
Chaz, while we're there, the beat bop. Hello.
Oh,
Huh?
I mean, you know, it's just next level. You know, we've run out. The number hasn't been created yet out of 10. How great that was.
Like
I have a question for Chaz as a freestyle rapper. I'm always interested in how people rhyme their own name. I have a comedian friend called Lee Kyle who does a lot of freestyle rapping, and his most unfortunate thing is that his name rhymes perfectly with C. Kyle. He's always trying to stop himself from saying that. He's like, yeah, on the mic, it's Lee Kyle. Everybody salute me. Oh, no, don't say that. Well, what do you go with, Chaz?
Oddly, also Zig Heil. Usually like language famous. I have to slant rhyme Kangas a lot. When Quiznos was really popular, it really made a great way to rhyme Black Angus with that.
Oh, good.
And years later, I wound up winning a Quiznos poetry contest. Did not use my own name in it, but
Wait,
I did get a
I'm sorry.
tuxedo shirt.
Can I stop this? A Quiznos poetry contest.
Correct. Yeah,
This is-
2011 for the return of the Black Angus sandwich. When our nation was getting past that dark time, it was briefly off the menu. Yeah, they had a poetry contest, and I entered 3 poems, and I won with one of them.
Ooh.
So, yeah, and I got.
It's just funny you bring it up because in 2013 I won the Blimpie interpretive dance contest.
Oh, nice.
Which
Yeah. Well, it's good that we're part of the subversive arts.
Ooh.
You're my hero.
Well, you got a fucking interface. What is a slant rhyme when you're kind of cheating it? It doesn't really rhyme.
Yeah, it sort of is like when rhyming Kangas with famous or language,
Okay.
or you can, and sometimes it works when you're having a certain like dialect. You put like a certain accent on it. Sometimes like my Minnesota. You betcha dare. I gotta go and make the thing just barely happen. And like Minnesota's a suburb of Canada essentially, so we do have like that extra O and U we can put in there. But yeah, other times it's there's certain things that can work. There's certain times when it just like really doesn't. It's a last ditch or scenario whenever I sort of try to.
It's funny. You both are
avoid it.
great rappers. You both happen to have these accents. It's almost like that swimmer Phelps, and he was born with fish feet. It's like this was what you were meant to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael Phelps is always a big influence.
Right.
regardless.
No, I think
Yeah.
you see what I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
Because I started rapping in '99 when Phelps was 3, and this kid's fucking finger paints, man. Like just next level.
Can I just say about Michael Phelps? The next time you see a picture of Michael Phelps, imagine that he has a live bird in his mouth, because he can barely close. Like he always looks like this. Just
Right.
next time, just Google a picture of Michael Phelps with his mouth closed and imagine that he has like a live parakeet in there, because that's what his face looks like.
I think that's when he's hiding his joints, right? This guy loves it. He fucking loves it.
Or he's used to biting his tongue around his Uncle Fred. Fred Phelps, that's a deep cut.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
God, that would have been
nice
a great rap.
Fred Phelps full.
I'm gonna tell people I play guitar. I just never got a guitar.
I don't know.
We put out some questions to the guests, kind of based on the dad emails announcement, such as, did you give notice that you were leaving a job? That's more based on Chemda ending her role of Keith and the girl in March. But did you catch your parents in a lie? What's the worst thing that you ever did to your parents? This kind of thing. And I know Christian's dad got scammed by a porn blackmail scam. And when that happens, did this happen, Christian?
Yeah, I now I'm realizing it's like he's probably not going to listen to this podcast, but I'm sure he wouldn't be like, yeah, tell everybody.
He's got to warn people. He's got to warn people
but
what's
he
out
told
there.
me,
Apparently,
yeah.
the smartest people get taken.
Yeah, he got one of those like, we have a camera and we've seen what you're doing, which is and he
Like on
didn't-
Black Mirror.
Yeah. But it's a real thing. I mean, I think I don't know if women get it, but every guy has certainly gotten that.
Yeah.
And you do the first time you get it, you're like, maybe possible, but yeah, he like went to an ATM and like got money out and like sent it to some dude or something.
much?
Like wired, I don't know, like a couple thousand, I think.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
And then the guy left him alone?
Yeah, they just want your money. Well, they'll keep milking you until
Yeah.
you're like, fuck off, and then they'll just be like, all right, moving on. Like the thing about con men, is that everybody thinks that like con men are smart. They're not really smart. They just have zero shame. They have zero shame, and they have zero compulsion about just being like, oh, okay, I pulled all the money I can from you. Okay, moving on to the next person. But
What was your mom's response?
my mom's response was, why are you telling me about a man I divorced 20 years ago?
So she's not even. So was he single when he did this? When he paid?
I think, yeah,
'Cause who
he
gives a
was.
fuck?
He was. I know. Who cares? It's like, Dad, trust me. Nobody's gonna be like, oh my God, check out this video of Bob Finnegan tugging it.
Is it because we're young and we know that the internet's full of shit? Like we had the internet in our 20s?
I think. Well, I mean, we're in that sort of weird tweener period where it's like we're like, when I say you and I mean you guys, Chaz and Chris. You guys are obviously younger, and Chemda, you're a little bit younger than us, right? How old
Not
are you?
really.
I don't know,
Not really.
48, I think.
Okay, all right, you're the same age. But the thing I always try to beat into my dad or any elder person.
Sorry.
I always tell them, it's like, do not click on a link that you get texted. Like, just don't. Even if it says like Amazon package for pickup, like don't click on that, and never give any information to anyone in a call that you did not initiate. And like, if I could just get every old person to just remember those two things, I feel like, because I had my godmother got ripped off like $200,000 because they have this AI thing now where they can have your like a relative call and be like, Mom, I'm in trouble or whatever. And that happened to her son, quote unquote, her son called, and she fucking opened up, she like wired her account info, and they drained her of her entire fucking savings.
Oh my God.
Who was
Holy
this?
shit.
Sorry, just somebody you knew?
Huh?
Who was this?
My godmother, like
Oh, my
my
goodness.
dad's cousin, who I not somebody I know super well, but
Right.
but
These
yeah, I mean,
Finnegans.
I know about that because not for nothing, I watch shorts. And somebody showed how it could sound exactly like your mother or your brother, whoever it is calling, that person sounds like them and they're in trouble and they're like, I'm sorry to rush you, but I'm in trouble. Can you just and you have to call.
you have to have a code word or something.
But they all right. And they also say that my phone's dead. That's why I'm using this other phone. But yeah, I think that's the answer, is a code word.
Yeah.
I remember Rosie O'Donnell said that she had a code word for picking up her kids at school because, she's famous and people could just go and say that and make it happen. So her code word, and she had to switch it after she said it live, but she said, unless she says fuck or fucking asshole to her kids because she knows that no stranger would come up and be like, your fucking asshole mother asked me to pick you up. So you have to say something like that when you pick up her kids because then her kids know that's a person who's supposed to pick you up.
I remember my town had, supposedly kids were being taken in vans. You never saw these kids missing, but that was the news. And so my dad said on the way to school, there were about 4 of us in the car, including me. And he said, okay, we're going to come up with a code word. You don't go with any. But first of all, Dad, you never pick us up from anything. Okay. We're waiting hours later. All right. But he goes, if somebody says they're picking you up on my behalf, the code word will be butter peanut. He says the code word is butter peanut. And I go, hey, just so, it's easier for everybody. How about peanut butter? And he goes, no, butter peanut. What if the bad guys get it right with peanut butter randomly?
It's not out of the question.
Oh, Christian.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Christian.
I'm more and more on your dad's side. In all
I
this.
see that. And that's where your revenue went. That comment. Christian
Dad
Finnegan,
keep emails.
Yeah. Christian, what should the audience know about you other than
I great hugs.
Right.
Just a joie de vivre that just leaps off the page.
You said you wish your dad would lie to you more. Is that true?
Oh yeah. He tells me things I don't want to hear. I don't want to know them. I mean that porn thing is just one. My dad, and I don't know why I'm saying all these horrible things about my dad, who's had a rough week because his dog passed away this week. So here
Did
I
it
am.
though, or did somebody just tell him?
No, he did a long time ago, and I may have mentioned this in the past. My dad had benign growths in his scrotum, like these benign masses, and I used to call it multi-ball syndrome. But he had them removed, and then I guess they didn't stitch it up well enough, the incision, and that got infected, and his ball sack. My stepmother time said that it got to the size of a small volleyball.
No.
And but they told him like it's gonna swell a bit, so don't worry about it. And so my dad was just like, well, they said it was gonna swell, and my stepmother was like, no, that's not right, that can't be. And so he had to go and get that dealt with. And then I don't know if this is still the case, I don't know the answer. When it finally went down, he just had this long empty balloon, like he had this just like shopping bag of a ball sack that was just probably
What is
taped to his knee.
happening? Oh my God.
I don't know. I love you, Dad, if you're listening.
Well, Father's Day is coming up. Scrotoplasty, the gift that keeps on giving.
Holy shit.
Holy shit balls.
Yeah.
Rojo Perez is with us. Hello, Rojo.
I can't come into this story. What the fuck is this?
I'll tell you what,
I
we'll put in a little buffer. Before we let Christian go, Chris, do you mind summing this up? Mainly I'm thinking porn scams, these we saw you on your screen, bullshit. By the way, I got one of those emails and I'm like, you would have came in much harder if you really saw what I was up to. This would not be
You're
a
asking
fucking
for
generic
$2,000. I could go to jail for this.
You'd be
All right.
like, you're gonna sign over your name and everything.
Yeah,
And of course,
Rojo, just to catch you up, when we start, we all go beep bop.
oh my God.
we don't do that.
We don't. It's just him.
And I'm thinking the what happened to his godmother and pretending you're somebody else. And if you could, just a little shout out to the dad, throw in a little prayer to
what's
his
your
dog.
dad's name, Christian?
Bob.
Oh, amazing. Literally the easiest word to rhyme. Well, this is oh Jesus. I've just downloaded this beat, so we'll see if it's good. Okay.
You want me to add some?
Yeah, beep boop. Beep boop
Bob.
does the job. Kicking off with Christian's daddy, that's Bob. He was getting hacked online. People sending him a message like, we saw the time you were jerking off. He was like, oh no, to the ATM cash point, I better go. Off to Western Union, I must send it. I hope Christian's daddy listening be offended. He's had a tough week. His dog went by. R.I.P. to the fighter on the other side. Did it die though? Keith wants to know. Was that another scam? Oh, bro, I get a little call from my godmama. She's like, I'm in a bit of trouble. Yeah, I got a bit of drama. I need you to transfer. Wire me some money. It's difficult. Hard to make that funny, but back to the porn scam. You thought I was born yesterday. If you're coming after Keith, yeah, you better sway. Try and claim a little bit of more cash. You'll be turning up his house like DoorDash. Like, yo, Keith, you need to send all of this money. We saw what you depend to get hard, ejaculate. There we go. Well, I like the Rojos in a hotel. That looks like the backdrop. It's hard to see. What's the last thing? Oh, yes, we all agree. Chosen to get my scrotum swollen like a small volleyball. Records were broken. Then you got the scrotoplasty. They drained it of all the swelling. Actually, it was horrible the way the ball sags. Sea turtles could choke on it because it looked like a shopping bag.
Yeah.
No,
It's great when you see people with real talent. It blows my mind. And you go, this is great.
You're talking about Chemda's beep boop at the start, right?
Do me a favor, check out Christian Finnegan online. You'll be doing yourself a favor. You don't want to know him as a friend, but as a comedian, he's fantastic, and I like him very much.
I
in that
agree with both
regard.
of those statements.
Yes. Me and Christian still trying to figure out a time when we get together. We
Are you serious?
yeah. Well, the
Yeah,
last
it
the
hasn't
last
happened.
one, he calls me, and I go, oh shit, we kept moving days around. I'm like, oh shit, it's today. I forgot. And then he said, oh, actually, that's good. It works out for me because of this. And I'm like, well, damn it, why didn't I just wait?
Oh, I know. I was mad at myself for even saying that to you because I could have gotten the credit. I could have gotten the credit for you blowing me off, but instead I had to let out my secret that I was hoping you would blow me off.
We say hi 5 different ways until we're like, all right, let me say I'm actually in another state. Christian, thank you so much for joining us. It's great.
Bye,
to see you.
guys. Nice to see / meet you.
Later.
Toodaloo. Congrats, Chemda.
Thank
Bye.
you. Wow, they all saluted him in the same way, same hand. It was all like very synchronized.
I didn't see the video at that time, so I hope it wasn't the salute we were talking about. That's all right. Rojo, how you doing, buddy?
Good. What up, what up? Happy Marathon Day, people.
Thank you very much. Rojo Perez actually starts off the Dead Emails book.
Ooh, I can't wait to really get reading into this bad boy.
Oh yeah, yours is on the way. Yeah, the very first name in it, right there. Boom. Ah, I'm so excited. And I don't know if you know this, Rojo. My dad has a copy as well. He just signed for it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So you're gonna be reading it while my dad's reading it, isn't that?
Oh, maybe we can do it together like a group. And we'll do chapters.
Let's reenact.
Yeah, because he could read his part and you could just read yours.
And we
Right.
We made it easy to share.
And then we can bond over what great fiction Keith has written.
You and your dad got along, right?
Yeah. He was a pretty laid back dude.
Okay.
Yeah, we got along great. He wasn't a big talker. He's one of the people where, like, if he said something, then you were like, all right, we're really in trouble now.
I see.
Like, he would just kind of let it just go by till finally one day he'd be like, all right, this is too much. And then you'd be like, all right, we'll stop.
I'm looking at those questions that we ask people ahead of time. For example, did you ever quit a job or leave? Thinking about Chemda ending Keith and the girl in March on her end. Did you catch your parents lie as an adult? This kind of thing. I do remember Rojo being a valet, and he was parking a van. But remind me of the story where I know you busted out a window.
Oh, man, this was one of my first jobs in New York, and I was working out in, like, deep Queens, like Mafia Queens.
Right.
Like, they washing money. And it was like this convention center type joint, and they had a basement where you'd go park the cars, and I was in a minivan, and I, like, reversed it in, and I mean, when I tell you I just hit, like, the edge of the air conditioner unit from the building, and it cracked, and the whole thing shattered, and I start yelling. I mean, like, I'm freaking out alone. The whole thing shatters. Somebody manager finally comes down, and he's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't, the AC, I guess it's bigger today.
It
wasn't that big yesterday. I think that AC got bigger. I don't know. It's holding water weight.
Do you
and
think
I
to
go,
lie? Do you think to lie? Like if somebody in the street did it, I'll just pull away from the whatever. and let it-
No, I don't have that in me.
Okay.
So I go, hey, dude, my bad. And he's like, I'm freaking out. He goes, hey, go home tomorrow when you come in for your shift. We'll talk about this again. And I never went back.
Hey, I can't be getting a raise.
I go, you're not gonna book a yelling. You're not gonna
Right.
book me to come shit on me. You gotta do it today or not.
Yeah,
know
this
what?
could have been an all caps email.
I love that attitude because when I was younger, I had only like a, oh, you guys are older than me and you're my bosses and I'm just going to behave and everybody knows better than me. And I wish I was like, oh, I don't go to work like that. I remember I was 17 years old. I worked in a retail clothing store in the West Village, and it was called Mano a Mano. And
Ooh.
there were suits in the back, and the front had more casual clothing, but it was very much an adult store. Like the back had like actual salespeople that tailored your suit and things like that. We weren't allowed to wear jeans to work as even like, working on the floor as salespeople. I was a cashier. And everybody in that store, well, the men were super nice to me and hitting on me, even though they were adults. The women were just, I hated this because I'm like, oh my God, this is just like TV, but I didn't know this would really happen. Every guy's like, well, I'm 40, but if I was your age, I'm like, but you're doing it. It's not, this is hitting on. This isn't if I was, we are already here and you're walking me to the train and going, if you would. And I'm like, but you are. Okay,
Right.
that's math, but I didn't understand that math at 7 years. Like, oh, okay. And the women would mean, 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 mean. One time, this is how mean they were. They casually were just so fucked up. They call me from another store, one of them, and they're like, ugh, can you put someone on who actually knows what they're talking about? You know what I did? Because what I would do now is, yeah, sure, and put them on hold and just like either hang up or just leave them there. I put her on hold and got another bitch. Like, I think she wants to talk to you because you probably know better. And like, and I'm old enough to know that they're really just being assholes and you probably don't need to respond to this kind of bullshit. But I'm like, I'm at a job. Somebody told me to do something. This isn't for me. So yeah, it was just nice, constantly nice. Like, okay, if you don't want to talk to me and somebody smarter, I'll put somebody smarter on. Okay.
Were you at chat? Good. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, man, it's really like the length people will go to be dicks. Like I had a manager at a restaurant in college once who told me, she goes, I pray you're not the smartest person in your family.
Oof.
Is what, and it was just like, and you're like, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I go, I hope so too, because then we fucked as a family. Because I'm making minimum wage at this job.
Right. I think I was making like $5 an hour, $5.15 an hour, because $3.50 was minimum wage, and I was like, I am higher than minimum wage. And I remember my brothers going to me, "That's Manhattan minimum wage. You are just spending those dollars on the train." And I'm like, "Whatever, I'm rich," because I'm still going to high school. But these are like these people's actual job, and they just remained petty. And I was like, I got to go to school like tomorrow, and you're being fully grown adults. This is what I'm going to school for, to enter the world of this. Another example, one of them apparently dated one of the suit people, and he walked me to the train or something because we were walking in the same direction. The next day, one of the women who were just gross to me also walked me to, let's walk together. I'm like, what
Wow.
could this be? Do you like so and so? And I'm like, oh, this happens as an adult. And I'm like, and I'm thinking like, I'm 17, he's 28. Like, this is a grown adult. I go, no, what? And he goes, okay, because so and so used to date him, and I'm just guessing. We're just hanging out, so I'm just talking, girl. Like all of a sudden we have mimosas in our hands, and all the rest of that other shit wasn't happening. I was like, is this not transparent to adults? Like, do we have to pretend like this is life? It was so confusing to me as a high school kid that adults would talk to me like that and just be like petty in real life. And all I did, the biggest feeling I had was feeling bad for them, because this is not my life. I'm in high school. This is a job that like after I, it's after I hang out at the club all night, and after I go to school, I hang out at the club all night. I don't sleep. I come here and I work, and you guys are wondering if I like so and so. I'm like, this is a real job. What's happening?
You
It's
fail in
a
high school
sad-
classes
yeah.
on purpose to stay a little
Oh.
longer.
Right.
Like, I can't get into this adult shit. These moments, they don't got anything put together.
It was worse than high school. High school, you have a bell and it's like, wrap this conversation up. You got to go to another stupid ass conversation.
See, now I'm
This-
imagining the official work stationery having a yes, no, maybe box on it.
Were you a good employee, Chaz? Like, I don't picture you causing trouble.
I'm just the best.
Everybody got along with you?
Yeah. It was that's yes. I'm gonna say yes. The vast
Huh?
majority did. Yeah. Usually when I work around people, if I'm sensing a hostility, I'll deliberately try to work around them more until I can find that we have some commonality together, and then so that way if I ever have to work with them again, I can always immediately divert to that topic of interest or that shared feeling. So it could be like, well, okay, well then, hey, guess we're gonna let's talk about this thing while we do this thing. We have to work together to make it go by easy instead
It's
of
like how
someone
when
just
you're in
seething.
pickleball and you pick the right paddle. That's how
Well-
we're gonna pick this document right now. Am I close?
You are picking up what I'm putting down.
I do believe
What-
this is
where
the
do you
whole
work,
plot
Chaz?
of how to win friends and influence people.
Yeah. I currently have 3 jobs. And all the workplaces I'm currently in are all fantastic.
I swear to God, if one's working at an interface company, I'm gonna break this whole fucking.
You got a
company.
GameStop energy to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I work at an outer face company. So, yeah, no, I work for I'm an honor DJ for The Current here in Minnesota, which is the NPR affiliate. I'm a writer for the Los Angeles Times from here, because why should life make sense? And I'm also the broadcast
New York.
manager. Yeah. And I'm also a writer for the I'm the broadcast manager for the 3 Minneapolis public access cable stations.
Oh man, one of these need to pony up and give you real money. So you ain't gotta fucking do 3 real jobs.
Stop
This is-
telling people you enjoy what you do. I think that's the
LA
main
Ti-
thing.
he not gonna say it, but LA Times, y'all being stingy. Chaz too scared to say it. Pay this man. The
You ever
fuck
see-
is this?
I hear comedians, by the way, all the time. They're like, I would do this job for free. Well, trust me, the owners heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop saying that, everybody.
Happy to be here. Shucky dang darn dang.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I did a worst job I ever had though. Well, I shouldn't say that because it was bottom 2 and it's not 2. Okay, worst job I ever had. I moved to Los Angeles, California to this is in 2015, 2016 to work for a live streaming startup back when those were like the 1 year those were huge with like Periscope, Meerkat, Stickcam, all those like just before the whole Facebook Live takeover of it. And so it was someone who I'd known from my time in New York, and at that point he had like worked in LA for a bit at a few like larger corporations like Endemol, and he the razzle dazzle for those. He left from those to work for this live streaming company, and just immediately like the promises that were made to get me to come out there just started over the course of like the year out there, like slowly, like one by one, just kind of going on the wayside. While this particular gentleman who was like my direct boss, really, I can't say why or how it was happening, but he was just kind of really disconnecting from reality. In particular, he wanted me to rewrite a press release that he was about to put out. He said, yeah, so I wrote this thing. Can you just take one look at it before it goes out? And it was not my job at the time, but I worked in media. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I look at it, and he had written everything for his name instead of it being like the live streaming company's name and then president and then his name. He changed it also. It had been written president and then his name and then of live streaming company. And so I said to him, like, this is taking up a lot of space, and if you just made it that, and he said, oh no, because like I'm watching like the election coverage, and I think it's better if it says president and then his name and then of and then the company. And it's like that was kind of the moment where I'm like, yeah, this is not going to get better at all ever. Yeah. So
And then you ran out.
yeah, it got what had happened was there was a President's Day like happened, and our work meetings are always on Monday, but it was President's Day, federal day off, so he just didn't book the meeting. There hadn't been mention of it, so no one showed up to his then Skype for the meeting. And so he sent like some like really angry emails off being like, so why weren't you at the meeting? Is this you officially quitting? To people who weren't there, because no one was there, because it was President's Day. And so I had written back just a bullet point by bullet point, everything that was promised for me at the job that he did not deliver on for each one. And
that
then
didn't fix it. That's strange.
You'd think, yeah. And so I ended it with, please do not contact me again. And that was my quitting. And so he responded with an email that says, you don't have the skills to work at a company like this.
Okay, right. That's important. Yeah, to get that out there. That's real fucking important.
Yeah. And then he he took a sabbatical. He was let go a month later for sexual harassment and stealing from the company. So,
Oops.
Oops. Yeah. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah.
When we did the questions before this, I realized I had no answers for them. I was like, so Chaz has made me remember I got fired from a job working marketing for a taxi company in Oxford, and the guy who ran it was insane. He was a mentally unwell man who'd set up this taxi company in a city where there were already many successful ones, and not like a startup he was just doing what everyone else did but worse. And he was like, we should market so everyone knows who we are. I was like, yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna print key rings and put them in the inboxes, like physical inboxes of every student in the university. So that's 25,000 people will have our number on their key ring. He goes, no. People don't have keys. People love helium balloons. And I'm like, what? He goes, we hand out helium balloons with the number on. Everyone will take one. People love... I was like, dude, people let go of helium balloons. Why would they keep a balloon with them? A key ring is like, no, you don't know how to market. Anyway, this for many weeks, I've just had to deal with this idiot. And then one day he came in, and the office manager was this really autistic, really nerdy guy who I got on well with, obviously. And he just goes, you've been calling my wife. And the guy's like, what? He goes, you've been calling my wife and saying sick things to her, you pervert. And he's like, what? And he goes, look at this call log. All the calls from this office go to my home number. People... And the guy's like, yeah, you call your wife from your office. And he's like, no, I don't. No, I don't. You do. And you've been saying sexual things. And he's like, you're fired. And the guy the autistic guy's like, you're crazy. You are insane. You need help. And then he leaves. And then he looks at me and he goes, you're office manager now. And I go, no, I don't think. He goes, okay, you're fired. And I was like, cool, bye.
It's a raise or nothing.
He was then the only person left in the office. That was it. It was only three of us.
Let go all that dead weight around here. Now we can start business.
I think during that time period, because you said about the video stuff, it makes me think I worked at this place, a brand new place called woof.com, WOOF, like a dog. And it was internet porn. And you, a customer, would be, chatting with these chicks, but you don't really chat with them because it could get too nasty and violent. You went through me, and I told her what you were saying. I was catfishing everybody.
Wait a minute. No, go back to this.
So you think you're talking to a woman, but I don't want you to be too much.
So let's say I'm writing her. And then I hit send. That message goes to Astoria, Queens.
Yes.
And then do you text? Like, how do you get the message over?
She doesn't know. She probably doesn't even know I'm doing it.
So you answer back?
No, she'll answer back. She was allowed to answer back, but it would be, they wouldn't.
But you show her the message and then she sends you.
Here's what would happen. Do you remember, like, this is like old internet, right? So we don't remember. We're too young for the other version of it, which is old telephone, where you had to call the operator and go, operator, put me through to number 536, because they had like only succession.
Yeah.
And then that operator would push through, and she could probably, usually was she could probably listen in. This was kind of like that. Like, you're filtering through Keith. Yes. And if someone was like, why don't you put that in your ass like the rest of it, including your mom, and then get your dad to blow you or whatever, he'd be like,
you have a great ass.
Right. So he'd filter, and then she doesn't know that he's filtering. So she's responding just to whatever's coming through. That guy's getting an answer, but is not getting her insulted. So he's just
Right.
the filter, but that's because it's just old school internet.
He's the punch-up guy.
Yes.
That sounds like matchmaking to me. That sounds like how you find love.
Well, I find out they finish, I'm like, yeah, that feels pretty good.
You do?
It's like
was
being a
serious.
waiter. Like, I
all
made
three of
your
us are
day.
spent.
It was Cyrano, but like very weird.
Yes, exactly. All right, before we say goodbye to Chris Turner, Chris, could you do us a favor and
Beep
just
bop.
do one final beep bop, maybe about the work environment. Rojo breaking the glass on day one, not showing up because why would you bother? Chaz and his experiences at this job. I didn't catch it all. We got
Chemda getting hit on by 40-year-olds.
And liking it. I think we skipped over that part.
Oh, yeah.
Loving it.
That's not the
Yeah.
vibe I got, but okay. Marketing for the taxi company I like. There's some jobs you find out people doing. It's like, I don't think this was your plan as a kid. Unless the taxi cab is like, a family business. I don't think you wanted to market for taxi cabs. But anyway, if you could sum all this up and put us in a happy place, because some of these are sad stories, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, let's ooh, look at this. These are just downloaded and fresh. Beautiful,
New
right?
shit, shit.
Yeah, new shit. But also do the beat boops. Do the beat boops, Chemda. Come on, this has got like 2 more bars of intro.
Beep bop,
Okay.
beep bop.
I love the type of vibes that we're sending. Chemda saying beat bop like she transcending. Beats out the blue, call him heaven sent. Chaz does the press release, Mr. President. The guy was watching the presidential race. You had to punch it up, no egg on his face. That guy was pretty crazy. He was like sabbatical sexual harassment. And maybe Keith could get pally. Mr. Malley, punch it up, not Tin Can Alley. I just mean he makes sure that the ladies on the sex line think they have the best time. If you're trying to send something like rimming in the vag, he be saying, nah, call her queen, your majesty. And me there in the taxi marketing, he was like, you want promotion, you want to start things? Nah, king, you're crazy. We'd never call your wife, that would be strange. You Chemda my advice, if a 40-year-old man approaches you slowly, mano a mano, you want to know me, mano a mano, or man or woman. You were like 17, thinking of something. People call up like, can you change me for someone who knows and not so crazy? You were like, leave it there on hold and then click. But instead you handed over to some other bitch. And now we switch this. Oh, in Flushing, Queens, Rojo was there smashing screens. That was the mafia area of town. You didn't have your eyesight turned around. You were smashing it there. It was crazy the next day, because you smashed the windscreen with the AC.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
I think we covered everyone.
Best new guest, Chris Turner. In fact, take a look at keithandthegirl.com/awards. keithandthegirl.com/awards. I have every year we've done the Katka Awards, the saddest moments that you nominated, the happiest moments, the craziest, the cringiest, all that. We do a awards show where we play the old clips, then another show where we call the winners. And as you know, of course, Chris Turner won Best New Guest on this most recent one. Catch up, keithandthegirl.com/awards. Chris, thank you so much again for your time. You're fantastic.
Thank you so much. And
Spectacular.
bon courage for the next 23 hours.
I think that means go get him. And if so, I appreciate it.
Go get them in pretentious
All right.
Frenches. Bye.
Take care. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Now, Rojo, keep in mind as we go through stories now, you'll be rapping. Just to wrap. That's how we're going to keep this.
I can't wait. Yeah. I'm going to start taking notes now. I've always, I've gotten to the point where I mumble rap.
Okay.
You know where you go, because you think you're rapping along with a song and you go, I'm hitting all these words.
Right.
But then when you know head buzz, you're like, and you're like, nothing's coming out. But I swear I'm killing it.
Yeah, I'll karaoke something for the first time and be like, those were the words. Okay. All right. I warned my landlord that I'm doing the 24-hour marathon because, and it doesn't really bother me so much, but I can hear him through my wall, through a door I have in between us. Locked, shut, nobody can go through there, but I do hear him. And I know if I hear him throughout 24 hours, that's going to be too much. So I say, hey, the mic. I tell him every year the mic might pick you up. That should calm you down. I know that you're into the TV show Taxi right now. As a clue. Thanks, you reminded me. It's pretty good sometimes. But it seems that every year I have to remind him, and it catches him off guard. And usually it's on a week. It's always on a weekend, and he's usually not home during weekends. But I still want to warn him, and so usually I tell him in person. This time I texted him because I've been forgetting to tell him. Hey there, I keep meaning to say this, so I'll type it so I don't forget. Sometimes I hear you through the door, which is fine. But I just wanted to say that February 3rd and 4th, I really don't care. February 3rd and 4th, Saturday and Sunday, we're doing our yearly 24-hour marathon show recording. And I just want you to say that the mic might pick up whatever you're up to. Just that yearly note. Personally, I love eavesdropping. I want to know what everybody in the building's up to. And my landlord said, sorry, I didn't know. Then I said, oh, I don't mind so much. And you got me to see Cheers again. So that's good.
Oh, did you really say that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It still holds up.
Oh my God.
I'll ask my son, who does work on the building, to put some insulation by the door. And I'm like, okay, but I did tell you about this yearly though. Anyways, and I'm just thinking this would have been so different in person. But maybe he had to read. I don't know. Like, this has been brought up year after year, and you almost always say, oh, I'm out of town that weekend anyway. Thanks. Really wasn't being passive aggressive. Now, I don't know at this point if I'm making it worse. I'm just
no. I think you're making it worse because you led with it. That's what I did. The first thing in your first text goes, you don't even say the marathon until like sentence 3. The first couple are just you being like, hey, motherfucker, I can hear you.
You think?
Yeah. And then you're like, which doesn't bother me. The only time you would say that is because it bothers you. You started the text with this.
Oh, shit. I said, thanks. Really wasn't being passive aggressive, just saying about a long recording. Do you think I'm giving too much detail that makes it sound like I am passive aggressive?
Like you hear everything.
He said, are you recording now? Let me know before. Does that mean you're not reading what I'm writing?
Yeah.
Do you think like me and the audience are talking about you literally right now as I'm texting?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you recording now? What's that?
You caught him off guard. He probably thinking about how angry you are at him, so he not putting together times.
And he does like me a lot. I don't ask for extra work on my house. I don't ask for those free paintings you're supposed to get. I always have rent on time. Obviously, during COVID, a lot of people didn't, et cetera, et cetera. So he does like.
Do you invite them over for poker?
No.
Man, that's messed up. Invite the fucking landlord over. Show him you like him.
I don't think, you know what? Landlords, though, often get confused that it's still their building. You know what I mean? I've had landlords that really think, it's my place now. And they don't understand that. So I don't need them wondering if somebody's opening up their refrigerator too hard at a party. I'm going to need that for later if you can close the cabinet doors a little later. Nothing went out. That you've said. I just like to say 24 hours is a long time, and it's only this weekend. So he said, so this coming weekend you will record for 24 hours?
Oh God. Oh my God. I think he thinks you have a recording device in it, like by the door or something. This is becoming you warning him that because you can hear him, you're now recording.
Like the apartment's bugged.
Right.
Yes.
He's so close to cracking the code.
but the next day I did hear what was on his TV, and I'm like, I guess he's over it, or it's not the weekend.
Oh my God.
He's still making phone calls. I said, yes, starting at 2 p.m. on Saturday. Saturday, I will be in Bayside. And I go, well, this worked out.
Oh my God.
Then he said, I was there last night and last Friday night. It will work out. And I said, yeah, it's only once a year, and this most likely is the last marathon. And he said, okay, it will be okay. And I'm like, all right, just end it. So
what if like being in Bayside meant he was watching a Saved by the Bell marathon?
Right.
We'll find out soon.
Right.
When I wake up in the morning, da, 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 da.
He told me about, like, he knows other landlords, and he told me about a place that was open close to me that was 2-bedroom. And I was like, well, maybe we'll do a studio again, which we stopped because of the pandemic. We'll see. I mean, 1,500 people are still dying a week from COVID. It's still going on. But anyway, I'm thinking about getting a studio. And he goes, if you know anybody that wants a 2-bedroom, let me know. And I go, okay, actually, I might take a look at it and see what's doing. And he goes, oh, you're a great tenant. I shouldn't have said anything.
Oh, wow.
I go, if you own it, maybe. And he goes, it's somebody else, and don't even worry about it.
Oh, shit.
So he does like me.
Wow, what a weird fucking way to know that you are secure in your apartment in New York City.
Yeah.
Well, this is bigger than your wedding. We got invited to this. Wow.
You know what's funny? I do
I'm
remember.
serious.
At some point, I forgot what day it was, and I just forgot about rent. And then maybe on the 3rd or whatever, he goes, "Hey, rent," and I go, "Oh shit, I totally forgot about it. Sorry, here it is." And he's like, oh, good. I wish more tenants were like you, blah, blah, blah. And it's during COVID. I know other people aren't paying or are keeping them waiting. And so anyway, then the son was over fixing something. And I just wanted a pat on the back. And I'm like, everybody paying rent on time? Things going on? Holding up all right during COVID?
You're pushing.
Yeah, I'm pushing. Just to recognize I'm the best. And he goes, yeah, people are doing good. Yeah. And I'm like, you fucking liar. You goddamn liar. You know I'm the best. Okay, that's good. I just was curious about your business,
Wow. That's got to feel great.
It does feel good. It does feel good. And I know that he'll fix me eavesdropping on him if I want. That's how good I am.
He's going to insulate his whole apartment for one Saturday. That's a year that you can't deal with it. And this dude's like, no, we got to get on it.
And then he rips it down on Monday. I got to use it for another building. Chaz Kangas, let's say goodbye to Chaz. Chaz, it's great to see you again. Chaz is a fantastic rapper. Would you know it from today? You just got to believe us. But we are going to get this done. You do promise you're going to get an interface. Is that safe to say?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're gonna knock them dead, and we will pit you two against each other and make this not fun. I promise. Okay.
We have to create a new word that's so fun it's more fun than fun.
Right.
White Zombie 1995 style.
Chaz, thanks a lot. It's good seeing you.
Hey, always so great seeing you. I always have so much fun doing these marathons. Congrats, Chemda, and thanks so much for having me. I still, even outside of the KATG universe, when listing like a list of like names or prefaces to my name, I'll sometimes throw in Mr. 2151 because that was the first episode of Keith and the Girl that I was on, and I just like how 2151 sounds together, and as well as an homage. So this is always so much fun. Have a fantastic marathon.
Thank you. Of course, like all the guests, you can type in keithandthegirl.com/Chaz Kangas, and you'll see I'm not full of shit. It's fantastic. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Later.
Best of luck with your 10 jobs.
Thanks.
May one of them be fruitful.
You're late to one of them right now. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Joining us, Sara Levine. Hello, Sara.
Hi, how are you guys?
I'm doing all right. What's you up to today? How's it going in general?
Just the usual.
Okay, excellent. Fantastic. The usual. It's the usual, everybody.
I don't know. What does anybody do on a Saturday? Just like watch TV?
We're celebrating, among other things, the new book, the Dad Emails book, where
I cannot wait to read that. That is like my favorite story ever.
It's so if you take a look at keithandthegirl.com/dad book, my dad hit on my ex-wife. My ex-wife said, "What the fuck is this?" I thought, what the fuck? I got the Malleys in my life still. I said, "Hey, he happened to rate you on my birthday. That's interesting. So as a birthday present, can I act like I'm you?" She's like, "Will you leave me alone?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Go ahead." And so I started catfishing my dad as her. It's very, I'm very, very excited.
I have no clue why she took a restraining order out on you.
She's like, I think I did the right
super
thing.
Chill. I don't.
We do have, you know what? I'll tell you at the very end where I have the thank yous. I have about the authors, and I have Keith Malley, then I have Catherine Lavery, and then my dad, Michael G. Malley. Catherine's is creator of bestself.co. Catherine Lavery lives in Austin, Texas with her wife, child, and 2 dogs. She is thoroughly disgusted with the Malley family, and she doesn't understand why she can't just be left alone. So shout out to Catherine. Thank you.
I
You guys
cannot
have
wait
to
for
split profits?
What's that? Hey, oh, wait. Oh. Well, first
Right?
of all, to split the profits, we're going to count how many words I wrote and how many words her thank you was.
Right.
And then we'll fraction that off.
You using her name.
I'd spell it wrong. I
Without her
probably spelled
Which side
permission
it.
are
to use
you
the
on?
name.
I
Yeah.
probably spelled it wrong.
Thanks for being here, Rojo.
Yeah, Rojo has to
Good to
go.
see you.
I'm gonna put it in my bio. I wrote this book too.
Either of you guys, Sara or Rojo, you ever catch your parents as an adult? Have you ever catch them in a lie?
I haven't caught them in a lie, but my parents like will do this weird thing. Well, they'll withhold information until like the very last moment. Like we had to go to like a funeral and it was deep COVID, like there were no vaccines. And I'm just assuming it's going to be a small thing. And my parents are like, oh, as we're on the way, like, oh, by the way, there's going to be 400 people there. What? Or like we'll be going over to like my brother's house and they'll be like, oh, by the way, the cats have fleas. And we're like, what? Like, what? Tell me this beforehand.
What did you end up going to a 400-person funeral?
Yeah, I stood outside because I was paranoid, but everybody
Did you say
else.
wedding? Did you say wedding or funeral?
It was
Oh.
a funeral,
Well, for sure, yeah.
but yeah,
Who was this person?
my uncle. So now I'm
And-
the asshole.
No,
was,
no,
like,
but
on
was
side
your
watching
uncle
on the screen.
famous? Who know 400 people?
I don't
That's
know.
a wild.
It's a lot. I mean, I feel my family didn't even like him very much. So
I bet you my dad has 400 people. Like, I got to see this motherfucker is dead.
I never heard of a 400-person funeral. I didn't even know. Where do you have a 400 at a wedding?
Yeah.
At a wedding
At a
venue?
convention center, right?
it was at the Javits Center.
There was a portion of the funeral where they're just trying out coffins with the dude. Like it's just in Jewish tradition we do things differently.
Sara had an aunt, hope I'm not getting too personal, commit suicide. Your parents didn't even want to tell you.
Yeah, I know. I was as I was talking about this, I was like, I think I have some things to unpack in therapy, I guess. But yeah, I mean, my aunt was like, she had been sort of ill for like a long time, and she was just like very, I don't know, difficult to deal with, which we don't need to get into. But she passed away, and I just kind of assumed it was because of her chronic illness. Like nobody asked any questions. And then I think a month later, when my parents were taking me out to dinner, and I want to say like it was my birthday, they were like, oh, by the way, your aunt like committed suicide, which I actually already knew because my cousin told me. So I had to like act surprised.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
How are you at acting surprised? Because I'm the worst. Because
I'm terrible.
I imagine you're terrible. In my head, I'm like, okay, I'm about to nail this. And I'm like, what?
I had no idea. Yeah.
I go like extra overboard and it's just terrible.
Yes, exactly. What? Her?
Right?
Wow. Shocking.
You should like go like throw your cake across the room.
Oh,
What the
my God.
fuck?
How could that be? But she's so stable.
Oh man.
Someone would have told me. I don't believe it. There's no way. You're being scammed. What is the worst thing that you ever did to your parents that hurt their feelings? Rojo Perez.
As a teenager, I figured out I could get my mom to cry with words.
Oh,
And
too.
like I stopped somewhere around like 14, 15. I just stopped calling her mom and I would call her by her name. And we'd be like, if there was an argument, I'd be like, Irma, please, not right now.
Oh.
And it would, when I tell you, I mean, I would see her eyes, like she would fucking get so angry. She'd like cry, like anger cry. And it was, I'd let her sit in it. It was real fun.
And I was such a good kid, but yeah, that would have been great. I know how he turns out that I'm like, hey, Mikey, relax. I'll walk home from school myself. I mean, if I knew legally, like they have to let you stay in that house, like I know as an adult, everything would have changed. I didn't know it's okay to fight your parents sometimes, physically even. I didn't know they can't kick you out. It would have been a whole new world had I knew what was going on. Oh my, Sara, what do you think is you hurt your parents the most?
I feel like I'm really bad with like remembering dates, like birthdays and stuff like that. Like I'll know when someone's birthday is And then I'll be like, I know that today is like, let's say September 4th. I know my boyfriend's birthday is September 4th, but it like doesn't like compute. I can't put 2 and 2 together. So like I've forgotten to call my parents on their birthday or like anniversaries, and that's gotten them really upset.
I have troubles with
Really?
that sometimes too, and obviously you can put it in your phone and everything, but I'm like, I'll remember now. Now I feel
Yes.
bad. I made such a big deal of it in my head. Of course.
You know
It's
what
a
it
pride
sounds
thing
like?
too. I'm like, I
It's-
don't need the reminder. Like
Right.
I'll remember. I don't.
It sounds like you guys know when people's birthdays. You just don't know what today's date is.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need a calendar, I guess.
This is kind of just so mild. Like you forgot to tell your family happy birthday, and that being like a terrible thing means you guys, it sounds like, get along pretty well
I
because
mean, yeah, you for them it would be like you would think I had, I don't know, stolen their retirement or something. The way it was like, but yeah,
I remember one time my brother and I were in the backyard and there was like a barbecue area there. So we weren't messing with lawn or anything, but we were lighting some paper on fire and it was the middle of the night. We just happened to be awake. We both like watching fire happen. And it was very mild. It was in a pit of where like a barbecue fire should be, but my mother also woke up in the middle of the night. She checks on her kids and we're not in our beds. We don't know this. She's checking around the house. We're not there. She is now in panic mode fully when she realizes we're in the back setting fires. I had never seen her so upset because she's also like middle of the night. And for some reason, and I think this is a generational thing, she just thought that one day, at least one of her children, like it seemed so definite in her mind, we would be plucked from our bed. Like they would get through the front door, up the stairs. We had stairs, plucked from the bed. And then she would wake up and go like, holy shit, why didn't I wake up? So she thought we were plucked from the bed. She flipped out. It was the only time she ever hit me. And I fully understood. I stood there like she hit me out of like her hands were just flinging and she just went pow. And I wasn't on my face or anything. I can't even remember where it was. And I just stood there going like, this poor woman, I know she's not in her right mind. And it doesn't even matter that she just hit me because I think I would hit someone too, because it was just so frantic. She's not a hitting person. I've never seen her like even raise her hand to anyone. She ran out of words and she was flipping out. I was like, oh man, I feel so bad that she had
That's
this
one
time.
of those that it's like, oh, this one hurts me more than it hurts you.
Yeah.
Like she is hitting you out of just like joy. Like, oh, I'm relieved. I'm
You're
angry
here.
but relieved. Yeah,
Let me make sure you're really here. Smack, smack,
yeah.
smack.
Yeah,
I
and
wonder.
it was one time. It was like it wasn't anything. It was just yeah.
I wonder if I really did. I didn't do bad things as a kid. If I really did something bad, I wish I did some bad things so that regular things weren't bad. Like,
Sure.
you know, like we did, I don't know, regular things, and my dad would make up punishments and shit. But like, if I stole a car once, would that have been better? And been like, okay, he's not stealing cars. He's not finishing his food.
Dude, I had I'll tell it. My cousin, he gets at the time he's like 16. He's living in New York. He's having a tough go at it. His dad, my uncle's getting frustrated, and he sends him to Puerto Rico to stay with us for a couple months, right?
Okay.
So he comes, and I'll never forget. He goes with my dad to work at like this junkyard type place.
He sent them to
Somebody-
Uncle Phil's house. It was Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was far from Uncle Phil. I said junkyard. So they take him. He's working. Some dude pulls in to buy a piece for a car, is inside for a while. My cousin takes this guy's car, drives it. Keys were in. He takes it, goes to my aunt's house, takes out the speakers, took out the radio, and was driving the car back to go park it where this dude had left it. He was about to rob this dude.
He did rob the
crazy.
dude. He
And
wasn't about
when
to.
I tell you, yes, he was about to finish, get away with it, I guess
Okay.
is a better way to say it. And when I tell you, my dad found, like, they called him as he's parking. And my dad, I mean, hit him from getting out the car to back in the car to back to my house, hit him to the airport. And I swear to you, he put him on a flight. And mid-flight, he called my uncle, like, go pick up your son. He on the way back.
Yeah.
He's hitting him as he's going through the gate.
All the way through.
Officer.
He pre-check.
Right.
He told one of the flight attendants, like mid-flight, if he falls asleep, just whack him and keep
Just hit him again.
Trust.
It's got to be something. What's it like, I wonder, when you're a parent and you know your kid's going to do some fucked up things? Not necessarily stealing cars, but just stupid shit, but you know they're lying or cheating or whatever. And then it happens. Like, is the getting upset legit? Are you upset thinking now you thought they weren't going to do the stupid things that kids do, but you're not surprised, but you have to act upset because that's what you have to do? Am I making sense?
Because I think also you kind of upset because you go, God, I made a dumb one.
Right.
Like, this is me. This is a tiny me, and I fucked this one up. So you're always like, how could you be that dumb?
But like, you said you were going to the library, you went to a party. Now I have to act like I'm surprised and upset. It's better I don't have a dork, I guess.
You're judging what they're lying about.
Yeah.
You walk in, you're like, Dad, smell my fingers.
Oh,
Yeah.
They better not smell like fresh library books, like you said.
No, I just think, I think now that I am in my late 40s, if I had children and had to do the regular adult shit that I have to do, like, I think they get upset, not because you went to the party and they said no. They get upset because it's like, now I have to do something, like even talk to you and fucking, who cares? And
now I have to parent.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, can't you just do the right thing so that one of my jobs is on hold for a second? I think that's what ends up happening. And I could feel that happening to my parents. Their life was shifting in a way that they didn't expect, that they didn't like. Plus, we were all teenagers at the same time. And we were all just sick of being told what to do. I think my parents also. And I think they just gave up and are like, yeah, you went to your friend's house until 4 or 6 a.m. All right, can you just sneak into the house a little quieter so I don't wake up and have to fake confront you? I am so tired of being your parent. Aren't you an adult yet? God, we were conservative until you pushed us. This is annoying.
I think the only thing I'd really be nervous about is when they're real young and they draw pictures that you're like, do I, because I've seen so many horror movies. Like, what the fuck did they just draw? And was this supposed to be me? And is a bird eating my face? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that. I feel like when I was a kid, I drew like all these little, like sort of comics and pictures. I was mad at my parents. I'm like, oh, my dad is like, I don't think this was happening, but like, oh, my dad is a spider, and then I'm gonna like step on the spider or like whatever.
That would scare me as a parent, because what would scare me the most is the wisdom to know the difference. I don't know if I need to address you or go like, oh, what a great imagination, what would
like,
happen
this is
to
not
me?
Accurate biologically. There's only 7 legs. Like, you gotta do better.
Do you think I wouldn't have all 8 legs?
Yeah.
And that becomes a thing.
I mean, the 8th leg is on you. So
my dad loves making up what things could mean. So I could see him thinking 7 legs means something. Like, I'm saying he's inadequate. I remember for Christmas we sent him what's that? Those
Omaha
steaks.
steaks.
Omaha steaks. And filet mignons, all this shit. And
wait,
he
but
got it.
but like, just there's something about food from your house, right? Like, he hid eating
Yes.
chocolates, and they get like the cheapest cuts of meat, and
Mhm.
then they freeze it for a year and a half before they could use it. Like they're very frugal. So this was like a zhuzhed up, like go ahead and have the filet mignon and the, triple stuffed potato thing. And it was like, yeah, this is the best. What do you get for fucking adults? What do
Right.
you get? This sounds great. Yeah, you're not
Keep sending
vegetarian.
Bibles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he got it, and then he goes, I got your gift. I'm like, okay, well, enjoy, whatever the fuck. And then he goes, I think I got what you were trying to say. I'm like, what? Here's some meat? And he goes, no, you were saying your old man's full of beef.
What does that mean, though?
Is that a saying? I guess he means full of shit, but what?
Is that
Yes.
the Arby's motto? Like,
Yeah, it was $200 to tell you to fuck off. What?
That's such a stretch.
Yeah.
To go beef, I guess bullshit. You're
I'm
like,
a
I
piece
guess,
of shit.
ah.
Okay, somehow this ends where I'm a piece of shit. How? Think. Okay. Bone in, I'm a big boner. I'm a hard on. I'm a piece of shit. Okay. I'm gonna make a phone call.
Where's the beef? We've got beef.
Right.
Oh, you're fighting with me? Okay. Oh, I got steak. Oh, I can't feed my family. My wife hates me. I get what you're saying. It just, but he
I'm
has
a
to have that
vampire.
kind of imagination. Otherwise, why 2 years after your divorce would he contact your ex-wife?
And he did
had
it.
to make up in his head, it's now time to contact this person because this is totally normal.
But he also did it, like we alluded to before, on my birthday. So he knew it was my birthday, and then that made him think of my ex-wife, and that's why he wrote.
That's even so
Then
much
later, wish
closer.
me happy birthday, either that day or the next.
He's doing his your birthday email correspondence.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he started there, like, hey, and then like, how's my son doing on his birthday? Like, how you doing, Dad? Who else? Jesus Christ.
In the poll, I don't know if Sarah, you heard, he sent the book to his father, the book of,
And had him
him
sign for it.
yeah.
oh my God.
So
They-
I in the poll that you did, will your father respond to this? I said yes. I don't know that he knows how not to respond to something. He's got nothing else going on, too.
I said no because you can never tell, in all fairness. But I said no because once you see it as, like, when I sent it to him as a PDF, and I said, whatever you rate at the end, whatever you write me back, whatever it is, literally I will write that down word for word. You could say, meaning he can say it's bullshit. He can have some kind of thought that's going to confuse people. And everybody wants to see all sides of things. So they'd be happy just to be confused a little bit. That's just the way people are. So
Which one's gonna fuck with you more? Because not respond. Like, which one do you like? If he didn't respond, you'd be like, well,
I'm
never.
I'm
even
glad
tried
he
to respond.
responded, because I know it's going to be dumb, whatever it is.
Okay.
And he thinks he can confuse people and trick people, but he's just not smart enough to do that. And so he wrote back very, very fast, and I think
PDF.
To the PDF, and I think that meant he didn't look at the PDF.
He was like, how do I open this?
Right.
You print it.
Or it's just like, I don't even want to acknowledge it. He knows it's going to bum him out. It can't be good. He knew the gist of it. And then he wrote back, I love all my children. Some I respect a whole lot more than others. Keith
The soap
Spawn.
opera.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And so that's the end of the book. His little thing. So I'm
Did
like,
he
I
mail
do
you
want-
like some steak along with that?
Right, with hamburger meat. Now you think I'm full of beef. But a book, a physical book, means it really did happen. And the art, you can guess, is you, Dad. And you definitely at least open it up to a random page, and boom, that's an email that you wrote. Then you look for a couple random pages. Maybe there's a coincidence, and it's all you. Shit. So next thing you know, you read the whole book because you kept skipping around. You couldn't help yourself. He definitely read this book. He knows it's real. And that's why I think he won't write back being like, okay, now I know for sure anything's going to be fodder. I don't know why it took so long, but that's what I think so far. But again, you can never tell. I do think he's going to reach out to my siblings and say, you heard about Keith writing a book making fun of you and your mother who's dead. That's what I can imagine, which of course didn't happen at all. And then maybe, really, he might reach out to Rojo and say, would you like to know more?
And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say yes, baby.
Yeah, you're welcome to, of course, please.
I'm gonna start a podcast. I hear
write
there's an
my own
open
book.
slot.
It's this book, and then there's like 12 books of all the people that were part of the book of how they dealt with my dad. I don't know. We'll see. It's very exciting, though.
What'd you say, Sarah?
Oh, I had nothing.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see. We'll see. This is why I think deep down why I don't have kids. I don't need any books about me. It is funny that somebody, a couple people were like, like how do I know you wouldn't do this to me or something like that? And I'm like, I don't know. Are you hitting on my ex-wife?
The bar's pretty high.
Is this something I need to know?
Some people also think they're more compelling than they are.
Right.
You go, you're not interesting enough. Nobody gonna read chapters on you.
You'll never be my dad. And my dad's hearing this going, oh, thank you. That's good at least.
That's all you see.
They can never. Oh. It's so exciting. It's so very exciting. KeithAndTheGirl.com/dadbook. You'll see it right there. And like we said, please leave a review. That's always a big deal. Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And it's very, very exciting. How you doing so far, Chemda? We are 1 hour, 30 minutes in.
Oh my God, I thought we weren't allowed to say how much time we're in because it just throws you off and you get mad every time. Okay.
You're not, but I thought this time I would I'd take control of it.
Okay,
I think
so
this is the first time I've seen y'all this early in the marathon. Like usually I see y'all, it's full zombie energy.
Yeah.
Y'all still wired today.
Our heads start bobbing and shit.
my hair is gonna grow. It's gonna grow outwards. I just washed it this morning. It took me an hour. Thank you very much.
Wow.
And then what's funny is I took I was going at 11, right? Like at 11, I was logging in. I was making sure that people got what they need. I was getting into, but 5 minutes before we started, I was like, oh yeah, I should make coffee. Oh yeah, I should have little snacks. So I have these stupid snacks that are staring at me that I can't eat because we're already on. This is a fake Samoas. Is that what they're called?
Ooh.
Oh, yum.
But these are the Keebler version. And then I grabbed this thinking I would put it in a little baggie for myself just to have right before.
Cheetos.
And then I'm so ready with it. My freezer is just full of Trader Joe's things that you could nuke. And unfortunately, and tell me if you guys buy
We threw out our microwave because somebody told me it causes cancer.
Unfortunately, I don't remember what it is, but I have all these like nuke things that you can throw in the microwave. And oh yeah, I ate right before I started, and I thought I would have to eat by now, but I'm good. Is that the update you wanted?
That's the update. I got a lot of cheese and nut packets. Very excited about. But it is funny. Like as soon as we start, even if we ate before, it's like, oh my God, I need food. Like, we just started though, but 24 hours.
And also like I usually don't keep cookies around because I know I'll want to eat it, but I'm like, yeah, usually I'll have the nuts and I'll try to have a banana and shit like that. But I'm like, no, as soon as I'm hungry, I'm allowed to eat a cookie. I'm allowed. It's 24-hour marathon. So I'm looking at 2 cookies that I will be allowed to eat. Thank you. No, I didn't have an eating disorder as a teenager. Absolutely not. No. Why?
2 cookies per hour?
No.
No.
Seems like a good idea.
Would you like to eat a cookie, Chemda?
No.
Okay. All right.
It has to be timed right. My shit, like somebody needs to be talking, and I'm like, ooh, I haven't been listening for 30 seconds. Sugar up, here we go. And then I also want to time my edibles later on. Like I don't want to have any right now because my energy will start to deplete and I'll get like super silly. But I do want to get super silly at some point in the marathon. I'm going to have to take it maybe an hour before we're done to Possibly silly, be silly in the final hour, but for sure be silly in the after show. So stay tuned.
All right.
So they go,
Find it all
y'all
out.
doing 2 to 2?
What's that?
Yeah, it's going till 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Till
Straight through.
3 p.m. Keith, you should know till 3 p.m.
Oh my God, I made plans.
I have a 4 a.m. flight, so I'm gonna
Okay.
log back in at
Okay.
2:30 a.m.
Okay.
and I'm gonna be pretty silly by then too. So
You should, from the airport. Come on in.
yeah, I'll definitely
Drop
come
by.
hang.
Okay, all right.
Where you at now?
I am in Burlington, Vermont. If you're listening, come to a show tonight. Late show's the only one left with tickets at
All
Vermont
right.
Comedy Club.
Very
All
cool.
right.
What are
And
you gonna open with?
You curse and stuff, right?
Oh, I mean, sometimes
Yeah,
just
I
when
like
talking
that.
about God.
Yeah, that's good.
Not like.
That's good. I come to ask, what are you gonna open with?
Ooh, I got stuck in the elevator yesterday.
That'll do it.
That's all we need, baby.
That'll do it. I'm in. And can I get a break around what time? Rojo Perez, thank you so much for your time. It's good seeing you. God
Man, I
bless you.
appreciate y'all. Love y'all always. See you tonight. Bye.
Peace.
Don't forget to follow us on social media, and also so Newsy's doing the social media. You'll see in the stories on Instagram, he's taking screenshots and stuff, and doing his millennial shit that we don't know how he does so quickly. I assume that's happening, and he's also sending out Twitters. So if you like the guest, if you like the show, if you can retweet and all the things that we're supposed to tell you to do, like hit buttons in front of you. If there's a like button, if there's a dislike button, press all the buttons. In fact, there's some buttons that you might not recognize. Press those buttons, see what they do. What is it going to do? There's no button that will blow up your computer. So
All right.
enjoy.
Okay, there you have it. All right. Joining us now, Kenice Mobley. Hello, Kenice.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Good to see you. Sarah,
Good to see
Kenice,
you too.
Sarah.
Hi.
Hello, Sarah.
Kenice, speaking about family, I know Kenice
Yes.
is, I don't mean to start so hot, the family's a fucking mess. Tell me if I'm remembering this correctly. What is, first of all, to be fair to them, what would you say is the worst thing that you've ever done to your parents? What disappointed them the most other than comedy?
I mean, that kind of disappointed them. So mainly raised by my mom. The thing that I think disappointed her the most is any assertion of independence at all. So outside of
Right,
like the
that's
normal
fine.
bratty stuff, like I would call in high school and be like, "Mom, I forgot my homework. Can you like go by home and pick it up and bring it to me?" And she was like, "What is this?" Like, I'm fully at work. What? No, what are you talking about? I did. She hated it, but she was like, "Hey, I'm coming up for your grad school graduation. I've already bought the tickets, all this." And I was like, "You can't come up that time. I'm having my S&M themed graduation party, so you can't come up. You simply cannot come." And she's like, "I'll just like hide upstairs." And I was like, "No, you can either get yourself a hotel room for the night, or you can come a different day." And so she ended up coming a different day, which was much more convenient for me.
Ooh, hold on.
Yeah.
What?
Skirt.
Okay. I changed my mind. If I go back in time, I'm coming to this party. Fuck Hitler. Fuck the lotto. What is happening? What's
Okay,
going
so
on?
I was getting my master's degree. So the theme of the party was "I'm the master." And
Ooh.
so everyone interpreted that in different ways. Most people did like a BDSM. Someone came in a full gimp suit, but someone came like in a green jacket, like they're like golf masters, stuff like that.
Oh my God.
But somebody bought like a bunch of vibrators and they were just in a bowl out. And then like, yeah, I was in a corset and like that kind of thing, but everyone interpreted "I'm the master" in a variety of ways.
Sarah, would you not want to come to this party?
I was like, I should redo my graduation party. So
The police did come. It
Oh my
was
gosh.
fine.
I said I wanted to come. What did the police come about?
They were like, "What is this?" 'Cause
You're
it's
like,
just
"Here,
bunch
have
of,
a
like,
vibrator."
dorky 20 years old, like 20 somethings just being like, "Why are you trying to mess up my party?"
They
And, like,
came in and were like, not sure what was illegal about the bowl of dildos. So all they can probably come up with is why wasn't I invited? And you know what I'm noticing now is like cops are around that age. Like they look like children to me now.
Mhm.
And they're probably like 27, 28, which is how old I assume you were when you got your master's.
24.
Is that early?
Wow. That feels
But
young.
directly from undergrad into grad, and it's a 2-year program. So yeah,
What was it in again? Sorry.
film production.
Whoa.
So also imagine like a bunch of people who have experience in production design and like just silly costumey stuff anyway. And they were like, yes, we're doing this.
I was wondering which one of your friends can afford a few dildos to put in a bowl at a party. Because anyone who has ever gone to one of those stores knows you're not leaving there probably without like $50, $100 to start, right?
Yeah.
To buy those
I
things.
feel like I think they were already secondhand dildos. So I think that
Stop
someone was
it.
adding to the accoutrement, being like, well, I was granted these, but I'm not going to use these. So someone else should use these. I will bring them to this party. I think that was the thought process.
Oh,
I need
so
to know the thought process of I'm not using this. Let me give it to someone else.
You know, it's really hard to get rid of things. You have to like put it in 3 piles, and one is the giveaway pile. So apparently that's where dildos go.
Yeah. You're like,
Um,
no thanks.
So Kenice, we're also talking about leaving jobs. You've given 1 day notice, is what I'm reading here, to start another job
Yes.
the next day. What is this?
Okay, so backstory. I like to travel. I had quit one job because I had found out that they were paying the interns more than me at this tech
Oh.
job that was acquired by another company, blah, 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 blah. So I quit.
How did you find out? How did you find out?
Because I'm the HR person. I make the postings. And I was like, wait,
Oh my God.
wait. So
They
let me
thought you
let me
wouldn't find out?
Yeah. Like, let me tally up. So you're paying them this per hour, that times 40 hours a week. So they're making more than me. Okay, I'm out. I don't need this. Because you guys are also like, my office is being separated from the team. And it's like after our company was acquired, I think they already had an HR department. So they were like, we don't need her, but we don't want to fire her right away. So I was like, I'm leaving. So I left. I went on vacation. And then in Europe, I was like, oh no, I don't have any money. So I applied for jobs, and I had my first interview in Milan and my second interview in Greece. And then I had my third interview when I got back. So like the day my plane landed, and then the next day I had my interview, and I was like, I can start at the end, like the beginning of next week. So I started boom, 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 boom. But then I got a job writing on a friend's project like 2.5 months after that, truly. And they were like, you got to start like next week though. And I already had a comedy festival that I was doing in San Francisco. So it was like, hey, so sorry. I gotta leave, and tomorrow's my last day. I had already asked for this time off, but it was gonna be, so okay, you'll never see me again. But I was barely here. So
Were they mad? How did they respond?
okay, like they acted like this is gonna be a really big professional ding to you, and it's like, hey, I'm a Flibberty Gibbet. This isn't gonna be a big professional thing for me. Or not, I'm not a Flibberty Gibbet, but like I'm now working in the arts, so this isn't gonna matter to me long term. It may be,
but I didn't know
later,
people do that in real life. Like, you'll never work in this town again.
yeah, that kind of thing where it's like, wow, this is really like a ding against your, and it's like, not if I don't put it on my resume, and then no one will ever ask about it. So
No, it's going on your permanent record.
yeah.
Right.
The government keeps it, and it's a file of every wrong thing you've ever done. And I recognize that this will be in it, but that's the risk I took.
Is it like, would you tell your kids that permanent record isn't a big deal at all?
No.
Or real, because that
tell them
keeps
when they're
them in
18.
I kind of feel bad when kids don't know that, because it's like, you should probably not start your ulcer right now over like your stupid permanent record. I so thought that was real. Oh my goodness. Because they're always talking about transcripts and sending your numbers, your letters into the next
Yep.
phase of your life. Like, remember, this is going to be for the rest of your life. And the rest of your life is high school. And then after that, the rest of your life is college. So you just kind of believe them.
Yeah, but you don't
I
have
wish
to.
you could do it. If you could do everything all over again, do you think you'd end up bettering your life, or would you actually show up to school every day just to fuck with the teachers that are lying to you? Like, it's going to be
I
on your
love
permanent record.
following
No, it's
rules.
not.
I
Cards
love
on the
following
table.
rules, so I would have probably still gone to school every day, but I would have gone to parties a little bit more, and I would have not wasted time with things that didn't end up benefiting me at all. Like,
Right.
why did I take Latin for 3 years?
Right.
Why?
Do you
This
not
isn't-
understand words more now that you know Latin?
I took French for a year after that, and I should have just taken French based on like word roots and all that stuff. I can impress people. Like I got a date with a guy because on a show he was pretending to be a preacher and he said something in Latin, and then I said "Sawe quiddigitus hodie," which means "Hello, how are you?" Or "How are you doing today?" I don't even remember, but he was like, and then we hit it off and we had a few dates. But besides that, no, I don't think it was useful.
Why take Latin? Because you got a date once.
Yeah.
And he wasn't going to fuck her otherwise, by the way.
No, he
Just to be
wouldn't have.
clear. Not at all.
His dick was soft as hell, but then I spoke that sweet, sweet Latin, and he was like, "Give it to me." It was crazy how that happened.
I would go back and I would want to go to school. I wonder how long I would last, but I would want to go just to, when I see the bullshit that's happening, know the words that can come out of my face about them. So
Yeah.
when my English teacher is sitting on the cool kids' desk and eating chips with them, even though the rest of
Oh.
us are not allowed to eat chips in class, but like paying extra credit to the cool kids, I would find a way and like halfway through class, just stand up all full of myself and just go, "Is this how we're doing life? Is this how adults behave?"
I
Is
feel like you
this-
should have. I feel like you should have just
Do it.
bullied them. Like that is so
Yes.
cringe as an adult.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
I think, that would have been, I wish, because now thinking back, I'm older than most of my teachers were. Like most of my teachers were teachers in their 20s and they were still trying to figure life out. And seeing
Right.
now, I'm like, you have a drinking problem and why do we have to deal with this?
Mhm.
Or like,
Right.
oh, it's so funny. You're acting like the approval of this small child is suddenly going to make you cool. That's so weird that you feel that way. Ugh.
Yes. That's all I want to do is throw truth bombs, but I think that will get tired, not because the actual act will get tired. I'll get tired once they ask me to write more than like 1 or 2 paragraphs for homework. Because that's like, okay, the internet doesn't exist, because if we're going back into my time, so I have to read encyclopedias,
Mhm.
then write what they say in quote my own words. But these are scientific words. Like if I'm writing about, let's say, a hippopotamus, and you're telling me what a hippopotamus does, what child words will come out of you wrote this perfectly. So I would end up like copying paragraphs, changing innocuous words so that it doesn't sound like I just copied
Yeah.
it. And it was such a waste of time. So I think I would get more sick of that waste of time of copying these. Also, kindergarten through 8th grade, I went to yeshiva. So half my day
Ooh.
was learning about the fucking Bible. I still have passages memorized. It's been like 30, 40 years.
You can't make any
Oh,
money off that?
No damn spot.
I feel like I know so much about the book of Exodus from Hebrew school, like just that one book.
Ugh.
I feel like maybe a bar trivia or something.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have this in my head?
Yeah, let me have it. Every time I don't remember something about Judaism, I'm like, that must have been replaced by something important. Yes. Oh, I still remember half my Torah. It's sad.
It's just I didn't have like it's a shame that we can't, every generation can't just get better based on the advice of the older generation, because the older generation just tells us so much shit we can't believe it. But if you could live your own life again, you know what's real and what's not. And you could tell when your recruiter says, now that you join the army, you can go and travel all the time, and you could just go, "That's a lie." That's not real, and I'm
You're
not
being
scared
paid to tell me this.
Right, and I'm a kid, so I'm kind of, scared of everybody. But now that I'm doing life again, I know that you really have nothing to do with my armory career at all. So I could tell you to quit bullshitting me, you piece of shit, and you'll still want my name on a piece of paper.
Oh, I have a question for you about the Army. Would you sign up for the Army again?
No.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay. That's deep because you were there when we weren't even at war. So they were sending you to, just places in the United States to learn things, but wow.
Even War II, but also, yeah, War II, the wars that you have no say in, and I could not imagine having a good. We didn't have a President Donald Trump at the time to even consider that. Well, okay, I'll be at the whim of the president, but now that it's fucking, it could be a Real Housewife as our next president. No.
By the way, I saw a thing. I know when you were in the Army, they put you guys in a tent and threw gas in the tent so that you can get used to running out and
So
having
you can keep your bearings. Yeah.
Yeah. So look at Kenice's face and Sarah's following.
Yeah,
and
he's like,
and
yeah, of course. We're like, what?
Yeah.
What?
So what happened is footage of this got released from one of the training.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so you see, and Keith, stop me if I'm wrong, but you were all in the tent and you had guns, you were wearing your full gear. They throw in the gas. You have to slowly, as you're choking on your own shit because it's actually gas, slowly in line, walk out like soldiers and keep your bearings and continue to do what you need to do, right?
There's two things we had to do. One was in a room where they fill it up with gas and you have to take off your mask.
And you have to sing because they don't want you holding your breath, right?
Right. And then you can slowly walk out in a line. Then they have where you don't expect it, but you've heard rumors from friends or friends of friends that tonight's the night that they're going to throw gas grenades while we're sleeping. So you're probably in your sleeping gear also, gray shirt, gray pants, gray shorts. They throw it in randomly. Hopefully somebody was on guard anyway that can really warn people. And then you get out without making a fucing mess.
So
I happen to be at the end, by the way, of this tent, and I opened up the tent and rolled out.
But the thing is like, as a person in the Army, that's the wrong thing to do because they're trying to get you to just function like soldiers, even though that'll get you killed or not killed. It doesn't matter. You're just one. But as a person in society, that's probably the right way to win fear factor, right? Like just find the exit quickly. So you did right by yourself, but not as an Army member, right? So anyway, footage of this got out, and it's footage like you imagine. They were made to take off their masks. They were made to sing. They had snot coming out of their nose. They were crying. They looked like they were gonna die. They were coughing. They were, and so.
And some people would try to push, and so they would make the drill instructors made the line go slower.
And they threw up when they got out. I don't know if you experienced that also.
I didn't, but yes, I've seen it.
Well, because you got out of the back.
Well, no, in the room, there's nothing you can do about it. In the tent, I got lucky.
Okay. So people are throwing up all this stuff, and it looks like you're torturing our children, right? And so, but do you, and I'm reading the chat, and you guys can respond. The whole idea is don't let you smelling gas like that be the first time when the enemy is sending it at you, when you're in combat, when like you need to be used to it. And I think that when we talk about the police, their first time getting shot at and shooting is in the line of actual fire. So that can't be the first time. And I think that's part of why they get, messed up. The higher ranking.
You think they should shoot a cop in training so they know? Well, they should certainly be tased, and I understand they are. So when they're free with that taser, it's a little shocking. No pun.
Well, there is, I forget which branch, but there is a branch of not military, but police force or something like that actually do fake combat so that they get used to being shot at, so that you can feel the adrenaline, you can get you. Because whenever they talk to cops about like being like having needed to shoot their rifle or being shot at. Like it, first of all, it doesn't happen like the movies. It's not like a 5-minute shootout. It's 5 seconds, no matter how many people are shooting. And you just lose all you actually lose your mind because it's your first time. So I think they are supposed to be going through that gas. It's they're being
Sure.
monitored. But then,
You have
okay,
to know
one
it's
more.
not the end of the world, and it's not.
But then one more layer. Who's the military where they have where they have buds, where they have to go through?
Oh, you mean Navy SEAL?
The Navy SEALs. Okay, so I've read David Goggins' books and I listened to him. I don't know if you know him. He's a Navy SEAL that has become a motivational speaker. He lost 100 pounds in 3 months and changed his
Should you?
whole. Well,
It's starting to
Sorry,
sound
that, like-
wacky. Go
Yeah,
on.
that sounds not healthy, but okay, sorry, continue.
no, Kenice, everything that like you should say should you to everything I say about David Goggins, because his next thing is like he tried to get the most push-ups and was breaking his hand and had to go to the hospital. Like, should you? No. Then he did like a 200-mile run. Should you? No. He's shitting himself.
Oh.
He's like, everything that he did is like, should you? No. He nearly killed himself so many times. He's like this superhuman and he hates when people call him superhuman because he believes that everybody could do it, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, he did buds 3 times.
I'm sure everybody's calling him superhuman. He's like, I hate it. His book's called Superhuman, I bet.
His book is called Can't Hurt Me. And
Okay.
he is
okay,
such a
Okay.
okay.
powerful human being,
I
you
don't
know?
like him.
and-
I don't think I
yeah,
like him.
So wait, what are these buds?
So buds is the training that you have to go through. If you don't pass that, you can't be a Navy SEAL. So they go into really close. It's did you watch G.I. Jane?
No.
You don't have to.
Well, what I gotta go. Kenice, you didn't watch the
That's Demi
documentary.
Moore. Demi Moore gets, like,
Historical.
shaves her head.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I know that it exists.
Well, that's basically buds. They torture you via training, like and they basically in the first 24 hours you could ring the bell to quit, but you're doing 24 hours of like you're eating and you have 5 seconds to eat, then you throw it out. The next time you eat, like you're eating out of the garbage, the things that you threw. Like it's really rigorous. You're in the water, you're holding logs, you're moving shit, and most people just quit.
It's basic
This guy
underwater
did this for
demolition.
fun?
Buds.
No, he did it to get into Navy SEALs.
Okay.
In one of his
Why did
buds,
he do it 3 times? 'Cause he failed?
he failed. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't swim before he
Okay.
started to train for buds. So
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
Seems like a
He
key
joined
part.
he joined the Navy and couldn't swim.
Well, he learned to swim to join the Navy.
Okay,
He
all
learned how to learn to like he did all this shit. He's amazing.
How about you put that book out? How to learn to swim as an adult? How about that book? I don't like this guy.
It's more applicable to everyone else that I
Yeah.
know. Who's like,
Well,
I
how'd
can
you do
tread
that?
water.
Yeah, so in one of his buds, what do you call it? They were doing a water training and some guy was struggling and he started going to the bottom of the pool. They fished him out. A little bit later, they knocked on his troops, the people who were going through with him. He's like, all right, troop, so-and-so died. We're gonna do what we need to do. You guys can continue or not. Goodbye. And that was it. It was like, yes, this could kill you. Okay. That's buds.
Yeesh.
That's Navy SEAls. Holy shit. And
I
that's
will
my
never
story.
need to
Thank
do
you,
that.
everyone.
I don't
Well, all
feel
I'm
any
thinking
pressure
about
to
is-
do that.
This police training sounds pussy.
So do you think that they should gas the soldiers in order to prep
Yeah,
them?
you should know what it's like. Yes.
I like that the soldier answered. That's good.
I
Kenice,
agree.
Sara? Yeah.
What he
okay.
said. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does seem like the first time you experience it shouldn't be by surprise when it's a life or death situation.
I think they should be gassing cops. And
Yeah.
sure for preparation, but
I
I just
didn't
like
even
the
mean
sentence,
training.
Just for fun.
They should just be gassing cops. No, that's fucked up. Sorry.
I'm looking up how long police academy. Let's see. How long is training?
It can't be that long based on The Departed, the movie The Departed. He does it pretty quickly, so
I like how every reference we have is a book, a movie.
yeah.
Doesn't seem like long enough. That's all.
Because they have like the train cops, and I see them running in my neighborhood, and I'm like, A, these do look like children to me, and B,
Yeah.
some of y'all
Yeah.
don't look good at this, and I don't know if
Right.
you should be doing this. So
Right. And being a nurse where you're just being an assistant for the most part, that's longer training. That's it.
yes, it is.
You're so you get less training because you're the guy that sends people to the nurse. Then the nurse has the more training to fix your problems.
Sean is saying we've
Yeah.
all
You put
seen
it
the
that way.
documentary Police Academy. There's no way that holds up, right? But it was so good. It blew everybody's mind back in the day. Do you guys know about the Police Academy movies?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right. Let me tell you a little bit of an old of a Chemda's old story. Get this. We're in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Me and Xerxes are walking down the street. We're smoking weed. We're passing it. Regular life shit. We pass by this
Regular
other
life
couple.
shit.
Regular
Just
life
regular
shit.
life shit. We're inhaling it. Picture
Brooklyn
we exhale
living.
sometimes.
Totally. Picture Williamsburg. By the L
Yeah.
train. Joe's
Yeah.
Pizza. We got this. Bedford Avenue. We pass by another couple, and I hear the woman go, "Aw, that's going to be us someday." And I was looking around. I whipped my head around. I almost got whiplash. I was like, I didn't see any. Oh my God, where are the old people? Holy shit. And I was like, we just got olded. Like, I had never overheard that yet, but apparently we're the old couple walking down the street smoking weed, and that's going to be them someday.
How old
Oh
are the
my-
people who said this?
I think they were in their 20s. And I'm like, how old do they think I am? How much of my grays were showing? I like, you someday. And it was such a mix of like, that's so nice to say, because there, like she was saying, she literally said, "Aw, that's going to be us someday." And then like, all with her mate. And I'm like, oh, that's so fucking hell. That's me this time. Because I do that to old people all the time on the street. And I'm like, they better not overhear me, because as sweet as I think it is, like I love seeing like older New York couples. Some couples, I call them NPR couples, and they're just like, you ever see like, I consider that like NPR couples that are older to me are half granola, half urban looking. You know what I'm saying? Like where they're like no makeup, not really any hair situation, but they don't look a mess.
Yeah.
And I go, "Oh, that's us." And now I'm thinking, shut the fuck up. Like, you think you're saying nice things to people, but yeah, it was very, very sweet. But
Oh.
also I don't know where to put that in my head.
Yeah. Just your couple goals? Is that how the
Wait.
kids use that phrase?
Yeah, I like that you're trying to be old with me, and I really super appreciate that. But yeah, apparently I already look my age. We also, let's see, did you catch your parents in a lie as an adult? And Kenice, I want to not neglect this. Your mom is wishy-washy about an adult friend? What does that mean?
Oh, okay. So I don't catch my mom in lies, but my mom is older Southern lady, and she tends to like try to skirt around things that she thinks are bad, or skirt around things that she thinks are like going to elicit judgment from me. And so she'll be like, "Oh, I'm talking to this guy. I don't know. Like, I think we're just spending a little bit of time together. I don't know what it's." And it's like, "Mom, you used to date this person. They're coming back into your life specifically. You guys are texting every day. So like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you acting like, oh, this is just a casual friend? I don't know what this could be." You know what this is. You know exactly what this is. He has in the intermediate, like it's been years since her and this guy were talking. And in those years, he had kids. He's like had an entire life. He's done this, but he's back to like try and talk to her. And they're talking every day. And he was like, "Yeah, you could come to the movies in my hood. And if it's too late for you to drive back, you could always stay at my house." And it's like, "Bitch, what do you think this is?" Like, not. sometimes I say that, but my mom knows that I don't mean like she is a bitch. It's just like a exclamation. Like, be real. Like, what are you lying to me or are you lying to yourself? Because you know what this is. You know what he's doing.
Does she know? Because I understand that a generation above us, part of the flirting and part of the what do you call it? The courting is the mystery of it. And I think the females had to play the part of, I can't even imagine what a guy would want. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was part of the flirting.
Infuriating.
Really?
And she said to me, she's like, ugh. I was like, I don't know, maybe like crazy suggestion. Maybe you could ask him what he wants or like talk about it. And she's like, your generation talks too much. Like, your generation, they just gotta talk everything out. So yes, I think there is this thing where in her head, she just trips and gracefully falls into a situationship or something. But no, fuck that. To ask him what he's looking for so.
Oh my God, Kenice, as I'm already in one day. You know what I'm saying? Like, this could be you one day.
Yeah.
You talking to your mom like that, and I'm not criticizing. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Like, as I'm hearing it, I'm like, but what happened to subtlety? And she's Southern. You're asking a lot.
Yeah,
you're asking a lot.
Straightforward. Have a conversation about what you're both looking for. Because
okay, so I have a question for you. For real, why? Do you believe in the subtlety of the flirting, of the maybe, of the will we, won't we? Or do you, like, how do you do romance without that?
Or is she just lying to you?
I think she's not being honest with herself. But maybe my issue is, like, I'm not doing a lot of romance right now. And maybe it is because I'm like, nah, if he was interested, we'd had a conversation. I don't know what this is. And this ambiguity is not cute. So tell me if you want me around, fucking ask me or don't. But until you do something, I'm assuming the answer is no, and I'm not doing anything. So
you go, why didn't he call me last night? And she's like, what? I mean, why didn't he call you last night?
Why didn't call you last night? So yeah, you're right. I am projecting onto my mother.
No, but it's very interesting, and I'm not sure. And I would love to hear from Sara also. Do you believe that there could be romance without that ambiguity, a little bit of I'm not sure, a little bit of mystery and holding back and pretending and that kind of thing? Look, I'm stumping. Keith, do you believe? Like, I kind of want to know from women because we're asked to play that role a little bit more, but
I hated it.
It sounds like she knows what's going on. I mean, you can see a movie, and if it gets foggy, stay at my place. To me, that is being open. It just sounds like she's being clear with this guy. She's, for whatever reason, maybe it's just because it's her daughter, and she thinks she has to protect her, not knowing she has S&M parties and college days.
Oh, she knew. So she knew. Faking. She was like trying to come to the party, and I was like, "Are you insane? Like, have you lost your damn mind?" No.
I'll bring my own whip.
That's when she's not being ambiguous.
Right.
Gross.
I also feel like, Sarah? In your mom's defense, like whenever you start talking to like your shitty ex, like that is exactly how you act with your friends, where you're like, oh, so he texted me and I kind of texted back and we were kind of FaceTiming for like 4 hours. So I get it.
I suppose. Like, I think one of my favorite relationships that I've been into in that process was me and this guy met at a party. We all, as a group, went out to the movies. Me and him got into an argument, like a fun argument outside. And he was like, I will fucking destroy you in argument. And I was like, I will end your life, bitch. Don't you ever fucking try me again. And then we hooked up. And it was
foreplay.
Yeah. It was real clear. Like, from jump, I was like, I'm going to sexually destroy this person. And he was like, you're going to get it. And I was like, okay. And then I got it. And then we lived together for a second, brief second. But yeah, it was good.
Oh, I love that. So what breaks that? I guess you weren't compatible at the end of it.
We weren't compatible. Like, nice guy, not very attractive, not particularly well read or well versed in thoughts.
Oh, I was wondering how you were going to call him dumb.
Not per se.
Not per se. And he also was a merchant marine, so like he had to go and like live on a boat for 3 months and then off for 3 months and then on a boat for 3 months. And one time it was just like, I'm gonna take you to the train and yeah, we'll talk. And then we just didn't talk again. So it was convenient because he was on a boat in Russia. So it didn't feel like, oh, I'm like breaking up with somebody. It's like, oh, he's out at sea and he
You know
just
what's
never
funny?
came back.
There had been a couple of times where I broke it off with someone, and one of them we were actually like officially boyfriend girlfriend, where like we separately like, okay, we had a day, blah blah blah, and I'm like, and we just both never called each other again, and I was
Yeah.
like, that's weird. I wasn't gonna call him, but he feels
He didn't call me?
exactly the same way. Like, how did we? I mean, I guess good, but
Yeah.
whoa, it's weird.
Do you
But
tell
you're
I
your
was
like,
happy
why
mom?
about
aren't-
it. What?
And you're like, well, why aren't you pining after me? Like, no.
Yeah, I would have gone there, but I'm like, but then I'd have to deal with that. No
Yeah,
thanks.
you have to deal with them again. And
Nah.
honestly, let sleeping dogs lie.
I think we both knew what was up. That was very interesting. So I guess vibes are real.
Would you tell Kenice? Would you tell your mom about some relationship, and maybe then she takes it too serious, and you're like, like that,
Yes.
and so maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's gonna be everybody's gonna either it's real or it's somebody's making it up, but it's like, no, I can't involve you right now because it doesn't mean he's moving in right now.
Yeah, like
Mm.
so me and my mom, we vacation together sometimes. We were in Barcelona and I met a guy and I was like, hey mom, I'm gonna go on a date with this guy. I ended up spending the night at that guy's house, like 2 nights of us being in Barcelona. But she was
Just
like,
pause
"Can
for
I-"
a second.
Yeah.
Just so you know, my mom would have a heart attack. Call the police, the local police. Call the consulate. Like, this person has obviously abducted me. You're just like, and my mom was chill about it. I don't know
She
what you're
wasn't
about
chill
to say,
about it. She left 25 messages and she was like, as soon as I can figure out how to call the police in Barcelona, man, we're coming to get you. Like,
oh
it was
my
just,
God.
it was a lot. But she was like, the next day she was like, can I meet him? Like, so is it like a relationship where he's gonna meet your mom? And I was like, what? No, I'm just having a nice time. So no.
How did you have the balls to step away from your mom to go bang someone on vacation after a day? And you're like, my mom is your mom. Do not even finish that sentence. You are calling your mom when you log off of here, going like, turns out you're fucking crazy cool.
She's a great lady.
I
I like her a lot.
I was wrong. I'm a young idiot.
Yeah,
No,
that was like
that's
5
amazing.
years ago. That's like totally different now. So yeah.
That's amazing. Sara, would you do that with your mom?
Never.
But what if the guy was really cute though? What if he like jived really well?
My mom, one person has ever picked me up from my house for a date, and it's only because he was Jewish and white and ticked a lot of boxes, Long Island, I don't know. Picked me up. When I came back home, she goes, don't think I didn't notice that he put his hand on the small of your back when you guys were leaving. And I was like, I guess I'm a whore.
Scandal.
Well, he paid me good money. Don't worry about it. I mean, she would notice everything and be like, and now she's on alert, and this guy's in her fucking radar. What's he trying to do to her daughter? I was like 20. Okay. Go on vacation with my mother.
We're dating.
33.
What's that? What'd you say?
I was 33 at the time. It was like, Mom, I'm paying for where we're staying. I get to fuck if I want to. Like,
Oh, I think I was in my 40s. It was my dad's trying to get some kind of interesting personal story about what I'm doing with my life, and I'm like, I'm dating. I'm seeing somebody now. It's fun. She's from Portugal. Blah 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 blah. And he goes, well, be careful. I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't mean to say anything with words. And he goes, people from Portugal. I'm like,
where's that gonna go?
Go ahead. They have financial problems, and that's putting it lightly. I'm like, okay, well, anyway, it's a third date, so okay. Thank you.
Think about the economic situation of a European country. That's important in determining compatibility.
Yeah, how about you think about the economic situation of the Malleys? Okay, who are you acting like you're fucking rich dad in the front of the book? Just be very careful.
I don't know if Nick's being shy. What do you think, Keith? Hi, Nick.
He's taking it in. He's taking
Am
it
I? I was told to shut up. They said when you go in, you shut up, and they will tell you if and when you talk.
And
so I was
granted.
just sitting here and I was just sipping.
What is that?
Drinking. Oh, thank you for asking. It's a tangerine LaCroix.
Oh, nice.
Oh, how nice your
Yeah.
life is right now. You're LaCroixing
Oh,
it.
I know.
LA for
LaCroixing
real.
it. Okay.
What's
yeah.
it like back there? Because we don't get to be back there. What's it like in the backstage area?
Thank you for asking. You're asking me what it's like to be in my house?
No.
Oh, you mean talk with in the pre-interview?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. It would have been funnier if you asked me what it's like to be in my house.
What's it like to be in your house?
It is not great. But backstage area, no, it was great. I told them it was the most in-depth pre-interview. Not that I'm not exactly Tom Hanks. People are interviewing me daily, but it is the most intense pre-interview process I've ever gone through.
Oh, good job, everyone. I like
they
that.
They are killing it.
Yeah.
Over there. Yeah. It's like a This American Life level investigation team. I don't know how you got them.
Shout out to Newsy and Carrie Gravenson in the back over there. And so, okay, I am seeing that they did put some notes here on you.
Well, let me let Sara live her life. Sara, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. This was so fun as always. Nice meeting you. Bye.
Great to see you. Take care, Sara.
She didn't want to talk to me.
Well, it was part of her rider to not be on with you.
Right.
I understand.
Yeah.
No, it's boilerplate at this point.
We and then we find out like the top secret shit. Like, have you ever give notice that you were leaving a job, or were you fired? And Nick makes it clear. I think I was fired from 13 jobs.
I never had 13 jobs. What is going on?
Well, if you get fired a lot, you get more jobs. You're forced to. Economically, you still got to pay rent. Yeah, no, you know me. This isn't the most crazy thing you've ever heard. You're not saying, wait, Nick Turner?
Well, can you even remember 13 jobs? Where did you work?
Yeah, no, at one point I had bits about all of them. I worked at TGI Fridays in Times Square when I first moved here. When I first moved to New York.
Friday.
Yeah, that's they had to take the S off of Fridays. Yeah, I remember I got suspended for a week, and then I came back, and then that day was fired just for doing something like walking, weird, just anything at that. Actually, it was because I stole a piece of cake, because there was a cake that had gotten fucked up, and then everyone who was on shift shared it. So I got fired for sharing it with every single person working on Fridays that day. It doesn't matter. He wanted to fire me. I would say my favorite firing is when I got fired twice in the same day, because I got fired from the temp job that I was doing. And then I told my temp agency, and they're like, no worries. Yeah, just come on back into the office and we'll find you something else. So they made me go into their office. I could have been doing anything. I had to take a bus to their office and then go in, and then they fired me in person. And I was like, why did you bring me here?
Holy shit.
Just say that on the phone.
Yeah.
You think one of my temp agencies I give a shit about? No, I've got 8 of you, and I did not need to waste 2 hours doing this. You're fired. I fired them.
Nice. Do you know why you were fired the first time?
Yeah, it was some bullshit. It was just, it's always the same. It's an attitude thing, because like middle managers, assistant managers, that's who you're dealing. That's, every job I've ever had. I'm, entry level, whatever. That's all of these jobs. And so it's somebody who's like an idiot with a little ego. And then I say, I'm mildly intelligent with an ego. And then those clashes never work.
Is it clear? Like, is your attitude clear? I'm picturing like just,
No,
kiss
this
the
woman,
boss's ass a little bit and you can't
this
help
woman
yourself.
literally had given me assignments that I could not complete because I did not have like information. And then I would need to ask her about the information, and then she would blow up and be like, I told you everything. And I'm like, okay.
What kind of job did you
don't
need
like
that
it.
much follow-up about? What job was that? TGI
It was
Fridays.
no, it was some temp job. I mean, I was filling
Ah,
in like
ah.
as assistant for somebody. And I remember I got fired specifically because I couldn't prove the work that I had done because I didn't keep a log of all of my tasks, which I was never instructed to do.
Mhm.
So it was like a month in, and they're like, well, she's like, what have you done? I'm like, all the stuff I get every day. Anyway,
I like
that's what it is. It's like someone's annoyed by you, so they find some dumb reason to fire you.
I saw that. I know that Christian Finnegan got fired from a temp job because he was accused of rolling his eyes too much. I pictured that being you too.
100%. Because he can't say that on the form,
Right.
So he's got to say something like, Christian, farts too much. I don't know what you can say on the form.
That's the thing. Kenice, are you like I as a younger person, I just ate shit, and if I were to go back in time, I'd be like, oh, I don't have to take that from you, even though you're my boss or my colleague, or like we have to work here again tomorrow, so I won't be, combative or whatever.
Yeah, I can never be a Nick. I picture Nick going, the boss just yelled something to make a copy of something and being like, okay, is it that important? I mean, I'm gonna do it, but what? That's what I pictured.
Well,
I could never do
Well,
it.
it's more like, it's like, hey, why isn't this 8:00 meeting on the books? It's like, well, because you told me the meeting was at 2. And then it's like, well, you have proof of that? Yeah, here it is. It's like, well, I can't believe you stole all the staples.
What?
It's just they just pick something off,
Yeah.
just anything randomly. But I don't think you have to put up with that shit now because kids will just leave for mental health breaks and there's no one to work at the office. So you're allowed to talk back now.
So it worked out. Maybe these kids are onto something.
Yeah.
Kenice, what are you like at work? Are you I'm just gonna do what's necessary, or do you make the faces? Because I saw some faces while Nick was talking, and I can't read you yet, so I would love to. Yeah.
I am a goody two shoes 100%. So I would do all of the things, and I am a real like I'll stay late, I'll do this, I'll do that. But with a lot of my jobs recently, I haven't had to, or like my boss wasn't like that, so they're not like you need to do that. And so I'm like, if you guys want me to be lazy, I'll be lazy. Okay. Like,
It was a source of pride at temp jobs for me to not know what business the company was in. I would do everything to not learn.
So you could have been working for like arms manufacturers and you would not know.
Yeah, all I know was that they were all underground in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay, all right.
Is that a red flag?
Okay.
Have you ever gotten nervous? How about like would you ever be an employer? Do you think you'd be able to handle it?
Me?
Yeah. I guess
would I be? I mean,
Yeah.
Of course I'd be. Great. I love it.
I love it.
I love giving out jobs. I've had like a week here and there, when I have a project before it gets canceled, that I've been able to hire people. And nothing feels better because you know that it's not going to last for them either,
Okay.
But for that week, you're all working, and it's because of an idea you had.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
ever Have you ever had to discipline somebody, like wake up, you're not getting your work done, that kind of thing?
I discipline everyone in my life all the time.
Okay, as is.
Yeah, I love disciplining kids. That's why I had a kid. I cannot wait to discipline. I've got a notebook full of things I'm already mad about it. But you can't discipline a toddler. But as
Wait,
soon
how
as
old is this kid?
he's 2.5. But as soon
Okay.
as we can have a conversation, I am going to let him know about all of it.
Nice.
Who's more the disciplinarian?
Me.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
No way.
Yeah. Between me and Lyra?
Yeah.
No, me and you.
No, she lets him do anything. She encourages bad behavior. I don't know. There's nothing you can't. It's like weird until you can talk to a kid. There's nothing you can do. It's like if you yell at the kid, you're like, oh, that was not helpful.
Right. Yeah.
Why did I just yell at that kid who only knows that someone yelled at him? He doesn't know what I said.
Yeah.
So it's like, then after that, you're like, I have nothing left. I can't put him in a room and like lock the door. Everything I think about is abuse, I think. So you just kind of got to sit there and be like, there you are. Just ruining it, just throwing my computer on the ground, just fully with force, not just gravity, throwing it on the ground. And then I got to ask you what you want for dinner. That's it. I can't wait to discipline him. I also can't wait. I can't wait to get mad at a PTA meeting.
Give a fuck.
At who though? The child or the teacher?
I'm thinking it's the amount of homework
that I have to do for my kid.
Yeah, whatever. Why do you make me? I want to play with my kid, but he's doing homework.
Is your kid showing a proclivity for anything? What he might do as an adult, or they're way too young to know?
I got nervous he might be left-handed.
Which would be bad?
Oh, of course it's bad. I mean, anything when you're slightly less than the majority, it's bad. I've been told.
Oh, okay.
Let him know.
Like
let him know.
16% or something, maybe even less, the people are left-handed. It's not normal.
I'll tell you this,
Things
Keith is
aren't made
left-handed,
for
so
you.
I'd be scared.
Oh yeah, Keith, you know how bad it is, so you know it's right to freak out about it, right?
Yeah, it's almost like acting like if you're not circumcised, it's okay and doesn't freak people out. We all know it's a little off.
Yeah.
I rate with my
I'm
left
seeing
hand.
a Kenice face, but we'll hold. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, do the kid a favor. Come on, okay, don't make women throw up.
Oh my
or
goodness.
men, right? Everybody gets sick of that.
Oh my goodness.
So I just want to make sure everybody knows I'm woke. Whenever something, but I knew the right thing was being right-handed to fit in, and so I would throw a ball with my right hand. I catch with my right hand. Speaking about the Army, they're teaching you how to shoot a gun. I'm like, well, nobody taught me that, so teach me right-handed. So everything's right-handed, but writing is so ingrained that that's left-handed. But so I would say I'm right-handed if I was about to do anything, but I do write with my left hand. Because now it's too late. But of course, everybody wants to fit in. Nobody sees I'm left-handed and just comes.
Do people see that other people are right-handed and then just come?
What?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying there's
what's
nothing
normal
special
in your world?
There's nothing special
I
about
wanna
being
know-
different. You get the stupid scissors. Let's not act like the world isn't made for blubbles.
What's this?
I want to know what on your body does make a woman come, but I'm not going to ask, and I don't want you to talk after I say that.
All right.
Okay.
Nick, you talked with your parents about the Chris Rock slap and
Yeah.
and you
Well,
actually
every parent has to have that talk with their kid at some point.
how did it come up? Did you bring it up?
Well, I think it was like recent, for a
It had to be.
while there was nothing you could do.
Right.
you had to talk about it. And people would be like, I'm just trying to deliver your DoorDash, sir. And I would be like, stop running away from me. We were at Versailles, that Versailles outside of Paris. And we were like having a drink at a cafe, and then it came up, and my dad had a very hardline stance, a very like a 1950s like put up your dukes kind of love scenario, where if somebody talks to your woman, you know, all bets are off and you do whatever you got to do to protect your woman. Nobody but nobody attacks your woman and get away with it. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what were you watching? And I was like, what part of it like seems like that? And he was like, well, I didn't watch it. He had not heard the joke. He hadn't even read the joke. He was just like, he attacked his wife, and that's what you're allowed to do. And I'm like, I don't think that's what's going on. And I was like, let me tell you from my perspective as a comedian who a handful of time has had aggressive audience members come on stage. Well, it's terrifying, and sometimes it ends with that audience member getting a mic stand thrown on their foot, because it's dangerous. And I know many friends who have gotten assaulted, punched, microphones broken over their heads, you know, punched while on stage, or like waited for them after the show, like really awful shit. And this promotes that. And he's like, nah, you don't say anything to my lady. Boy, I oughta.
Yeah, if me and my
Bang,
dad were talking during that slap, I guarantee he would have been on Will Smith's side, and he believes, or he'll just say it, that he would have done the same thing. He would have. I guarantee. I'm making this up, but I guarantee he would say he'd put him in a fucking full Nelson and suplex him.
He wouldn't have done any of the 8 billion things that Will Smith had to do to get there.
Right.
I'm a little concerned about one of your friends whose head broke a microphone.
You know him. He's been on your show many times, I assume.
Oh,
Jared Logan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whose wife was he talking about at the time?
A biker gang, or some, you know, the Three of Cups in East Village. There was like I don't know. Yeah, like a biker element. It was like right around the corner from the Hells Angels hangout. Okay. And I actually just put that together right now. But it is dangerous. But it was like a metal bar or whatever. And so during the show, they were just talking, and everyone, you know, there was just like a biker contingent who was not worried the show was going on. And it's in a one-room bar. And so obviously it was interrupting the show, and Jared was hosting, and he was doing his best. And he kept talking to them. And then one of them went up to the stage, grabbed the microphone out of his hand, and just smashed it over his head. And then I don't even know if the guys left. Like the show was over. I think they won or something. But like it's not like they did. It's not like someone came and got arrested or they had to run away. It was just like not a problem. I was not there.
Well,
I will keep that in mind, because you know, if I were there, I'd been like Mark Wahlberg and I would have killed them all.
What happened to his head?
It's a little off now.
You know, these aren't good microphones.
That's the good news.
No, yeah. Yeah, this one wasn't from Clive Davis's recording studio. This was some bullshit. Got at CBS on the way to the show, so he's fine.
Let me mention this, please. First of all, Kenice Mobley, thank you so much for your time. It's
Thank you
good
so much for
seeing
having
you.
me.
Thank you for being
It's
part
lovely
of
to see
this.
you.
It's lovely
Bye,
to see
Kenice.
you. Congrats on your mom. She's gonna be getting some, and you can understand why she doesn't want to share that with you. She doesn't want your head spinning.
Would you mind giving your mom my phone number, because I'm looking to make friends and she just sounds amazing.
I'll connect you to. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
All
guys.
right.
I'm making
It was
friends.
nice seeing you.
That'll
Bye,
take a load
Nick
off
and Nick.
Kenice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but hey, have your mom call
Bye.
me too.
I won't.
Oh, good.
I don't know if she. Later. Bye.
Internet's going. Nick Vatterott, how you doing, Nick?
Hey, it's good to
Wait-
be here. Thank you for having
Wait,
me. What a
you booked
marathon.
me with Nick Vatterott?
What a marathon. Nick Turner. I've been promoted to panelist with you all, and I'm so excited for all this.
Isn't this funny? Because like we picked our own times, right?
Was it really? Is this pure coincidence?
This
Mhm.
can't
Yeah.
be.
That's
Mhm.
Are you
insane.
kidding?
No, this is coincidence. Yeah.
Hilarious.
That is hilarious.
Mhm.
Well, hi, Nick.
Well, it's almost like we finish each other's sandwiches. There we go, folks.
I am a little worried about Nick. Is that a fake background or are you?
Yes, it's amazing. It's so for the folks at home and even
He
those
lives in a
overseas.
blurry house.
It's the way the
What is happening?
special effect works. It blurs out everything except for what's happening between the space of my headphones and my bald head. So it looks like I'm obviously hiding something back there. And if I do the correct head movement, you can see the body.
You know what I would do if I were you? I would get like cut up a Nerf ball, right? And just shove those pieces in between your bald head and
Okay.
the headphones, and then you can't see
All
back
right.
there.
Do you guys have time? I got to grab a Nerf ball.
To go to the
You know what's
the Nerf
funny
store.
is I was talking to
It's
Mr.
Times
Turner.
Square.
I was talking to Mr. Turner because you look like there's no furniture, or is that a bed in the background? Where are you?
With
Why?
me?
No.
me.
Why? Yes,
Oh,
Right,
Turner.
it's a bedroom.
it is a bedroom. So that's
Sorry
a
to
bed.
ruin the surprise.
It is so funny because like I'm with Turner on this one. Like men do have a thing where we get a space and the last thing we think of is to put stuff up for other people to look at when they come
I
up.
just moved in here.
Okay,
Right.
that's what
I'm
it
not
is.
some weird creep.
How long you been there?
I've been here 3 months.
See, this
and
is
I've
what
got
I'm talking
lots of
about.
Stuff. I've got lots of stuff up. But I just officially got all my stuff yesterday, and I was doing some little light construction.
Oh, so yeah, he has a drill up. He has some pieces of lumber up. He has
But for
What-
some reason, both the closet doors are open.
It wasn't sounding hollow enough.
I see.
No, I don't have 2 closet doors. That's out to the rest of the apartment. But I did just get like half my stuff yesterday. So, but look at my walk-in closet.
wow, that's
That's
bigger
a
than
Can
most.
you? Isn't
That's a
this
bedroom.
incredible? Isn't this
Jeez.
incredible?
Look at all those shoes.
that is
I didn't
where
know you
my
had that
son
many
will sleep.
feet.
That's right. I wear them all at once. Every finger.
Is that a bowling shoe?
It's
Let's
mostly
take a
bowling
walk
shoes.
around my apartment. I hope
Wait.
everyone's listening to this.
Are you living in a bowling alley?
I have stuff on the wall. Okay, I'm not some weird creep. Okay, I just had to tell you
Okay,
that.
that's good stuff. Whenever I go to
I've
a
got a
guy's
whole
apartment, I like to play the game Find the Scarface poster.
I've got a picture of you on the wall, Nick.
Oh
There
God!
you are. There's me
Oh
and
my
you.
God! There I am,
Isn't that
just
beautiful?
facing away from everybody as normal, just kind of on the outskirts of all the fun.
I saw. Did you see on SNL? I watched the that ending. I like to see what comics are going for hugs but aren't getting paid attention to, and then they pretend
yeah.
they're just scratching their own shoulders. And the whole
Oh,
thing's very exciting to me.
Ah,
I don't know why this last one I didn't at first. Dave Chappelle came on stage,
oh, this is a story.
and he happened to be standing next to Jimmy Fallon, who was friends with everybody and laughs at everything. But Jimmy Fallon really wasn't. That's right.
He does laugh.
He can't get
Sorry.
over anything. He can't get over. Yeah, it all gets to him. You think he's seen everything by now, but no, everything gets him. And like he wouldn't even really look or talk to Dave Chappelle. But then no other comics were saying hi to Dave deliberately. And our buddy Bowen Yang was on the far side, quite looking to me like he didn't even want to be in the same picture on the same stage of Dave Chappelle. I'm guessing like everybody would normally be hugging and cheering, I would think, of Dave Chappelle, but maybe the 16th anti-transgender special came out and now he's a pariah. I don't know, but it's very interesting. I felt like you could see they didn't like that he jumped on stage. I believe he was there because he's friends with somebody that was doing backup for Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's like because this was a story I read, that Bowen Yang had sort of got as far away from him as possible. It is sort of
coincidence. Yeah.
It was not. Yeah, I guess there's been an issue. There's already been an issue with. I don't know. I guess there's been already some sort of. I don't want to say drama for lack of a better word, with people having opinions about him being part of the show and stuff. It sounds like didn't see the episode. It sounds like he was not part of anything. He just kind of hopped up there.
Correct.
But it is sort of interesting. That's so weird to be like somebody like these people that sort of topple down from their greatness of being like, wow, I'm allowed to do whatever I want, go wherever I want, adored. And then that's it's never forever for anybody. There's always this thing where eventually people start. I'm just trying to think of people in history that have always been beloved forever. And I don't know if there are anybody like that. Is there? Does it everybody just
you
eventually
gotta
fall?
Die. You gotta
die young. Right.
It doesn't even have to be young, but it's by 50 for sure. It's always just a little older than me.
Right.
But is it? Are people lying then when somebody dies? Like Carl Weathers just died. Everybody still loves that guy. Your Betty White's. Your
he
the
wasn't
Dolly Parton.
doing anything.
Yeah, those people.
Yeah.
Here's what it is. It's not going to happen anymore because the age of not being on Twitter is gone. So now everybody has every thought they ever had, and there's always going to be some. They've always screwed up. I mean, that was the best time to be a celebrity was when nobody knew what you thought about anything. Right. That was the best. Those were the glory days. And now everybody, when they die, it's going to be like the top 10 worst things they ever said. Why we're glad they're dead.
Betty White and Dolly Parton, they had the luxury of being uber famous for 50 years before people knew that they loved gays. Or some, before they found out that they were compassionate human beings.
Right.
So they got to keep both fan bases.
Right.
And that's just, you can't do that anymore.
That would be great. I love the idea of when you die, all your secrets are these really positive things about you.
But why would it's weird to say this, but if I was Dave Chappelle and I did all the things that Dave Chappelle did, why would I jump on stage? Why would I do that and make people just wonder, why the fuck are you on stage?
Because he's still in the space that everybody see. What's crazy is we're creeping onto a very monumental time in society where someone's going to tell Dave to put out a cigarette. And this had never happened. He sort of got, I can smoke everywhere. People love me so much. They just constantly worship me forever. And I can do whatever I want. And we're creeping on, put that out. And that's going to be a big change for him.
Somebody really makes him put out a cigarette and his new special's like, who the fuck is this guy? Okay. Hey, it's called compassion. Holy shit. Okay.
Yo, do we know
what I
are
noticed?
there any oh, sorry.
I'm just a lot of these guys right before they tell the jokes that get them in trouble, they go, "My wife hates this joke," and I'm like, "Your fucking wife hates it. Your
she
wife
puts you in her body and she hates it.
Like every day, your wife tolerates so much of your shit, including all of the things that you must say at home because it's just you're around each other so much." She said, "I hate this. You love her so much, you married her, procreated, and said, nah, you don't know about jokes." But then everybody responded to the one thing that your spouse said specifically. This joke sounds stupid. and they're like, hey, you sound stupid saying this joke. And it's like, nah, my wife doesn't know. You guys don't know. Like, it's just, I keep getting paid. So that's my little hot take on it. I just, yeah. I mean, look at who still like manages to be edgy, but like doesn't really offend people to the point of like mass hysteria. Bill Burr, who talks a lot of shit, but he listens to his wife. I bet because a lot of his shit is like, hey, I spoke to my wife and I got better as a comedian, as a human, and I understand why people would be offended by this because I listen to my wife and she tells me what it's like to be a person, right? I think he has evolved, even though he didn't have to compromise how his style of joke is.
Yeah, I mean, he's still of that, like, I mean, it's
he's from fucking Boston.
Right. And my wife's smarter than me. And that's always kind of been an endearing thing when comedians were sort of just like, listen, I'm up here acting like I know all my shit. But at the end of the day, my wife knows more than me. And that's always like a fun, you know, like sort of way to do your comedy. I will say I am guilty of stuff before I have a whole bit about, I go, my wife hates this joke. And then it's all about how she steals from work and has committed all these crimes. And it's a lot of stuff that is incriminating and will get her put away for a long time. But you know, what's very funny is that with all the stuff that's happening right now, the best, as much as I like sort of disagree with, I disagree with pretty much everything that's happening in every direction right now. But it's like the best thing you can do for your comedy special is like to alienate half of the people on the internet. Like it's like if you want one half of the internet to find out about your special, the best thing you can do is to piss off the other half. There's so many great specials that go out there, but they're not pissing off anybody and they just die and nobody hears about it. So you're almost like
that's what canceling actually is. It's finding your true audience.
It's I mean, it's really getting canceled is the best thing for your career.
Who has it not been good to? And I think before when you got canceled, we actually didn't hear from you, but you didn't have all these other platforms to go to. Now you get canceled from a platform, and it's exactly what another platform wants.
I mean, sure, yeah, yes. That's the algorithm loves that. They love the hate and the anger and the screaming and the fighting.
Even if you get canceled just for being unfunny, you can spin it usually to where there's something was involved, you know, somebody of a different race said something, even if you just got fired for poor work.
I mean, yeah, that's always the thing too. When your subject matter is like, if you're making fun of like whatever, some sort of like oppressed group, you can always blame the people on the audience for being uptight, you know, but if I tell a bad joke about trucks, I can never be like, oh, a bunch of trucks in the audience tonight. Oh, let me guess. Oh, my truck. I can't see you give me my truck. It's like, no, it's a bad truck joke. By the way, if you do make fun of a truck, those drivers, that's how they talk. Watch me actually make fun. Now truck people are going to get mad at me for that. For that. Hey, this truck knows what I'm talking about.
Mr. Vatterott, would you like to apologize to trucks just before this gets out of control?
Or
would you like to go viral and get a new special?
Double down. Make every special anti-truck for the rest of my career.
Hey, mixing truck. Why don't you just start with a mixed? We were talking about jobs that you were fired from, this kind of thing. Nick Turner, of course, fired from literally 32 jobs.
Me and Turner might have a competition on who's been fired the most.
Wait, hold on. What? I'm getting fired again? Hold on. This is a conference call?
God damn it.
3 more firings. Okay.
He just
shit. I hit something.
Just defeated me.
But why do you get fired? Do you have an attitude like Turner does, where he knows he's better than the job?
No, I do the opposite. I don't think I'm good enough for the job, and I make that known.
He goes,
You know,
can you get this paperwork down 3 blocks? And,
I don't-
and he's like, I doubt it. Knowing me.
I wouldn't even know. Where would I even
know how to
begin?
Well, you go out the building and you walk 3 blocks and you give it to that office.
It went somewhere.
Can
Oh,
we mail it?
Oh boy. I'm gonna show I don't deserve this. Oh, I thank for taking a chance on a kid like me. I don't know nothing from sideways. I don't know. Oh boy. Am I working? Did it start yet? That's what I do.
So I'm getting paid starting now, right? I am getting paid starting now.
Can I take a break? Oh boy.
How about I take a break? We prorate it. You said when you said the money amount by the hour, does that mean consecutive hour?
40 hours, 8 hours in a row.
Because I don't really have a home.
You come in 9 to 5. But when do I do I kind of make that up?
I'll just come. I know how I do my work, so I'll just come when it feels right. And
yeah,
get it done. I know me.
I was talking about how I was always too much of a goody two shoes, where I think I got pushed around at work and I should have answered back or something. I just thought of another thing that when I was 18, I was doing kids parties, and one of the companies that I worked for was like, hey, we want you to also start doing puppet shows. And I was like, sure. I did all the parties, whatever they wanted. And they're like, can you come in? We just want to show you how to do puppetry a little bit. And so I came in, and the head boss, one of the head bosses was there, and he was going to teach me. And so we set up the little stage for the puppets, and he goes, okay, go behind. And then you want to hold the puppets like this and blah, blah, blah. And there's a curtain in front of me. And he goes, all right, keep going. Can you see me? And I'm like, no. And he's like, okay, good. And then I was like, oh my God, I don't know what's happening because I still can't see him. But there's a weird smell. And I couldn't put, I didn't even know what kind of smell it was. And I was like, there is a tiny curtain between me and finding out what the fuck he's doing, where he didn't want me to see him. He actually said, can you see me? No, good. And then weird shit started happening, and I am still doing puppetry behind this thing. And in my head, there's a dialogue like, just open the curtain, see what's up, even though it'll be embarrassing for him, even though this is, this is your job and it might just get you fired, but you can't just be here with a weird smell happening. It wasn't
This is
like
one of the best podcasts I've ever heard. I'm like, I cannot wait.
No, that's the thing. I'm such a pussy. I just kept puppetrying until he told me it was safe to stop.
Wow.
This day, I don't know what was happening because I follow orders, and it feels a little shameful that I do, like it feels a little like, you should have opened the curtain. What could have happened, guys? What could have happened?
Okay, so
what could he have been doing?
What's this? Was it a bad smell? It wasn't a good smell?
bad smell.
I think
bad smell. And it happened so quickly. I was like, what could smell so bad? Like,
was he burning something?
No, it wasn't a burn. It was like, could this be BO but doesn't smell like BO? But like, what else could smell so quickly other than someone like maybe taking off their clothes and like allowing, but it didn't smell like classic BO. It was like, what kind of cheese are you finding on your body right now?
No.
Like, while I don't know.
I know what
get the word cheese out of here.
Yeah. He had maggot feet.
I've seen this before.
You've seen those videos. 100%, without a doubt. Hey,
do you think maybe he like took the top off of something and closed it back?
And that's why he didn't want me to see him?
Yeah.
Like just prefacing with, can you see me? And I say no, and he says good, and then
maybe he wanted to see you.
Yeah.
Maybe that good was like, oh, good.
What
like,
could you
another one who won't even see it.
He doesn't say great. He goes, good.
Good. Yeah, just like I like it. I like when they smell but can't see.
Oh, what
Don't
could that
open. Guess
be?
what this is?
Yo, what is it? Tell
don't
us
know.
what it is. You gotta tell us.
I think it's a
Just
wound.
make
I think
something
he had a
up.
wound. He was airing out, and
That I couldn't see.
yeah, because it's embarrassed. Wounds are embarrassing. I don't even go to the
I don't
hospital
know.
because I feel stupid.
I don't think I know enough about this guy. What? Tell me more.
Can you email him now?
Yeah, you could. Oh yes, yes.
Let's call him.
But was this something that he would? This is literally 30 years ago. I was 18. I'm 48. It was 30 years ago. And
What was that smell?
It was a moment in my life. How do I get to go like, hey, remember when you were teaching me how to puppetry? And while I was puppeteering, you said, can you see me?
Oh yeah, I remember. Because around that time, I used to carry around my mouse, Roscoe.
Oh my God, you knew him?
He was dead at that point.
You probably got me on one of Roscoe's off days.
I was afraid of what I would find, and even to this day, I can't even imagine what it could be. Would you guys have opened the curtain?
No,
Well,
I
how
don't think
old
I
were
would.
you?
18.
Oh yeah.
I really loved
I
this
would have
job.
opened
too.
it.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. Nick would.
I'm opening
Vatterott.
that curtain. Yeah, I'm trying to sue. I want that long money.
I think I would have opened it, and as I'm opening, go, sorry, what'd you say?
Oh.
Oh, or you could just be. I would have probably just been like, "I'm not gonna look. Just tell me what that god awful smell is, sir."
I did.
Before I call Jacoby and Myers, because something the fuck is going on over here. But I think I need a lawyer.
This is why I'm upset with myself, because I didn't want to embarrass him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what if it is a wound? What should he have done?
Not
Let you
open
see
it?
I don't think you should ever say, "Can you see me?" No.
Well, I
And
snip
then-
and scratch my wound.
Maybe do that some other time. I don't think I would have been there longer than 20 more minutes. So whatever it was, I think it could have waited. Or make a different appointment with me. I had to come out here.
How long was the time?
It was almost
between-
immediate. It was like, "Can you see me?" No. And like,
No,
before
I mean,
could-
after this smell was out, like, how long did you smell the thing?
That's a good question. I can't imagine it was more than like 5-10 minutes. It wasn't
It's
a
long time.
crazy amount of time.
So you
Because
think? Wait,
I was
was
just
he
puppeteering.
gross?
Did he look like he would have that of wounds?
Yeah.
People usually don't have festering wounds and a job.
Well, he owned the company.
Okay, does he look like the type of guy who might have crotch ham? This is a
What?
great you know, you have no place to store your ham. You throw it in your crotch. It's a little hotter out than you thought. You had to jog. You didn't think you were going to jog that day. You wore velour track pants. It's just, and it's a couple different things that sort of bubble up to a certain smell, and you're like, "Guy, I'm going to be so embarrassed if I need to get this ham out of my crotch."
Maybe
but
just like we talked about in the army, how they throw gas into the tent, and Keith had to go through this, and then you have to keep calm and deal with the gas. And so maybe he's like, "Well, you're going to be at kids' parties."
Yeah, I know what
Yes.
kids do. and
Yeah,
be
kids have
ready.
smells. Yeah, he was testing you. He's
He's
training
saying,
you.
Don't open the curtain. Take it in.
Oh
There's
my
a
God.
world where you open the curtain and you are not the person you are today. You are some shell of, you know, just could never really sort of move on, shaking in a corner, wondering why.
Wait, Ryan V is writing. I need to put my glasses on. What is this? There was a guy at my work. His cat pissed in his boots, and he kept wearing them.
Oh,
When we figured it out, we dogged his bed. We dodged his bed and
they put
sprayed.
dog piss in his.
They sprayed Glade all over him.
Wait, did the cat pee on them while he was wearing them, or did the cat pee in his shoes and then he decided to put them on?
Can I say that Ryan is the best storyteller we've ever had?
Bestseller, at least.
The cat, he yelled at the cat. He's like, no, Puss in Boots. No, Puss. You misunderstood. You dumb cat.
What could that be? I feel like every year in the marathon, I realize something about my life that, yeah, it could have changed the whole thing. I think if I opened the curtain, I never would have taken shit from any man ever again.
Oh, so there's a better version of you out there that could have happened. Oh, damn. Yeah, you should have. You denied yourself a life. The life you could have lived.
Nick Vatterott was saying behind the scenes that he worked as a singing waiter.
That's right.
Got fired. Then returned to work that night during their karaoke time and sang.
Well, it's not even. And Turner's heard this story before, and I almost feel like I thought I told this on here before, but this is my best firing story. Aside from the time I called in and said I was trapped under a couch and couldn't come into work that day. Ed DeBevics, if you're familiar with this is the Chicago sort of iconic 50s, 60s diner where you go in, they make fun of you, and you know they're dressed as like characters and stuff, and so and they sing
in
and
New
dance.
York we have Stardust, kind of like that.
Is that right? Okay, yeah, and they really bust you like a Dick's Last Resort, you know. Hey, what are you idiot? What'd you order that for, you idiot? Okay, so it's a lot of fun. And so
you ordered off the menu, loser.
Do people? I've thought about those jobs. Do people get confused where they are? Is it kind of not fun to shit on customers?
There was one time that always because I waited on hundreds of people there. And only a few tables stick out, and one was this. We were really slow. I really needed money. These two people walk in, they sit down, and I kind of like tossed them. I threw a bunch of straws on their face, and and slapped them around a little bit, and and then they were like, and you could see the one guy go, oh, this is one of those types of places. And he got super embarrassed. Obviously, it was a client that he had brought in. He was trying to impress. And now he's having this nightmare scenario. He's like, oh my gosh, they're going to belittle this person I'm trying to impress the whole time. And he's like, we have to go. I didn't realize it was one of these places. And I stopped and go, buddy, I will be the nicest person to you in the whole world. I need this table so bad.
Yeah, what do I give a shit? I gotta cut your tie in half. It's miserable.
And you also know, I do guarantee when you walked into that restaurant, there's like 5 warning signs. Like wait here, sit down, shut up. Like they gotta warn idiots.
A little bit, but I mean, DeBevics is more. It feels more like a 50s, 60s diner than like the Dick's Last Resort. You fuck you, you fucking fuck. I
think that's just how off-putting you are. Like all of the warning signs to them, they're like nothing, and then you walk up and he's like, "Wait a minute, whoa!"
If it was a TGI Fridays, he would have thought the same thing. Oh, this is one of these places. Look at this guy. He's an asshole.
He saw you on a passing bus. He'd be like, "Why is that gonna get near me?
Why didn't we get our food yet? Oh, it's what they do."
I also like the idea that I'm on a bus and someone's like, "Oh, this is one of those buses where they make fun of you on the."
Oh, it's a stabbing bus. We're all getting stabbed now. I see.
Hey, this guy can't walk 2 blocks. Needs the bus. All right, get on up here, sir.
A dude's jerking off on the subway. Oh, it's one of these trains.
Theme subways.
But did you actually say like, "Hey, I'll be nice. I just need this table"?
I did, and they walked out, and I was like chasing them like a puppy, like, "Well, please, I will be the nicest. I will be." They just didn't believe me.
How
you couldn't take the chance.
Did you follow them?
For
years. I mean, that's why I moved to LA, because they apparently were in town for this fucking conference.
But it looks like
I'm in their house. I had to blur up the background.
I'm just chopping them up into pieces. You made me do this. I could have been nice. You could have had a nice little lunch. But anyway, okay. So yes, so I get fired from Ed DeBevics. Okay, fired, right? And this is why I always got fired, because I was always late. This is why I always got fired. I just could not be anywhere on time.
They're into that.
That was like, I was like, hey, it's like a theme late. I'm like goofy late. Nope, they were like, now you're late again. So they fire me. And so I'm
late. What the fuck kind of strategy is that?
That's funny. He's like, I wasn't here on time. Busted your chops.
Where got you?
He said, what would I bring to this business? I said, I'm fun to work with.
Yeah.
When I'm there.
This is like
I'm
one of
even
my
fun when I'm
goofs.
bad at work.
So some walk. It's like 3 PM. It was that weird kind of in between lunch and dinner where it's not like crazy busy. There's like, and I'm walking home. I get a couple blocks, and I just have this like, whenever you get fired, there's a part of you that's like, I wish I would have done this. Or I wish I would have said that. And I just had it, and I was like, why the hell not? So I have this thought. I turn around, I go back in, and so there's like this little DJ area right when you go into.
Oh my God!
Endovetics.
Did you go back in and follow the manager around and said, "I'll be nice. I'll be here on time.
I need it. I'll never be nice again. I need this job. Well, there is some following that did happen with the manager, but it was in reverse because I went up to there was somebody in the DJ booth. I go, can you put on Queen, We Are the Champions? So he goes, so he puts it on. I grab the microphone, I hop up on the counter, and everybody kind of looks up, and this is what they want. They want a show. They love when the waiters get on the counter to sing and dance. And so they think a song's about to happen. The song starts, and I go into it, and I start going, this job's been no bed of roses. This job's been no pleasure cruise. And I start riffing this whole song to Queen about how I just got canned. This job's for losers. And so
how many lyrics did you have already going in before this happened?
I think
He's reading them off.
Right. No, I had a guy, with cue cards in the corner, and he was.
You had sung this
tipped him
somewhat
out.
before in your head, at least.
I think I started being like, I don't know what it was.
If you don't get the right like turn of phrase on the chorus, and you got to keep going back, that's all that song is.
Well, I will say I don't love trading a champions for canned. That's not like I always hated parody songs that didn't quite fit exactly what the word was. So there was a little bit of liberties with a lot of the fucking lyrics, but a couple of them did work out perfect.
At least you didn't pick Bohemian Rhapsody. That would just be so much more.
I'm just a poor boy, quite fucking literally.
You find a poor boy from
I'm a douche, but you didn't have to fire me.
They let me go. Mamma mia. So then the manager, so I'm like singing this song. Part of the people that they're like clapping a show. Part of the customers are like, I think this guy really got fired. And then the manager like walks up, and she's like snapping at me going, get down, hand me that microphone, get down right now. And I'm kind of like daintily dancing away from her, and she's kind of like chasing me around the restaurant as I'm like stepping on tables and stepping on booths and walking over people, singing the song. The manager's like passively like doing that speed walk trying to catch me, and it was pretty freaking hilarious. And like when the whole thing like was said and done, like there was a beautiful smattering of applause because it was
I want to give it to you.
Yeah, like some people like, was that this seems like I saw something that wasn't supposed to happen. And
Nick, in Nick's mind, when he thought of this idea, he's like, and Broadway's going to go, that was beautiful. Here's my card.
Right. Yeah. Where was Broadway? Why are they not at 50 Diners in Chicago?
I think this is a good lesson, though, for people. Like if you live in a moderately sized city and are in an entry-level job and have just been fired, guess what? Whatever that manager thinks of you is irrelevant from that point on.
Yes.
For the rest of your life. So in that moment, do whatever, and you'll get it wrong a couple of times. You'll just,
you might serve some jail time.
Tourette's, yeah. So, but then you'll figure it out. But do it. Give them the business every time, because, like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, someone's going to call your manager at like shit restaurant and be like, hey, is this guy gonna play? That call has never taken place.
Right.
But since then, are you ready Like, did you write the next I'm Fired song? Do you have the lyrics
Yes.
set? Did you learn a lesson?
I think I'm gonna try to make Bohemian Rhapsody work. I think there's I like the
How about
challenge of it.
this? How about this? He says that I'm fired.
This dude has been fired.
There we
I mean,
go.
there's a
Okay.
lot of
We've got a workshop later after
it's gonna
this.
be a melody. That's what it next time
We
it's gonna be a
should trade-
melody of 12 different songs.
Hey, Nick, we should trade emails.
All right, yeah, I'll explain them.
Oh,
Yeah,
we love
I'll
linking
exchange
people
'em.
together. Yeah.
You
that's
guys, you
cool.
guys get a job together, and you're just giggling for like 6 months, going, "Just wait, wait till they get a load of us."
Meanwhile, we're just a factory, just straight work, like stamping.
We keep getting
18 hours a
promoted.
day. Yeah.
The great
damn it.
Jesse Thorn is joining us. Hello, Jesse.
Oh, hi guys. How are
Hi.
you?
Good to
Hi,
see you.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi, Nick and
Jesse.
Nick.
How
Thank
are
for
you?
Chemda.
Hello,
I'm well.
hello.
Which, when you were listening in a little bit, Jesse, which Nick charmed you more?
They're both very charming Nicks.
Okay.
I had no clue at all what was going on.
Right.
I don't think I could have entered in a more baffling moment.
Was there singing?
Particularly, yeah, the singing combined. It was some sort of parody song that combined with the noise masking on this video conference to really baffle. It was like listening to someone sing a Weird Al song over a CB radio. Just really confusing.
But if you had to,
Yeah.
which boy is on fire?
Because I'll leave.
You know what? I'm gonna say Nick.
There you go.
You heard it
Well
here
done.
first. Very
Well played.
We all
controversial.
know what you mean.
Well
Jesse
played.
Thorn.
Were you a good
I-
employee, Jesse, when people would hire you? Did you have regular jobs?
I was a very good employee. I did not have a lot of jobs. I told Macy's that I was maybe going to go to college when I was definitely going to go to college in order to get a summer job at Macy's. They wanted somebody that was staying longer than 3 months. I worked in the mayor's office for a little while in San Francisco, in the part of the mayor's office where if you like looked in the phone book under mayor's office, that was the phone number. So it's like where people would call and they would like, some of them would say, I need more trash collection on my street or something like that. But then sometimes we would get this newsletter from this guy named James Bond Zero, who ran the Hardware Secret Service. And it was a fully produced newsletter where the articles would start with sentences and then continue into just combinations of words.
Okay.
And it was printed on yellow paper, I remember, and we would get it. I had to call the
Did every letter look like it was from a different magazine or article?
No, it was
Okay.
no, it looked like it had all been made in Broderbund print shop is what it looked like. It looked like it had been printed out of one of those computer printers that has the little holes up and down. Yeah, it looked like I remember I called the 49ers one time because a dude who was in San Quentin wanted the 49ers schedule, but when he would request it from the 49ers and they sent it, it would get confiscated because they weren't allowed to have maps. And they counted the picture of the stadium on the pocket schedule as a map. So I had to call the 49ers and say, would you mind cutting the picture of the stadium off of a 49ers schedule and sending it to this sweet man who loves the 49ers in San Quentin?
Now, when you call the 49ers.
Yeah, it's just Joe Montana. It's called Joe Montana.
And by the way, could this guy even vote?
Yeah, that's what's so wonderful. Patronage extends to non-voting people in the Willie L. Brown administration.
Wow.
Good for you.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was really
It would be great if their number was 494
Yeah.
949 4.
Do you know what the guy did to go to jail, or you're like, let's not look that up?
I didn't sir, I said to him, sir, thanks for your letter. I replied, thank you for your letter, sir. please grade your crime on a scale of 1 to 5 that I might know how to reply. There's something
Stadium
that,
bombing.
yeah, there's something that I wanted. There's something I wanted to ask you guys, because I know Nick, I don't know if you are, but Chemda, Keith, you two and I are all members of the Podcasting Hall of Fame. And so
Congrats.
I had a podcasting question that came up on Reddit, and I wanted to get your feedback on this.
Sure.
I was looking.
The
I
answer
subscribe-
is no, don't start a podcast now.
This is the question. It was on r/podcasts, which is a discussion forum for podcasts. The subject line is, and it's from user recent matter 3790.
Okay.
The first 3,789 recent matters were taken.
God damn, again.
Deviation from normality is the subject. It says, since I notice that podcasts are all about people sitting down to talk about something, are there any podcasts that are experimental or experiment with the concept of podcasts and try something new? Like, instead of the usual format of talking into a microphone, it'll be something that isn't podcast anymore, but falls under the podcast category?
I'm dying. I'm slowly feel like I'm being murdered as I hear
You guys
this.
have any ideas for something that isn't podcast anymore, but falls under the podcast category?
I mean, I literally did. I've done one podcast that was just crazy, like stream of consciousness, sort of dreamlike sketches flowing into each other. And I feel like people were like, well, this isn't what podcasts are supposed to be. And so I was banned from the internet for 4 years.
Did you do it with words?
That was my problem. I
Okay,
had a
so
couple words in between
Yeah.
the sound effects.
So we're
Look,
thinking
you guys,
not
I'm
words.
fixing it. I'm standing up. You said it was sitting.
No, you're supposed to talk into something other than a microphone.
I'm talking into my salad.
Okay,
I'm standing up.
Perfect.
And I don't
Yeah.
understand why we need to talk to something that won't be good. What are we supposed to talk it to?
Do people write back like, you don't mean this?
I think people were really sad and worried, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to be like, it's like not just the standard interview format, but they're like, no, not talking into a microphone.
Yeah.
And so right there, like, I don't understand, but maybe talking away from a microphone. I mean, maybe just like overhearing a conversation from the other room and you can only get half of. Is that the
So
next
dogs
wave of
barking?
podcasting?
I think he's trying to
Dogs
say like
barking?
just two people talking right now, period, is a podcast.
I don't think it's a podcast unless there's 4 bald guys. I'm making assumptions about you, Nick.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Not just
He
yet.
still got it.
God damn.
Okay, but what
Rogaine.
about, let me just take
Sorry,
this
just
off
wearing
so
a
we
hat
can-
for fun.
I,
What did I?
I also, there's one other Reddit post that I ran into earlier today that I wanted to offer you guys. And I don't really know what to make of this. It was in the Los Angeles Reddit. It says, the subject is, my building manager has banned me from moving my instrument in the elevator of my building. Do I have any recourse? Is what it says.
Yeah, put
I'm a
on
har-
some underwear.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
a
different
harpist.
instrument.
I'm a harpist, and I moved into my building almost 4 years ago explicitly for the elevator to make it simple to transport my instrument. Over the years, the elevator breaks down every now and then, with the longest stint being the last month, where it hasn't worked at all, with no updates on when repairs are happening. The residents are at our last straw. I got an aggressive phone call from my building manager blaming me for the elevator breaking down, and I'm not allowed to move my harp in it anymore. I've only moved it maybe less than 10 times throughout the years. I was planning on going
not
full
good.
freelance this year, so this is a significant problem. My harp weighs 83 pounds too, so it's highly unlikely it's me, yet she won't hear reason. If I didn't have the elevator, I'm forced to carry my harp down flights of stairs to get into the street, which is a risk to my instrument, and I will require help anytime I gig, which is ridiculous. When I responded to her comments, she just said, if you don't like it, move out, and hung up on me. Is this illegal?
Why would it not be illegal? When is it legal to go, you could move all of your shit in this elevator, your kids, your dogs, your groceries, potentially a chair you just bought at IKEA,
Right.
but not a harp, because that does something to this elevator. See, I think she made the mistake of being able to be hung up on. You got to get that shit in writing and then be like,
Right.
oh, great. Now I'm putting my rent into this other account because I'm not giving it to you anymore. You can give me written notice about this crazy new rule, and I already contacted a lawyer. Now, that's me in my perfect life where I have nothing else to do, including taking a shower, and I have time to go look for a lawyer that would give me the time of day about my fucking harp. You know you're getting kicked out. Start
Chemda,
saving up.
All you have to do is Google harp lawyer. You don't have to go. Like the nightmare scenario here is that you just Google lawyer and you end up with a woodwind lawyer.
All right. That's out of my jurisdiction.
I kind of blame her, because why didn't she just include a link to her music? And that we don't know if she's fucking good.
Why doesn't she just like throw a tarp over the harp? I'm sorry, those rhymed. That was not part of my. And then just be like, it's not a harp, it's something else.
Right. This is my
So
baby.
you gotta go through that whole bullshit again, and then like get a different cover after that. They'll have to litigate that for years.
I like the idea that when confronted by the landlord, she doesn't have anything in the barrel. She says, "This is not a harp, it's something else."
In that scenario, she just couldn't figure it out.
She's just like, non-harp.
Yeah.
You got me. I personally only exclusively take elevators with harps because the harp music, when you're going up, it feels like you're going to heaven. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's very very nice and cathartic.
I have a question. Is this potentially illegal as granted, you four aren't harp lawyers, so I apologize.
Know that.
Like, okay, fair enough.
Stop harping on that.
I have to pay you $1 for you to be my harp lawyer.
Yeah.
But is this possibly discrimination against angels? Because that's the main thing they do, right?
That is the main thing they do. That is true.
If the landlord's the devil.
I want to know what happens. The landlord goes home and is having dinner with their family, and the family goes, "How was work today?" "Oh, I got that harp bitch today. They will not be harping on me anymore. I put my foot down. No harps in the elevator."
Just
And
in
then-
the basement with one of those big cork boards with all the with all the strings, and at the center it's just a computer printout of a harp.
you gotta know that, like, is there a person that is monitoring the elevator if I bring one on? Also, what if someone else moves in with a harp and doesn't know these harp rules? Is there a harp picture in the elevator with a not sign on it? Because this is entrapment, it sounds like. What if I just am visiting with my harp? This is a nightmare.
Can you
This
imagine
happens
what it
to
would be
people
like?
every day. This is worse than COVID.
Let's say you went into this building with a harpsichord. Can you imagine how hard the law would come down on you? That's like a sideways harp plus an entire wooden case.
I'm going
I
to
hope
find a
that-
miniature harp and bring it in and take her apartment. I'll see the landlord and be like, "Look at this. Pretty smart, right?" Anyway.
Yeah.
I like to
Because-
think like there's a guard right there waiting for her to leave the elevator, starts yelling at her, and she just harps her way out. "Oh, I wasn't allowed. Oh, the next time." That's what a harp sounds like.
What the hell's under that? What the hell's under that tarpaulin, ma'am?
A knot tarp?
bassoon?
Now, I only know one famous harpist, so I have to ask: is this letter from kidnapped Mormon teenager Elizabeth Smart?
I believe
Ooh.
it is.
You know who's a
Okay,
harpist
good.
that maybe we don't know? Okay, here comes silent trailers. Ready? Ready? On Mrs. Maisel, the manager person was in Gilmore Girls in the first few episodes as the harpist at the inn.
Wow. Do you think, but here's the thing.
Does anyone know her name?
We didn't even know it was a fucking question. All right, Nick Turner has to go. Nick, thank you so much for your time. It's great seeing you.
Thank you, guys.
Love you much.
Thank you.
I
Have
love
a great
you.
life. Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations
call
on
me
your
back at
hair,
3 a.m.
Nick.
What did you say?
Thank you very much. I'll call. I said call me at 3 a.m.
Okay, you got it, buddy.
Okay. All right.
Peace.
Later, guys.
All right.
We should tell everybody who comes in, you're allowed to come in again whenever you want to check.
And I
Check
do like that it's
for-
now 3 bald guys again. This is what
Yes.
we wanted the whole time. I also, by the way, I was also thinking like, how amazing would it be, you know, because I've lived next to the guy who's trying to practice his drums. But I also think it's funny if you live next to the harpist and banging on the door, banging on the wall. Hey, it seems like the nicest music. I always thought that would be funny. Like if like did Mozart have to deal with like Beethoven? Was there a neighbor just banging on Beethoven's walls?
Too extraordinary. Too extraordinary.
Is that actually Beethoven or is it just
There's Vivaldi, maybe.
okay.
Don't get me
Mozart?
started.
Look, I can name composers all day. Mozart. Ah, shit, I already did that one. Okay.
Jerome is answering my question from earlier, and it is Lois from Family Guy, and he wins.
All right. Okay. Now for 100 points, anybody, what was the
Oh.
question? All right. Well, congrats.
Thank
Just to
you
say.
very much.
Sure. Oh, to you. Okay. Okay. We're talking about my new book. I'm very excited about Jesse. It's called The Dad Emails Book, and it's a book about my
Oh, nice.
dad hitting on my ex-wife. He didn't know it was actually me that he was talking to for a full year. The books are
Wow.
going out right now, and I sent one to my dad, made him sign for it. So we do know that he has it. And it's very exciting stuff. It's all
That's
the
really
emails back and forth.
Dark, Keith. I think I'm probably going to be the first to say that is really dark. Like I am distressed right now.
Huh.
I thought I was going on a comedy show, and now I'm really sad.
You put it that way. I see
Like
what you're
legitimately upset.
saying. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Have you oh, by the way, keithandthegirl.com/dadbook. You can take a look. And if you read it, make sure you drop a review, please. We appreciate it. What's the lie as an adult? Did you ever catch your parents lying to you as an adult?
I don't think I did. My parents were. Well, I'll tell you one thing that happened. When I was about 30, my dad, my dear departed late father,
Thoughts and prayers.
invited me over and took me for a walk and told me that he was getting divorced from my stepmother, Bernie.
Okay.
And then I was pretty bummed about that. I went home and told my wife about it. It was really like a sad day. I really loved my stepmother. And then they didn't get divorced. But no other explanation ever. Like at no point did my dad call backsies on it.
Right.
They I was
Oh.
just like, geez, they sure haven't gotten divorced yet.
Whoa.
Is it tough? Like, let's say all four of you are together, and you're like, she doesn't know. It's any day now.
Well, Keith, these days my dad is mostly focused on playing the harp in the clouds.
Well, I see. But at the time,
At the time, no, it was really weird. And in fact, I also had this experience where when my dad, I guess it was because my dad died toward the beginning of COVID. So I know this is a really sad podcast, so I'm trying to focus on that, Keith.
Thank you. Thank you.
My dad died during the beginning of COVID, and I went to bring him into hospice at the VA in San Francisco. So I drove up to San Francisco from Los Angeles, and my stepmother and brother and I brought my dad into the hospice, left him. And then I kind of spent the day afternoon at my dad's house with my stepmother and my sibling. And at one point, my stepmother said to me, "Do you remember that time when your mom came over?" And my parents were just at loggerheads constantly through my whole childhood, in court until I was like 16. She said, "Remember that time your mom came over and she and your dad hung out in his office and were laughing and having a good time?" And like this happened one time during my childhood. So yes, I do remember. Like this was the one time that my parents got along in my entire memory, living memory. And I said, "Yeah, sure." And my stepmother said, "Honestly, I was really hoping that he would get back together with her."
Oh, wow.
It's just like,
Wow.
What?
At that point, that was 25 or 30 years previously.
Where do you go from there? Who said anything after that? Who was
I
the
don't
next
know.
line?
Pretty soon you start fishing your own dad and then plugging it on the air. You know what I mean?
Right. Next thing you know.
Into a level of darkness where
You got to find out somehow who your dad is, right?
Jesse goes, "Well, I got this book."
I'll tell you this. I told my therapist about this book, and I'm just like, "Yeah, this catfishing is done." And she goes, "Oh, kids are doing that so much." And I was like, "What are
What?
you
Really?
saying?" Yes. I was like, "What
that's
are
awesome.
you saying?"
Wow.
And she goes, "Yeah, when kids are finding out that their parents are lying to them, they're
Oof.
setting up accounts and fucking trapping them. Like this one person found out that her mom was on the apps, like dating apps, while she was still with the dad. And she made a profile, linked up with the mom, asked for like, and I'm not sure this is exactly what happened, but like eventually somehow linked up with the mom, asked her for some sort of video of her touching herself or something. And the mom sends it. And
Mm.
I'm like, and she's so, yeah. So kids are doing this. If they're finding out things about you, they're making accounts and going in like through Instagram, through Facebook, wherever your parents are, and then just collecting evidence. But who wants?
Hi,
Oh,
I'm podcasting Hall of Famer Jesse Thorn. Young people, if you've ever thought about fishing or entrapping your parents, I understand the impulse. And in fact, I encourage you to do it. But please don't ask for homemade pornography. It's something you can't unsee.
like,
do do do.
like, how do you confirm that that's the video?
I feel like now that you describe this, I'm starting to wonder if my dad really was a Nigerian prince. I sent him a lot of money over the years.
Yeah. My
My
dad
dad-
lost
Mhm.
my dad lost his wallet in London a lot.
Yeah. Classic problem.
Like every other week.
My mom caught my dad was taking a checkbook downstairs, like from the bedroom to downstairs, and she goes, "What are you doing with the checkbook?" Anyway, she found out he was being Nigerian scammed, that he was a prince. The prince had to get rid of some money, but my dad was he could tell he had a good religious heart. God bless, God bless. So close to getting all his money.
But your
Yeah.
dad, first of all his money would be a shame, all $22.
Right.
But your dad actually believes he's a prince. He actually believes
He believes
that
he's a
people are-
prince. He was a he was a priest, and he looked up that he thinks somehow there's some loose translation in Russia or something where whatever the fuck priest means prince. So he is prince on his gravestone. Like my mom died, and so he made a joint gravestone, and it says prince.
Wow.
Like people in my hometown are gonna be like, "I never know. I went to school with this kid. I didn't know Keith was a duke. This is amazing." They're not
Yeah,
gonna
so-
laugh at that.
I feel like your father is always waiting for someone to recognize his princedom, his
Yeah.
thoughtfulness, his intelligence, and to reward him. Like I feel like whenever he opens up his email, he's like, and now somebody finally acknowledged that
Yeah.
I am. And when he hit that Nigerian email, he was like, this is what I've been waiting. I've been telling people. This is my lineage. I am just too much, too good. And of course this is happening to me.
Well, when I mailed out the book, you would think he'd like in the return address, it's a PO box, but it says KATG, and you would think like he'd see it and go, "No, tell him I'm not accepting this. Fuck that. What could it can't be good at this point, right?" So, but I guarantee the postman said, "Okay, here's something you have to sign for," and he's like, "Yes, a gentleman must sign for a."
You can't deny.
If he got served papers, I'm sure he'd go, "Yes, I have been served. Recognize."
Keith, I really appreciate this world in which you imagine your father returning packages to sender, which is a thing that is truly has only happened in movies from 1932. Are you standing there like sifting through your mail, RTS, handing it back to the guy? He like
right tip of the hat, like yeah, I could see him doing that because that's what he would recognize that movie. He always played games with the mail. When we were kids, if he wanted to tell us something, he wrote it in a letter, went to the post office. He could have done it he couldn't do it in his own mailbox because the mailman would be like, "What the fuck?" Have it emailed back to his house.
Mailed, not emailed.
Have it mailed. Sorry, have it mailed back to his house. He'd answer the mail. Now it's postmarked, and he'd be like, "Oh, son, you have a letter." I'm like, "Oh, Jesus, where the fuck am I getting letters? It's you again." And there's some kind of message inside. Nothing cute either. Just some life lesson about how I fucked up something.
Is it true that he would count like it would be your address, but with like the letter B or something or half?
Yeah, he'd write like number 1. So
because
it's not really
your room is apartment 1.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that the post office didn't get confused that I owned the house.
Sure, yeah.
I didn't own the house. I was lucky to be there. I was lucky to be included.
I occasionally will send my children a postcard while traveling, which is a classic move.
Sure.
That they're completely unimpressed by. Just could not be less interested.
Right.
Like, I'm in Denmark right now. And they're like, yeah, zero impact.
Right. I can see Denmark on my computer. We get it. Just come home if you want.
Do your family members send you things in the mail a lot? My mom sends us stuff in the mail all the time.
Well, here's a kicker. My parents and I haven't spoken in years. It's at least 7 years. It's close to 10. I don't know. They moved to Israel about 10 years ago, and my mom sends me a care package, quote unquote, a box 2-3 times a year, once around my birthday, once around Rosh Hashanah, a high holiday, once around Passover, another high holiday, and it has like maybe something she knitted, Israeli snacks that I like, homemade cookies that she made. It's all wrapped nice. I've done on YouTube box openings from it's so cared for. She tapes it up like it's,
Was
it's
it I want to get to the sad stuff here. Was it your choice not to speak to them?
I don't know. Would you like to hear about, because you tell me, here's what happened.
Let's do a little change out real quick.
Yes. Okay.
First of all, Nick Vatterott, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I'm gonna tag out with Jordan. Jordan, take my spot.
Hey, hi, everybody.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Keith. Hi, Chemda.
Hey,
Hi,
this
Jesse.
worked out. Jordan Morris is
I know
here.
you from that podcast we do together.
Yeah.
Are you a Hall of Famer?
Nope.
Oh,
Jordan
me?
didn't make it. Jordan
No.
didn't.
No,
No.
sorry.
No,
maybe next year. I don't know, like when I'm eligible.
Jordan, we're doing negative things on the show right now, so I'm just going with the theme, and that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. But they wanted me to just be in the podcasting Hall of Fame, and I insisted that Keith would be, so I would blame Jesse.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess, a really thoughtful co-host would have denied denied the award until like you take both of us or you take none of us. No,
I mean,
I'm so happy and proud of Jesse. Oh my God, it's so cool. I don't think we've actually talked about it yet, but it's rad. Like,
that's
you
why
know,
we have you here.
Jesse and I do our like goofy dick around show together, but he also does a lot of like really cool work in the field of podcasting, our show aside. And yeah, well deserved. Congratulations, dude.
Has he,
you,
Jordan, Jesse go the show together? Is there a specific that you got the award for?
I think they just gave it to me for vibes.
Okay, good. Has he changed, Jordan? Has Jesse changed since the award?
Yeah, he used to kick me when I was late to recordings, and now he hits me closed fist.
Okay, all right. He's got a bigger head. I see.
It's a nice change of pace. I'm liking it. I'm liking those closed fist hits.
Jordan, I was about to
I
learn.
deserve them. I deserve them.
I was about to learn. I'm glad you're here. We were about to learn why the circumstances of Chemda not speaking to her parents.
I'm going to sit for this.
Who send 2 to 3 times a year, depending on the high holidays, gift packages to her, including her favorite Israeli snacks.
Yeah, I want to get to the trauma. I do, because you know, what does a podcast listener love more than a deep dive into their host's personal trauma?
If it's not Keith and if it's Keith and the girl, it's trauma.
Yum yum, gimme. I eat it up. I do want to hear about your favorite Israeli snacks, though. I'm curious. When you said that, I was like, I guess I can't picture what a great Israeli snack would be.
Yeah,
I want to know.
Besides hummus, like we know they're lousy with hummus, like just tremendous.
They're rolling
hummus.
and they bathe in the stuff over there.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, do you know Bamba?
No.
Okay, so Bamba is.
I know Mambas.
If you told me Bamba was the Hebrew word for lady parts, I would have agreed immediately. 100%. I would have been like, of course it is. Yes. Yeah. No, that I know. Yeah.
Everybody loves a nice shaved Bamba.
I don't
keep it fresh in the Holy Land.
Right.
Well, Bamba is like a bagged snack, like in the shape of puffy Cheetos.
Okay.
But smaller. And it has that feel, but it has peanut butter on it, like little dust of peanut butter. Very, very mild amount of peanut butter.
Okay.
That's my favorite one, but they have other stuff. They have like their version of potato chips. One is beastly. It's beastly, and one is falafel flavored, barbecue flavored, onion flavored. You know, the whole
barbecue flavored.
Barbecue flavored.
Whoa! I think you said the snacks were from Israel, not the moon.
Excuse me, barbecue flavor. So maybe that settles it a little bit more.
It does.
And then there's Kif Kef, which is Kit Kat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it like, you know, how Japan has all those wonderful alternate Kit Kats that go viral from time to time? Is there like an Israeli Kit Kat, like a version of the green tea Kit Kat?
There's not the variation. There's just like, be glad you have this.
Plain, no chocolate, just the wafer.
Right.
Eat the wafer and you'll like it.
The wafer lasted for 8 days and nights.
Right. Yes.
You will eat that, or you will sleep in the bomb shelter tonight. But my favorite thing, and I don't understand, you know, like, you know, these travel channels on YouTube, and they go and they eat the food and they're like, oh, this tastes like this in India, and this tastes like this in Thailand, this tastes like this in Uruguay. They never get to this in Israel. And the next time I go, now might not be the right time, but the next time I go, I'm absolutely posting a video. They have milk chocolate in a bag that I dream about.
Like like chocolate chips, like pieces?
Or like the river from Willy Wonka.
The river from Willy Wonka.
Great question.
You have it in a rectangular bag. You bite off a corner of the bag and you squish it in, and that's how you drink it.
Like a chocolate Go-Gurt.
Yes, a little messier.
Sure.
For me anyway. I always got it on my shirt. So good. But
Depends
she
how
can't
precise you
send
are, I
that.
guess.
No one has that. In fact, the next time you go to Trader Joe's, because I know we all go to Trader Joe's, they have a bamba that's actually, I think, worked out from Israel because it tastes exactly like it. So if you want to
Really?
taste what bamba's like, you can
Yeah.
have the Trader Joe's bamba. And that
Okay.
was the bamba segment of the marathon.
Do you send your
It was the bamba.
family anything? Is this a
No.
completely unilateral relationship?
I don't even call to say thank you.
Do you ever consider returning it to sender, Keith style?
No, as much as like I still love my parents, and I don't like, I feel like that's a spit in your face. And even though I know it's not, and I have every right to, I just can't do it. Plus, like, the snacks are pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is there part of you, and I don't know the whole story, I kind of came in the middle.
We don't know the whole story.
No.
Jordan, we
Okay.
know none of the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Only
Well, maybe
that
let's.
she-
Yeah. Let's. I'm down. I had my little frivolous aperitif. Let's get into the meal that is your
Okay.
your pain.
Chemda, Jordan and I have been working together a long time, and let me be the first to tell you that he is a messy bitch who lives for the drama.
I love
Awesome.
it.
Well, lay it on me. What would you like to
Yes.
know?
So what, did they just wander off and you never spoke to them, or was there an incident?
Let's see. So I used to be in a queer relationship that was very serious. I ended up getting married. When I got engaged, I called them up. I called my mother up. We were already like not so great because I am an independent woman from a Middle Eastern background. I was almost 40. I wasn't married. I was dating non-Jews, like all of the things that add up to you are ruining this family and embarrassing everybody. So now I call them up and I say, hey, I'm engaged to this person. And they're like, and my mom was like, oh, I don't understand that. Literally said, I don't understand that. I go, you know, the thing that you've been wanting me to do since I was like, I want to say 5. And she's like, no, what does that mean? And I think because this was a female bodied person, she was like, but how could that? And I was like, okay, you don't understand. I speak Hebrew. Here it is in Hebrew. Do you understand it now?
Oh wow.
Did
I
you
am
bring like,
bilingual.
you
Right.
just pull down a chart and get one of those sticks? You're like, this is a clitoris,
Sure.
Mom.
Well,
And
then
I hear it is in semaphore. You take out the
Yeah.
giant flags. I don't know if your mom's
Doing that
nautical or
thing
not.
where you're opening and closing a Klieg lamp.
Right.
well, what's the point of getting married to this person? We can't even have babies. But it's not that they said that outright, but over the years, you kind of hear how they feel about things.
You're
So we
like,
really-
I can buy babies. But you can't buy love.
I can adopt dozens of cats.
I'll
And-
do dog rescue, obviously.
Sure.
Well, after that, we really didn't call each other. And like the week before my wedding, one of my brothers texted me and was like, hey, mom's really upset. You didn't invite them to the wedding. She got a dress and everything. And I was like, your mom's lying. Your mom would never buy a dress. And this is how I do with my brothers. I'm like, how's your mom? I go, your mom's lying. She would never buy a dress without talking to a bride. Like she would never, you know, she would have to ask. And I, you know, my wedding was like this barefoot in Hawaii, like nothing like my mom would want to wear sequins and high heels and like the whole get her hair done and the whole thing. Anyway, hadn't heard from them since. Then I find out I had a tumor. They're still in Israel, but my other brother in San Francisco had a baby. So while I was in the hospital getting open heart surgery, they were visiting the new baby. My brother told my father that I was getting open heart surgery while they were in the United States. My father decided not to tell my mother. They went to a couple places, including the Grand Canyon, had a little US tour, went back to Israel. That's when my father told her that I was getting open heart surgery. She did call me a couple times. I did not pick up. We hadn't spoken since, but I do get packages. So who stopped talking to who? I don't know. I kind of think I'm doing them a favor by not calling them, because then they don't have to know the decisions that I've made that are continuing to break their heart.
Right. Do the Bombas have a
podcasting
little?
thing.
Do the Bombas have a little bit of a bitter flavor to them?
You know what? They're so good. Never. They're so good.
I feel like the kicker
Wow.
of this whole story is, and you look, you and I know each other very well. We're very close. Is that you were having your open heart surgery at Dollywood, where they had been the previous
Right.
day.
So they were bored of it. They were like,
Is there
Yeah.
anything
Seen
Dolly
it.
Parton can't do?
Yeah. Ships passing in the night.
Sure. She invented the COVID vaccine. She played
Yep.
yakety sax that one time.
Yeah.
Open heart surgery. A queen. A queen through and through.
Yeah.
she really
He-
is.
Chemda, I have a dad that I don't talk to that is like just out there floating in the breeze.
And
some-
who made that decision?
it was him. Yeah, he
It
kind
was.
of like when he and my mom got divorced, he just kind of like bailed, and we would get little like updates from him from his family from time to time, and every time he would have a weird new job. Like I think one time it was producing infomercials in Nevada, and then it was living on a pot farm in Hawaii, and it would always just be a wacky new job and in a different state. And then those updates just kind of like stopped, and now I think everybody is just kind of unclear on what he's up to these days. But yeah, it's weird. But yes, I wish I got a package of snacks, especially if he was still living in Hawaii.
Macadamia nuts.
Macadamia nuts,
Oh.
ube things.
Yeah. Things that are Uber.
You guys
You
have
could
this
get
ube?
Pog drink. You could get the Pog
Yeah.
drink that has Pogs in the bottle
Oh
cap.
my God.
God, you would
I
have been
gotta
the fucking Pog
I gotta reconnect with
champion,
my
Jordan.
dad.
Oh,
For my
man.
emotional well-being, and also to get fresh Pog.
Pineapple, orange, guava.
Yes. This is assuming he's still living in Hawaii. I don't think he is. If he's just living in, Yuma or something, then
Was he
you know,
around as a
no
child?
rush. He was kind of a like weird dude. You'll be shocked to know, a weird dude who, would kind of like disappear for a couple days or a couple weeks, and maybe we got a little line about how he was on a business trip or something, but I think he was just like doing stuff.
And let me ask you this: now that
yeah.
you're an adult,
Yes.
do you kind of get it? Is that a weird question to?
I mean, Jordan, you're bipolar, right?
Sure, yeah. I go on fugues. I enter fugue states, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I guess for one, I don't have like kids, and I think
Right.
maybe there was something about like family that was crushing to him, But also,
It's-
yeah,
it's
probably
pretty
a lot
hard. And
Mhm.
I like, as I understand it, it's not like people chose this. Like now
Yeah.
people are making choices, they're getting on and off birth control. Like you just kind of became a dad.
Yeah, and maybe that was just that like societal pressure, and he like grew up in the South where things were very traditional. And I think, I'm glad I was born, but like, you maybe like if, he, had things differently or grew up in a different time, he probably would have like, yeah, I'm just one of those guys who doesn't have kids, and
And it might have been
starts a
worse.
band at 40
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then fucks off and does another thing. So yeah, I think you're probably right.
I mean,
Jordan,
I
can
don't know.
say something? Sorry,
Yes.
Chemda. I just wanted to say that I'm glad you were born too.
Thanks, buddy.
Shit. Do I have me too.
Thank you. Keith, where are you? You have to say you're glad I was born. Oh boy, this is worse than when I didn't get into the podcasting Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So is it a conscious choice to not have children?
For me,
Yeah.
oh no, I would like to have kids someday. I know I'm
Okay.
like late to the
Nobody
game.
nobody said anything. Nobody
But
said.
hey, there's a lot of stuff out there.
mean,
There's a lot
you've
of
been-
DNA out there.
You've been saving your semen, Jordan.
That's true. I have.
In a bottle, like what
And
are you
anyone who
doing?
donates at MaximumFun.org/join. Oh wait, sorry, this isn't this is your thing. Okay.
Are you
But yes,
trying
I
to?
will. If you're out there, I will mail you semen.
Oh, welcome back, Keith.
Oh my
we could-
Christ, no,
yeah.
that doesn't sound who?
Keith, we're all saying how glad we were I was born. So now it's your turn.
Oh, okay. Thank you for being born. I don't know what the semen thing was I just walked into.
Honestly, you don't need to know. We have a bit where I mail people semen and just kind of go with
Oh.
that. Yes, and it. One
Oh,
up it,
because your
tag
friend
it if
was
you
acting
want.
like my book to my dad was too much. Apparently out there
Well,
making
Jesse's
was a
up
lot.
semen.
We all know uptight Jesse Thorn.
It was a
Doesn't like
lot.
doesn't like catfishing his parents, doesn't like mail and cum.
I do.
Why don't you
going
read us
back-
your favorite Bible verses there?
If you seriously, Jordan, if
Cruz.
you mailed Keith cum right now, this ungrateful fuck would write RTS on that package and give it right back to that mailman.
Well, and then it's stale by the time it gets back to me.
I do
No
like the
use to
idea
anyone.
of kids catfishing their parents.
No,
you know-
it's nightmare.
When you were talking about that, it just occurred to me like how much, like, think about how much better at the internet we are than our parents, right? Like,
That they
have
didn't
to-
have it.
yeah, but I mean, just like I have to like go over to my mom's house and like physically help her
Yeah.
when she wants to download Hulu, which I'm happy to do.
Yeah,
And
some great
God-
programs on there.
and I
Fistful,
want
I like that a lot.
and I want Gail to be able to keep up on the Golden Bachelor.
Yeah.
That's what I want
What's
for
the
her.
Golden Bachelor? Is that like the Bachelor but with a kink?
Oh God, no, that's the Golden
Yeah.
Shower Bachelor, and
I don't know. They like to get cute.
that is not on Hulu.
right.
That is on
That's more
OnlyFans.
HBO.
That's an
I like
HBO
Butt Stuff Bachelor.
Premium.
Have you watched
Yeah.
that?
I
This is
like
really
butt stuff, and I cannot lie.
regular Bachelor does not appreciate the prostate.
Right. Thank you. So uptight.
Mhm.
But like, think about how much better at the internet our not we all have kids, but like, Jesse, think about how much better at the internet your kids will be, and they will be able to trick you with like AI shit, probably.
Yeah, but dude, here's the thing. I think that today's children might be worse at the internet because it's so much less work. Like,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
in order to download one Star Wars GIF, non-animated,
Mm-hmm.
we had to go onto Golden Gopher. We had to get a Gopher directory. We had to spend 20 minutes downloading it at the school library and then print it out on the paper with the little strips of perforations up the side. And for my children, the internet is just a nonstop stream of people yelling at them about Minecraft.
Mhm.
Just like these real dipshits screaming about Minecraft. And it just is a never ending,
Yeah.
fire hose of garbage trash. And they don't have to do any, just at one point, they walk past a smart speaker saying the word Minecraft. And for the next 20 years of their life, it's just
That's
that
right.
blasting into their ears.
That's true. I remember a few years ago, I had to teach someone younger about a URL and
Yeah.
how if you take out some of the words in the address bar, it shifts into a different part of the internet. Like if you change one number up there, that's like coding to them. But because we had to learn
www
Right.
https. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically hackers.
I think the point here, Jordan, is that you're imagining a generation that's using robots to dominate us, when in fact it is our robots that are dominating that generation.
Whoa, it's turning their brains to mush.
This is
Yeah.
getting
making
deeper and
think-
deeper.
It's making them think Mr. Beast is funny.
Yeah.
Is he supposed to be funny? I don't know.
Wow, shots fired at Mr. Beast of all
Come at
people.
me, Beast Hive.
But of all
Ooh.
people, Mr. Beast may literally be the worst thing in the world.
Oh my God,
Mr.
really?
Beast is so horrible.
Why?
Kangas just learned about Elon Musk. Fill her in about Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast has
is
some
a
weird feelings about free speech. No, I don't know. He probably has bad takes. I don't know.
fucked up nightmare, Mr.
Really?
Beast. Now look, I'll say this. There's like, YouTube is full of, I will stipulate that YouTube is full of like sovereign citizens harassing people for, using a post office or whatever. Like there are white supremacists on YouTube. There's people killing people for sport on YouTube.
Don't
you know what I
you
mean?
say
Like,
that.
there's real darkness on
Yes.
YouTube. But I don't think anything that I have watched on YouTube that is the YouTube is fed to my children, and I'm including in this Minecraft YouTuber Preston Plays, which is just the worst. is worse than Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast is for people who haven't seen him, he's the most popular YouTuber there is, I think. And he's a charisma-less white man of indistinct quality who's surrounded himself with a crew of charisma-less, indistinct white men. They're all the same guy. Like truly, there's no like occasionally a lady wanders through the frame, but like it truly is just 12.
Why aren't they
different-
doing a podcast with the same guy?
Yeah.
Why are they doing YouTube videos with the same guy?
It's just 12 guys you went to Sacramento State with, you know what I mean? And then what they do is they do these stunts where the point of the stunt is how rich they are. Like that is what the content is him showing you how rich he is, and then trying to teach children that constitutes like morality, or like it basically suggests that what God wants you to do is buy an entire grocery store and then give away the food inside, and then say that if people don't hit subscribe, you won't be able to do it again.
But I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure what's bad about it. He started when he was about 15. What he was doing is
There's one thing. Number one.
Yeah, and
That
that's
ain't
fair.
normal.
Okay.
Guy, I hate to break it to you, but we're streaming this on YouTube right now, and you can hear us.
Oh shit! Fuck! Tell him I love him. Tell him I love him.
We think it's cool. That
You
you
go
bought
tell
a
him I need
train? I don't know.
From what I understand,
Yes.
his stunts started out small because he doesn't have a budget, and now they're like very, very big. So they grew into him having a huge studio where he's able to put elaborate stunts together. But yes, he also puts like his friend in a room and says, if you can count to 1 million, I will give you $10,000. And they will really just sit there and count to 1 million. He also, one of the bigger ones, and he had to learn that as he gives away money, he has to also give people someone to talk about like the taxes that they will incur, because he took over a car lot one time and decided that everyone who's coming into that car place will get a free car. But you also have to talk to a financial manager because you will have to pay the taxes and all the shit. And like, so I don't know. I feel like he's being considerate. He started a whole separate channel where everything in that channel goes to charity, and he's just, no, I don't, I see a lot of fuck you, Mr. Beast faces, and I'm not sure what he did wrong.
I didn't know. I only know him as a punchline. Basically, I've tried to watch one or two of the videos and kind of sort of didn't get it, and now I
It's
just
for
use
kids.
him. And now I use him as kind of a pull for, things on the internet that I don't understand. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure that in his weird algorithm gaming and ghost kitchen opening, he probably does actually do some good. It sounds like, and great thumbnail faces. You gotta love it. Do you think I feel like we should probably pivot into that stuff. Like I could do something like, I mail my cum.
Yeah, but I mean, you
mail
would have to
cum?
provide people. You would have to provide people with a financial consultant,
Right.
to deal with
Because
the
you
tax
just pay the
implications.
taxes on my cum.
Yeah, because
It is very taxing.
It is,
Yeah.
What do you think
Well, that's
about what
my
I'm just
ex-wife.
saying? What do you think about him just saying she gave this guy gives eyesight to 1,000 people.
Yeah.
He's making a video that's not so necessarily funny. What do we? Is it
funny,
really? Yeah. What? I'm
not so
saying not.
necessarily funny is a very fair characterization. It is not funny. It's 0% funny.
No, it's
It's
just absurd and outrageous.
But yes,
Sure.
but think about this. He locks his friend in a room and says, if you can count to 1 million, I'll give
Yeah.
you $10,000.
That's annoying.
Okay. Think about that.
It's goofy.
What if he just gave someone $10,000? What if he did that instead?
But I don't think that's a fair question. Yeah,
and
but that's
and a man counting is content.
that's the only female one, by the way.
Yeah,
The
he's gonna
female
get
was
the money
counting.
somehow, I guess. Right, a female.
I don't, whatever. Hi,
Yeah.
guys.
It's okay.
How's your life?
It's okay.
Like
Like I said, there's actual bad things.
Jordan, I'm reading here that you don't burn bridges when you quit, and you refer to yourself as a doormat. This is what
Yes.
I've been saying. This is what I've been saying this whole time. As we talk about people quitting, I admire when they take risks, when they tell their
Right.
boss off, when somebody, you know, when their boss was like, how about you do this? And he's like, no, how about I quit? I'm like, oh, I should have quit so many times, you
Yeah.
know, but I just wanted to be a good girl. And like, this is just what you're supposed to do at work. Why do you consider yourself a doormat?
No, it's interesting. So we go through. There's a little pre-interview process before we get on the streams. A little peek behind the curtain here. A little,
How dare you?
making of
What
special
is this,
feature.
Mr. Beast?
So before, just for so the audience at home knows, before we come onto the show,
Right.
we go into a different video conference with 12 people we've never met before who started asking us questions as though we knew we were going to talk to them.
It's a kind of a gauntlet, if you will.
Yeah.
How is it going back there? What's the vibe? What's the vibe before you get into the rest of the show?
Everybody is
It's
very
swanky.
sweet and nobody explains themselves.
And then they start asking you about trauma. What are your traumas? What are your juiciest traumas, you messy bitch? They say.
Does it seem like they're just talking to you? Like, hey, you and your dad get along?
I wasn't sure if I was
and I
on
wasn't
the air.
sure if this was the. I was not sure either. I was not sure if that was the show.
Yeah.
And
I was like,
trying
did
to
I
be
sign up for
entertaining.
part of this that Keith and Chemda aren't on because they're taking a meal break?
Right. There's just like after Howard Stern, there's all those guys talking
Right.
about how what happened on the episode, and
I was like, look,
guys you went to UCB with are in there.
yeah, I'm no Paul Scheer or whatever, but like I'm in the podcast Hall of Fame. I'm thinking to myself, I didn't expect to be on Keith and the Girl 3, the Extreme Sports Keith and the Girl channel.
So you're saying after
Yeah.
they talk to you,
Yeah.
you should go, and congrats, you made it. You made it through, and then put you.
We're
through.
gonna let you on the air. You are
Yeah.
officially juicy enough.
Yeah, now you're on CBS, not Channel 5.3, the Armenian news station.
Yeah. So I think one of the questions was, had we ever quit our jobs in a spectacular way? And yeah, I felt bad. I didn't really have a story for that. I'm kind of a lifelong doormat. Don't love to burn a bridge. So I think even when I'm really hating a job, I'll thank them for the opportunity. I'll politely give my 2 weeks. I'll do those 2 weeks, and then I'll, even if the job fucking sucks, I'll be like, oh, I hope I can go back someday. to this
Jordan,
shit job.
Didn't they try and take back your crew gift on Ellen?
Oh, I can tell that story. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Okay.
So I was a PA on Ellen, the famously chaotic production, The Ellen DeGeneres Show.
And what does a PA do?
PA is just like it's the lowest showbiz rung, and it's kind of just you do whatever. Like sometimes PAs are assigned to like a department, right? Like you can be the writer's PA, and so you just like you get lunch for the writers. In my day, we were photocopying a lot of hard copy scripts. But then
Okay.
there's just kind of general PAs where you just do whatever, right? If you like, I just
You're
had
the
to take
gopher.
I had to take a lot of Beamers to the car wash. I had to like take
Okay.
a lot
Give
of
me-
Beamers.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, let me introduce because this guy's in the business and he knows these different ranks. Jack Helmuth, how you doing, Jack?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Good. First of all, congrats. You made it through the gauntlet. How would you describe the backstage, and did you know where you were or why you were there?
No, I still don't know where I am. I thought this is Paul Scheer's podcast, so I'm a little disappointed.
You're like, I watched Birdemic. I have prepared a list of riffs about Birdemic.
But Jack's a producer, Jack's a writer, and he knows the biz.
Yeah.
But please, Jordan, go on.
Yes. I was talking about my time as a PA on Ellen DeGeneres.
I heard.
Yes. Very chaotic production. While I was there, some great folks, but not a great work environment. Emotionally.
Are the rumors true?
I think that they are. Yeah, I think
She's
But
gay.
she's a lesbian.
I did. Yeah. She wore jeans on the show.
But she's a lady. What?
I know. Scandalous. so PA is a pretty low rung, but they kind of dangle advancement over you, right? And I think I wanted to be a writer. And granted, would I have been a terrible writer on the Ellen DeGeneres show? Yes, absolutely. I should not have had that job. But I think that was kind of my dream, is that like I would kind of be funny around the office and demonstrate a knowledge of what works on the show, and then maybe they'd call me up from the PA offices.
Has that ever happened in history?
No.
Oh.
No. People just hire their friends. A executive producer has a fucking nephew that they have to hire. No, absolutely not.
Jack, you disagree?
I strongly, I can name so many writers who've worked from intern to PA to whatever to writer's assistant, and then they get promoted. I mean, certainly in the late night world, that
Jordan,
happens
this
all
was
the time.
personal.
Yeah, this was about you.
Oh, could have just been that I sucked and was annoying.
History is history.
I joke, but I think that it did happen. I think it there was a time when it happened like a lot. I think there was a hierarchy in place. My guess is I think that's changed a little bit now, but I do think you're right. I think that is a fine place for a young person to start.
1 second, the King of Sheba just joined us, everybody. I'm very excited.
Your Majesty.
Yeah, you guys didn't tell me I was going to meet QAnon Shaman.
That's right.
Tim McLaughlin, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing very well. I'm on the hunt for adrenochrome and those who steal it from everyone in the all of the children here in New York.
Can we see Nancy Pelosi's staple remover?
Yes, but it is
Right?
covered in feces.
That's why I want to see it.
But in fairness,
I want to see the shit.
In fairness, it was before.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, because of all the shitty democratic policies. I don't know.
Right. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Slow clap.
Finally, we're getting into it.
Politicians.
Please, Jordan.
So while I was, hi Tim, nice to meet you.
Hello, how are you all?
While I was a PA on Ellen, I got offered my first job in the creative sphere. It was for a TV network that's not around anymore called Fuel TV. It was Fox's action sports network, so skateboarding, snowboarding, a little UFC before they died.
Some Armenian news.
Some Armenian news, yes.
That's all backgammon related.
They had a weekly segment on loud, long weddings.
Makes sense.
And so, so they offered me a job as like a segment producer, which is kind of what you call a writer when you don't want to pay anyone union dues. But bad job in many ways, but a good job in many ways. And I was like happy to be, on the creative side of things. So I gave my 2 weeks notice to the Ellen folks. I said, hey, I got offered this opportunity. I can kind of, I don't start for a couple weeks, so I'm happy to play it out. I'm happy to, train the next whatever. And it was around Christmas, and they had given out like the crew gift, like everybody gets like the sweatshirt or the blanket or something like that. And so I had kind of, announced my departure, and then my immediate boss came to me a couple hours later and says they would like you to give back the crew gift.
That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, nuts, right?
To be fair, you were just sticking around to try and get a crew gift, right?
Oh, God, yeah. You know what those Ellen Nalgene's go for on eBay? Yeah, just a weird.
What was the gift?
Oh gosh, it was probably a sweatshirt or something like that, or a blanket, or like one of those like wool blankets. But yeah, just a weird like spiteful move. No, like, hey, congratulations. Yeah. Anyway, it's just like show business weirdness.
As if you hadn't put in the work already, and that's so vile.
Yeah, I assembled IKEA desks that fell apart later.
That's right.
you didn't know then.
Yeah,
Man,
I think I was probably bad at it. But.
I feel like the scales are really falling off my eyes with regard to the behind the scenes situation there on the Ellen show. Who knew that there was a dark side to this person who's probably the most famous person with a dark side ever?
Sure.
I feel like they should give you dancing shoes as a crew
Right.
gift.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jordan worked
Come
on
on
Ellen.
tonight.
Jordan worked on Ellen during the brief period when she stopped dancing.
Yeah, and I had to. Ellen had a hot second where she didn't want to dance, and I was the one who had to check like the Ellen email on Ellen.com, and like just fucking vile hate mail because she didn't. Why don't you dance? So you know,
Ellen.
yeah. So I will you should understand that I think Ellen like gets a lot of shit, and I think that like obviously you should be nice to your employees, but I think she did undergo a barrage of hate for various reasons. So
it was funny when she was clear that she hated dancing, decided
Yeah.
to stop it, and then had to do it again and act like she loved it.
Yeah,
I did enjoy that.
That
Right.
was a dark shit. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
real psychodrama playing out on daytime television.
It was almost like
Dancing-
Jerry Springer going, "No, even if we're fined, we have to start doing fights again."
Keith,
Right.
can I tell you what Jerry Springer told me that really blew my mind?
Please.
Maybe you guys have already had this conversation with Jerry.
Yep.
But I did a show about interviewing, and I interviewed Jerry Springer about his work on his show. And he was very famously a very charming guy, and really interesting guy. And he told me that on his show, he would tape without knowing anything about what was going to happen on the show other than what was on the cards in front of him. So he wouldn't even look up what the title of that episode was until he got out there and was looking at the card. And everything that happened on Jerry Springer was basically something that a producer was doing to him. And he, I mean, I would argue that it was significantly a function of, his place in the world, where he was making $20 trillion and could justify his disinterest in his work as as an artistic choice. But he was very sincere about it. I think he was actually telling the truth, that he made years of that program just by walking on stage and looking at whatever card was in front of him.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, it's not like, no, you're not, it's not like a great singer. You're telling me they never practiced. I mean, it's kind of obvious. It's not blowing my mind. It's just interesting.
Right. Jack, you're nodding like someone who didn't prepare for their show.
Oh God, I can't even. The list is too long to get into. But going back to Jordan's point about like the vile messages that Ellen used to get, that's been true on every show that I've worked on. But including, we did this ridiculously small. Lorne Michaels had this like small like college TV station. We cut a deal to like do programming on TBS, and we did a video game review show, the Siskel and Ebert of video games, with a Dave Mandel and Steve Lookin. Dave Mandel of Veep fame, he's the creator of Veep or whatever, and so a Seinfeld writer, two Harvard boys. So Dave Mandel was fat, Lookin was thin.
First of all, Jack, thank you for helping Harvard guys get ahead in comedy.
It's finally those guys deserve a break, and so I'm happy to give it to them. So they've got the show, and so. Like I'll never forget this. We reviewed like Final Fantasy VI or what. So it's like, again, the video Siskel and Ebert video game review shows and for video games. And we did this, like, we mocked the cutscenes in Final Fantasy, and we just did a bunch of bits. Exactly right. The emails and actual letters that we got like over the next week, like, how dare you? I hope the fat one fucks the little one and gives him AIDS. Just so many AIDS jokes, not jokes, AIDS.
There's other ways to get AIDS, people.
Yeah.
Was the fat one HIV
positive? Wouldn't it be better if the little one fucked the fat one and gave him AIDS and he lost some weight?
What if they were sharing IV drugs? Would that be better?
Is it too early for those kind of jokes?
and what about blood transfusions? That's what I
the
kept
little
thinking.
one was a hemophiliac. People should have known that. They could look it up.
Yeah,
can I just interject to say, Tim is here just to try to get canceled, so just keep that in mind. All of his clips are like, I'm gonna.
It's not gonna happen. I got nothing going on in my life. Yeah, take away my job at the bowling alley. Oh, my girlfriend already did. Don't worry about it.
Tim, what do you think about public restrooms? Who should use them?
Everyone. They're already shitholes, I say.
Yeah, Tim, were you just saying that you can get AIDS from a toilet seat?
Right.
Yes, I was. And these are the public restrooms in New York, a liberal shithole.
Yeah. That would be funny if like Byron Allen started asking layup questions to try and get people canceled. It's like, so what do you think about these J.K. Rowling tweets?
You don't mind what people do as long as it's in their own bedroom?
Oh, okay. They shouldn't shove it in your face? Okay.
We've got John Lovitz here. I heard you have a problem with segregation in schools. Is that true?
I don't.
Did
what?
Hitler do?
The delivery on that guy. He can make anything funny.
I'm a public radio host in my non-comedy life, and I would say that as passionate as the viewing audience of Ellen is, there's really no letter writing audience more passionate and focused than public radio listeners, because they, first of all, they really focus on word count. They know they're getting paid by the word.
Right.
They really pump out the content. But I got a very, very passionate email, like, and they'll like cite things. It will be extraordinary breakdowns.
But it's all in lowercase, so you whisper it when you read it.
Yeah.
There's just a gif of a sweater every couple paragraphs.
And I got one. I had written a piece. I used to have like an essay on my show that was recommending a piece of culture. And I wrote an essay in which I suggested, you know, half seriously, but not unseriously, that I Want You Back by the Jackson 5 was the best pop song ever. And like, there's nothing, you know, great song. It's a, you know, I think it might as well be the greatest pop song ever. You know, like there's some great ABBA songs too, but it's about as good as it gets.
Does Micah agree?
Oh, she loves Michael Jackson. Yes, anything.
No, I
Michael
just
Jackson
heard her
is.
laugh in the background, so I thought I'd throw it in. Continue, please.
So I got this letter, and you know, we would just get the occasional letter, you know, rap isn't music, you know. But this one said that it was unlistenable because you can't even tell what they're singing, which is a classic thing about rap, but I've never heard it applied to the Jackson 5, whose diction is extraordinary. And the sub argument was that if I wanted to know what a really great pop song was, I should listen to the song Mares Eat Oats. You know, Mares Eat Oats, divey. You know that song? That was...
No one knows that song.
I don't know that song.
Rock and roll! Wait, Jack, I didn't know you were Wolfman, Jack. I had no idea. Mares Eat Oats. That's what he said was the best pop song ever.
Do you write back?
I used to write back. What happened is I used to write back, and then the people at Public Radio International who used to distribute my show, they were like, Jesse, you can't write back. Like you can't reply to this person. And I would just like write back to them and say, you know, thanks for your insights. I really appreciate you taking the time or something.
Right.
But I would be baiting them. I mean, like that's the honest truth, is I was baiting them. And like they were like, one of these people is going to get a reply from you, be pissed off, and then call their local radio station and like threaten to blow it up, or it's going to be Jean Kroc, the McDonald's heiress, and you didn't realize it, and she's going to cancel her, you know, $50 million gift to NPR. Like
you told Bill and Melinda Gates to fuck off, right?
Yeah,
I did. You know what I told? I got a letter and I wrote back that I didn't want there to be a more verdant and peaceful world. So
we hear a
I said I wanted an Aeron chair.
That is a great public radio poll, by the way.
I wanted an Aeron chair in false black. I said.
What was that, Tim?
I said we hear a QAnon praise you for pushing against the Gateses and all their evil ways.
Yes.
Glad to do my work.
They really wanted that tote bag.
Yeah.
I got a letter recently that, and Chemda, as somebody who's not speaking to your parents in Israel, maybe you have some insights into this, but I got a letter recently we had been doing on my other comedy show that I don't do with Jordan, Judge John Hodgman. We had been occasionally doing this bit where I would say that I hate Draculas and that people should be careful because they can have any job, that there's no law that says they can't have any job. And we got this letter from someone who said, it was exhaustively cited. I'm going to put the letter at 2,000 words, maybe 3,500, somewhere in that territory, that said we'd better stop doing Dracula humor because it was anti-Semitic.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, they
I'm-
can't have all jobs though. They can't be garlic harvesters. They can't work.
Right, but there's
landscape
no
in the
law
daytime.
that they can't.
Man,
It's a matter of law.
They can't
Tim.
be mirror testers.
But it
Right, mirror
pisses
testers.
it pisses me. It pisses me off though, for real, because they only drink Christian blood, and that's what
That's
really like.
That's a really good point.
Thank
Oh.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh.
You're
Purest of
welcome.
all
everybody.
blood, of
So
course.
brave. So brave.
You know, I was saying earlier in the marathon, I went to yeshiva for 9 years, and every time I forget something about Judaism, I'm very excited. And you just made me so happy because I absolutely do not remember the vampire portion of the Torah. So I am on cloud 9 right now. Thank you so much, and blessings
Do
to
you?
you.
Can I ask you this, Chemda? Do you remember the Frankenstein part? There's some
You
good
mean-
Frankenstein
Some
stuff.
some
in there.
say the Torah
Abraham?
was the original Monster Mash.
Yeah.
Now let me say this, Jesse Thorn, congratulations again for
I
being in
appreciate
the
it, Keith.
podcasting Hall of Fame. It is
Congratulations
life-changing.
to you for being in there already ahead of me.
Thank you.
Like
Thank
2
you.
years ahead of me or something.
Well,
I
like,
probably should
kinda-
have gotten around the same time as you.
Kind of paved the way for you, but because I remember voting, in fact. But anyway, you're there now, and that is fantastic. And everything has a bigger glow to it, I'm sure you see. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day remembering that. And thank you so much for your time.
Did
That's
did
awesome.
your
Goodbye,
did-
everyone.
Did,
That's
your
awesome.
award crack just like Keats did, like in the first second?
I don't have it yet because I didn't go to the ceremony because it was in Orlando.
Shows you
I'm
how
not
much
gonna
you
go to
care.
chance to go to
just for-
Orlando?
I know. I
So
could have
much
met Bill
culture
and
there.
Ted and seen their stunt show.
That
How
sounds
that
fun,
works?
actually.
Yeah.
Mine's
Okay.
right there, buddy. That
Goodbye,
shows you
everyone.
give a
Thank
shit.
you so
Congratulations.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, take care. Oh my God, that guy, right?
Right?
You get
Yeah,
whatever-
that guy. He's great. What a guy.
Really
Dracula
talented.
This.
Yeah.
Jobs that.
Nice
Jesus
dude.
Now, Jordan,
Yes.
the better of the team of Jordan Jesse go.
Let's not. We don't need to rank the two
What do you
guys.
like? What whenever? What bothers you most about him?
Oh, I mean,
About
what a
your-
great friend he is. I feel like I can never live up to it. It's
What's the
like,
last
this
nice
guy's
thing
so
he's done for you?
thoughtful. Jesse's a really good gift giver. He gives good, like, good birthday and Christmas presents.
Like what? What's the last thing you got from him?
For this Christmas, I got a
That beard.
I got a beard. Yeah,
Aw,
I couldn't grow
so
a beard.
nice.
He
Huh.
snuck
what's her
in
name?
and glued pubes to my face.
Oh.
It was a thrifted, vintage framed photo of all of these drawings of the ostrich races that used to happen in Pasadena. I live in Pasadena, so I love like Pasadena shit. And it was this kind of old time drawings of people who used to race ostriches in Pasadena. It's really cool.
Okay, and that's a nice thing.
It was nice, yeah.
Okay, good.
A
Then that
lovely,
is
thoughtful
great.
gift.
Good. I just like
You're
to
not gonna
make
get me
sure-
to do a beef. Go ahead, try and get me to beef. I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, if you had to think of who's bothering you the most in life, who
Oh.
comes to mind right away?
Well, I mean, Jesse smells like shit, of course. I mean, you've ever, I know we were on Zoom, but great gift giver. The guy smells like shit.
Jordan Jesse
Else is in the news.
Jordan Jessica is the podcast you want to
Yes.
hear with both of them. Thank you so much for your time, Jordan.
Thank
Good
you.
seeing again.
Keith, can I get in one more plug?
You may, please.
Well, thank you so much.
course.
Hey, I may not be in the podcast Hall of Fame, but
You're
I
not.
do. Not yet.
But you're not when you say
But I'm
may.
not, and I never will.
Right.
But I do have a graphic novel coming out later this year.
Yes.
It is called Youth Group. It is a YA horror comedy about teenage exorcists, drawn by the great Bowen McGurney. It's a
YA
little-
is young adult, correct?
young adult. I think.
Okay.
I think it's joke dense and fun. I think everybody can enjoy it. But if you want a gift for a teen, Youth Group is the thing that will get them to love you. Yeah, if it sounds like a fun premise, you can pre-order it anywhere, Amazon, Barnes and Noble, your local indie bookstore. It's called Youth Group. Pre-orders really help books. I don't know why, but if it sounds cool, maybe check it out. Thanks.
Excellent. Congrats. Thanks a lot.
It's been so fun.
dude.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Talk to you
Jordan.
soon.
Bye, bye, bye.
Peace.
And you know what? You guys are
Oh.
on your way to Amazon to get Keith's book, so might as well pick up
There you
Jordan's
go.
book. I mean,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
1, 2, 2 books. That's one more vampire joke before we go. All right. Bye, guys.
Later.
Bye.
And also, Keith, while they're there, your other book, The Great American Novel, is on there for $5.99, I think.
$5.99. So it's like the prequel, if you will, to the Dad Emails book. But I do want you to have it while we're focusing on this new book more. Take the other book. I have it now for $5.99. Pop it in there. Here's some reviews, if I may. I'll read them. You wrote them. I'll read them. This is for the Dad Emails, keithandthegirl.com/dadbook. And Hannah says, this is going to be good. Keith's book, The Great American Novel, was one of the funniest. No, make that the funniest book I ever read. Can't wait to get my hands on this.
So wait, this is a review that said this is gonna be good. So they have not read it yet.
Correct. They're saying
Okay.
I have a good track record. Yeah, I
All
don't
right.
mind before you read it reviews either, if it's positive. They're excited that
I'm
it's
just
gonna be
making
good.
sure. I don't want the crowd to think that someone did read it and thought it was good, but they think that it possibly will be good.
Correct. But
I've
this,
pre-ordered this book and it drags in the middle. 3 stars.
Brittany, 5 stars. Hilarious. I am laughing out loud. I am literally on page 6. It's an absolute mess of a relationship and 100% comedic gold. The guests who do not know the extensive details about Keith's upbringing and hilarity as they try to wrap their minds around this beautiful catfish love this book and Keith and the Girl. Primo catfishing, says GM. Can't put it down. Freaking hilarious. 5 stars.